This night, Shen Qiao sat in the familiar living room all night long. The cup of Man Jianghong milk tea she had been longing for sat quietly on the tea table, the exquisitely packaged straw lying silently beside it like a stubborn night watchman. At dawn, Shen Qiao slowly rose and placed the milk tea on her bedside table, but the straw she left in the living room. She didn't take a single sip of the milk tea. Lying down in the bedroom, her gaze fell on the milk tea again. Before closing her eyes, she whispered to herself, "I don't deserve it." With the opening of the University City milk tea shop, the popularity of Man Jianghong milk tea was once again boosted. Online, people were even starting to play with the game of queuing. College students were undoubtedly the best carriers for this kind of marketing model. Within just 3 days of opening, the frenzy at the door had surpassed that of the main store. And because Zhang Fan firmly resisted online sales, citing that takeout would affect the taste, reduce product quality, and user experience, a queue-for-you service even appeared online. Of course, despite the store's popularity, Su Junkai's worries did not diminish. Because the milk tea shop was completely losing money to gain popularity, opening another branch meant doubling the losses. After the financial situation turned completely red, he had to personally go to the tea house and find Zhang Fan again. In fact, the milk tea shop's funds had long been insufficient, but previously it had been subsidized by the tea house's funds, so it didn't affect operations. However, after separating from the tea house, the source of funds was cut off. This was still without counting the cost of rent. Although lease contracts had been signed for both stores, even Su Junkai didn't include those rents in the cost. "Boss, this is the situation. According to the current trend, we won't be able to pay salaries by the end of the month," Su Junkai said, sitting across from Zhang Fan with a worried look on his face. "Yes, I know the situation." Zhang Fan nodded and took out a stack of documents from his bag. "Take a look at this first. Set aside this amount of money for the next month's expenses and use the rest as a promotion fund. I'll give you the promotion plan tomorrow." More promotion? Taking the documents, Su Junkai didn't have time to review them. Hearing that Zhang Fan wanted to increase the promotion efforts, the worry on his face grew even greater. Even if you have money, you can't waste it like this. He was very afraid that the milk tea shop wouldn't survive until next month. "Read it first." Zhang Fan pointed to the documents and continued to work on his computer. His computer displayed a popular science website about tea culture. Lowering his head, Su Junkai carefully read the documents. But after just a few lines, he raised his head in astonishment. "Franchise?" "Yes, the one in Nanjing. We've almost finished the preliminary negotiations. If there are no problems, you'll have to make a trip to Nanjing tomorrow to help them set up the store. Remember, it must be according to our requirements," Zhang Fan said without looking back. Su Junkai looked at Zhang Fan seriously, calmed himself down, and focused on the documents again. This time, he read them particularly carefully. He was not being careful because it involved franchise fees. With franchise fees, the milk tea shop could survive. He was particularly serious because he felt it was a scam. He was afraid of being implicated. But as he read, his frown deepened. The franchise agreement was fine, standard. There were no unreasonable clauses. Even from the franchisee's perspective, the franchise conditions would seem excessively generous. As for the franchise fee, it was ridiculously low, completely inconsistent with the high-end positioning that Zhang Fan always talked about. The reason he was nervous was that he was afraid Zhang Fan would quote a sky-high franchise fee. He knew the situation of the milk tea shop best. If that were the case, the other party could even sue them for fraud. But at such a low price. What was Zhang Fan plotting? In the subsequent clauses, there were mandatory requirements for franchisees to operate according to the requirements. If they changed the operating mode or operated irregularly without authorization, they would have to pay huge liquidated damages and compensation. But combined with the current online publicity effect, and compared with the generous franchise conditions, who would care about those? Moreover, it was really difficult for franchisees to lose money. At most, they would just earn a little less. Because the loss of his own milk tea shop was mainly because Zhang Fan had been vigorously promoting it, almost all the funds were diverted to promotion. And these expenses franchisees did not need. But what are you plotting? Su Junkai really couldn't understand Zhang Fan. Isn't promotion and publicity to increase sales? but you blindly promote, but in turn restricts sales. Finished reading? If there are no problems, get ready to go tomorrow. The other party's contact information is at the end of the document. You can contact them first. You can sign the formal contract with them. Remember, keep a strict watch and operate according to the fixed model. Tell them that if they violate the contract, I will sue them until the end of time. Okay, Su Junkai nodded blankly. By the way, I'll send you an electronic copy of the franchise agreement. If other franchisees contact you, just use this template. But note that the franchise fee for each family is increased by 3% on the basis of the previous family. Remember this, based on the signing time. Okay, then I'm going. Su Junkai looked at Zhang Fan's serious expression and silently memorized the key information. Watching Su Junkai leave, Zhang Fan silently closed the computer, inserted his fingers into his hair, and pulled his hair upwards forcefully. Then he silently closed his eyes, his fingers tapping lightly on the table, as if reviewing something in his heart. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Fan opened his eyes, the burning heat in his eyes gradually receding, returning to calmness. Then he got up, took the key to the Range Rover from the bar, and quietly walked out of the tea house. This was the first time he had driven, not for business negotiations, because the Range Rover was parked in a parking space across from Shen Qiao's company. Wearing sunglasses and a hat, Zhang Fan stared at the familiar office building through the rearview mirror. The 15th floor, is that the spot? He didn't know what he was going to do, but just now, when he was contemplating, he suddenly had this impulse, wanted to take a look. Zhang Fan's emotions were very calm. He didn't open the window, but he still lit a cigarette. The car was soon filled with smoke, filled with the smell of nicotine and tar. Retracting his gaze, he looked at the Maybach that appeared in the rearview mirror. It had just pulled in. The car was very eye-catching, but the license plate was very ordinary. He took a hard drag on the cigarette and just stared at the car behind him, guessing what kind of person would get out. Judging people by their clothes, in this materialistic era, a luxury car is like an ancient sedan chair. It represents power, status, ability, and means. It's the ability to love someone. It's the means to protect faith. Is someone who drives a luxury car necessarily a good person? Zhang Fan thought of the classic lines from movies. Not necessarily, but they don't need to be, do they? While he was lost in thought, no one got out of the car. It just sat there quietly. After watching for a while, Zhang Fan felt tasteless, retracted his gaze, and looked back at the office building. He remembered why he had come here. He needed to set a goal for himself. One belief collapsed. He needed to strengthen another belief. She really came back to work here? Didn't she say this company wasn't clean? In the Maybach behind Zhang Fan, the white-haired old man was also staring at the office building. Maybe because of money? After the divorce, I can't think of any other way for her to live, the short-haired woman beside him replied calmly. If I had known this would happen, why bother in the first place? A trace of resentment flashed in the old man's eyes. The short-haired woman lowered her head and didn't dare to answer. Do we have any business dealings with this financial company? After a long time, the old man asked silently. Not before. Their volume is not large. Well, help me check the senior management of this company, as detailed as possible. Maybe we can cooperate. You say if I use your company to put pressure on her, how long will it take for her to give in? The short-haired woman was silent again. The marriage is gone. The child is gone. Then we can only start with her. You say, turning such a white-collar beauty into a he. Wouldn't that be interesting? The old man suddenly said sinisterly, the cold light in his eyes becoming more and more intense. Inside a window on the 15th floor of the office building, Shen Qiao stood silently by the window, her gaze fixed on the Maybach downstairs. Her face was grim, her fists clenched, her shoulders trembling, her fingernails nearly digging into her palms. The usual calmness in her eyes had vanished, replaced by boundless anger and hatred. A life for a life. I will make you pay. Her lips trembled as she muttered through gritted teeth, but no sound escaped. The ringing of her phone startled her. Silently retracting her gaze, Shen Qiao took a deep breath to compose herself. She closed her eyes, then opened them. The familiar calmness reappeared in the depths of her eyes, with a hint of a smile. She picked up the phone on the table. The caller ID read, Sujia. What is it? Boss Gao is arriving in Hangzhou today. Get ready. Su Jie's voice was devoid of emotion, but his tone carried a complex undertone. Got it. Send me the address, and I'll go myself. Shen Qiao didn't hesitate. I'm going to the airport to pick him up now. I've sent you the address. Shen Qiao hung up and looked at the message that popped up on her phone. Wyndham International, room 1001, room card at the front desk. Staring at the message, Shen Qiao's expression was calm. She returned to the floor-to-ceiling window and silently gazed at the luxury car downstairs. Only this time, her eyes held no emotion. After a long while, she returned to her desk, took out her makeup bag from the drawer, and began to carefully apply her makeup. Morning, Sister Xin. Su Xin walked briskly into the tea house, greeted by Xiao Wan's warm welcome. Where's Zhang Fan? Glancing at Zhang Fan's exclusive booth, Su Xin pursed her lips. The boss went out a while ago, driving. Xiao Wan replied with a smile, not forgetting to explain. The tea house staff now knew that Zhang Fan only drove when he was working. This behavior was defined in Xiao Wan's mind as a straight man's stubborn and hypocritical self-esteem. What's wrong with living off a woman? Isn't Sister Xion's bowl fragrant enough? Is the private room reserved? Su Xian took a few steps back. The Land Rover was indeed not in the parking lot. Yes, your usual one. Poor, aged poor. The guest I'm meeting will be here soon. Just bring him up directly. Su Xian glanced at the empty seat again and walked upstairs in her high heels. Sitting in a Land Rover, Zhang Fan smoked 2 cigarettes. Because the windows were not open, the nicotine content in the car was very high, making him feel a little suffocated. He opened the sunroof a crack, stubbed out the cigarette, and started the car, preparing to leave. A message notification popped up on his phone. Zhang Fan released the gear and looked at the text on the phone. Boss, Sister Xin is here. The message was from Xiao Wan, a simple sentence. Zhang Fan fell into thought. He certainly understood Xiao Wan's meaning. It wasn't just Xiao Wan. In fact, all the staff at the tea house, Su Junkai, Lu Yiming, and even Su Xin herself, Zhang Fan understood their intentions. He pressed the parking button and turned off the engine again. Su Xin. Was he tempted? Of course. If Shen Qiao had once fulfilled all his fantasies and expectations of love, then Su Xian had perfected his true definition of a goddess. What man would refuse such a goddess? But could Zhang Fan measure up? He took out another cigarette, and the moments of his acquaintance with Su Xian flashed through his mind. An absurd beginning, a dramatic progression. Everything seemed so unreal, just like his recently ended marriage. His calm mood began to become anxious. Zhang Fan only took 2 puffs before stubbing out the cigarette, his gaze involuntarily turning back to the office building. Shen Qiao? Zhang Fan's eyes narrowed. In front of the familiar office building, the figure he knew so well stood silently in that familiar position. Shen Qiao's sudden appearance made Zhang Fan instinctively lower his body, but then he remembered that the car windows were tinted with anti-peeping film, and he slowly sat up straight. Still so eye-catching, still so charming. Even wearing a white-collar uniform, it was hard not to notice her in a crowd. A small blazer, a pencil skirt, this design seemed to be made specifically for Shen Qiao. Today, her long hair was tied up, her fair and straight neck showing her competence. Today, she was wearing black stockings, her dignified and gentle temperament carrying a hint of mature charm. He had once been fascinated by this. He had once been lost in it. But at this moment, Zhang Fan only felt a sense of complexity. Was her perfect body, like the luxury car behind her, just your capital and means? Like a wild horse on the grassland, it cannot be tamed, not because the horse is unruly, but because the rider is incompetent. Shen Qiao only stood on the roadside for a short while. A very ordinary Volkswagen car stopped in front of her, and Shen Qiao got in, sitting in the back seat. Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes because the car didn't start immediately. The driver was holding a mobile phone, turning his head to talk to Shen Qiao. A ride-hailing car? Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow. Wasn't she supposed to have a dedicated car and driver? Why was she taking a taxi? Could it be? Out of habitual thinking, Zhang Fan immediately concluded that Shen Qiao was going to meet someone she didn't want others to know about. Yanlan? Or another man? The ride-hailing car confirmed the passenger information and started to leave. Zhang Fan instinctively started the Land Rover and followed. Just as the car started moving, he subconsciously glanced at the Maybach behind him again. But this glance made Zhang Fan slightly lose his focus. Stabilizing the car again, Zhang Fan looked at the ride-hailing car that had already gone far away, composed himself, and quickly followed, trying to shake the image he had just seen from his mind. Fortunately, there was a red light ahead, and Zhang Fan quickly caught up with the car. Carefully noting the license plate number, Zhang Fan trailed it from a distance. At this moment, the image he had just seen through the car window became clear again. Short hair, dark skin, old man. Damn it, could it be them? He had felt a vague sense of familiarity just now, and now, thinking about it carefully, it really could be. It was the old man he had met in the elevator when Su Xin took him to the club for a massage. At that time, the old man's gaze at him was very strange, and the short-haired girl pushing the wheelchair felt like the one he had just seen. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was them. Zhang Fan couldn't help but shiver. No wonder he looked at himself and Su Xin like that. He was an old pervert. It's a pity that's such a beautiful girl, but who can blame the old man for having money? Suddenly, Zhang Fan stared at the ride-hailing car in front, his eyes flickering. What about you? Is it also for money? Taking money from some men? Taking love from other men? In fact, even now, Zhang Fan didn't know why he had followed, as if it was an instinct. The private room door of the tea house was pushed open, and Gao Dahai appeared at the door with a kind smile, although this smile looked a little strange on his face. Uncle Dahai, Su Xin stood up from her seat in surprise. I have some business to discuss. I was passing through Hangzhou, so I dropped by to see you. Gao Dahai smiled and stepped forward, subconsciously wanting to give Su Xin a hug, but raised his hand and realized it seemed inappropriate, then awkwardly put it down. A son avoids his mother when he grows up, and a daughter avoids her father. Besides, this wasn't even his biological daughter. What business requires you to come back in person? Su Xin teased, hurriedly making tea for Gao Dahai. Su Xin naturally caught Gao Dahai's strange action just now, and a trace of warmth rose in her heart. Okay, I admit I just don't trust you, so I came back to see you. Where's that kid? Gao Dahai sat down on the chair. He went out. He's been working very hard lately, as if he wants to take this tea house public. Facing someone close to her, Su Xin's girlish demeanor was undisguised. Gao Dahai didn't speak, frowning and taking a sip of pu'er tea. It was bitter and awful. Divorce. Putting down the teacup, Gao Dahai looked at Su Xin with complicated eyes. Su Xin nodded with similar complexity upon hearing this. I promised you last time, I won't interfere in matters of the heart, but if that kid dares to do anything to wrong you, don't blame me for being ruthless. Uncle Dahai, Su Xin complained coquettishly, her expression lovely, and her ears slightly flushed. Besides this tea house, you and him don't have any other financial dealings, right? Gao Dahai looked at the coquettish Su Xin dotingly, his heart also warmed. But he still put on the appearance of a stern elder. In his life, he didn't have the means when he was young, and when he had the means, he found that he was infertile. Now that he's older, he suddenly saw this orphan, whom he'd watched grow up since childhood and who is also the daughter of his lifesaver. He really treated Su Xin as his own daughter from the bottom of his heart. After his divorce, he rented one of my studio apartments. Su Xin's face suddenly fell. Rent? Studio apartment. Yes, and he regularly transfers the rent to me. I bought him a car, and he insisted on not driving it. What car? A Land Rover. This kid, either he's really stubborn, or he has a big appetite. Gao Dahai put down his cup, recalling the information he had investigated in his mind. This information came abruptly, because he wasn't investigating Zhang Fan, but Shen Qiao. Gao Dahai was really shocked when he got the information. The financial manager of the finance company was actually that rabbit's wife, and this wife's husband was actually his daughter's boyfriend. At first, Gao Dahai suspected the couple's motives for approaching Su Xin, but then more detailed news came, which surprised Gao Dahai even more and even raised a trace of pity. Zhang Fan was truly pathetic, but why would Su Xin fall for such a loser? I'd rather he have a big appetite. Su Xin lowered her head, resentment flashing in her eyes. You girl, have you forgotten about Qin Huaibei? Gao Dahai raised his eyebrows. They're not the same. Su Xin replied without thinking. How are they not the same? This man, he doesn't even dare to hold my hand now, even though he's already divorced. Su Xin suddenly complained in an agitated tone. Are you saying you two haven't? Except for that one time, I feel like he's avoiding me. If it weren't for the tea house, he probably wouldn't even dare to see me. Su Xin shyly nodded, her tone helpless as she shrugged. Upon hearing this, Gao Dahai frowned deeply. The ride-hailing car stopped at the entrance of the Wyndham International Hotel. The attentive doorman opened the car door for Shen Qiao, and Shen Qiao bent down to get out, habitually glancing around. Then she politely thanked the doorman and walked towards the lobby, but after entering the door, her brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. With that glance, she noticed the Land Rover that had followed her in. The driver was wearing sunglasses and a mask, and kept his head down. There seemed to be a Land Rover following her on the road as well. Wait, in front of that Maybach, there also seemed to be a black Land Rover parked. His people? Shen Qiao slowed down, thinking rapidly. Standing at the hotel's front desk, Shen Qiao gave the last 4 digits of her phone number, got the room card Su Jia had left for her, and turned to walk towards the elevator, her body trembling slightly. Was it him? Was he the one following her? Outside the hotel's glass door, a man wearing sunglasses and a hat was standing at the entrance smoking, still with his head down, one hand holding a phone. Shen Qiao was certain that this was the man driving the Land Rover. And this man was her husband. No matter how he disguised himself, no matter how he hid, she was too familiar with this figure. The way he lowered his head, the way he smoked, the way he walked, the way he talked on the phone. But why was he still following her? Weren't they already divorced? Shen Qiao's pace became slower and slower. Standing in front of the elevator, Shen Qiao quietly watched the man, who had now turned to look at her, through the elevator's reflection. For a moment, she thought of the scene she saw by the West Lake that night, one actively teasing, the other deliberately avoiding. Could it be that he's still? Her eyes suddenly felt hot. Shen Qiao desperately wished the elevator would be slower, not open the door, and let her look at him a little longer. Ding! The sound of the door opening rang out, and Shen Qiao's eyes trembled. She calmly walked into the elevator and muttered, I'm not worthy. The elevator door closed, and Shen Qiao stared at the floor buttons, silently counting in her mind. 1, 2, 3, 10, 11. She counted to 15 seconds before reaching out to press the elevator button. Outside the elevator, Zhang Fan was panting. After seeing Shen Qiao enter the elevator, he quickly rushed in and stared at the ascending floors outside the elevator. He had noticed that Shen Qiao was the only one in the elevator. The number stopped at 10, the 10th floor. Zhang Fan took a deep breath, turned around, and pretended to make a phone call again, walking into the fire escape on the side. In this kind of hotel, elevator access requires a key card. But there was a loophole. Due to fire safety regulations, the stairs couldn't be locked. Quickly climbing to the 10th floor, Zhang Fan was a bit breathless. He first muted his phone and carefully checked the corridor. Good. No one in the corridor. Zhang Fan lightened his steps and slowly walked forward, deliberately slowing down every time he passed a room, trying to listen to the sounds inside. Inside room 1001, Shen Qiao inserted her key card to turn on the power after opening the door. But instead of entering the room, she leaned against the door and looked through the peephole. After just a short while, that familiar figure appeared. Shen Qiao raised her hand, covered the peephole with her finger, and made some noise while leaning against the door. Zhang Fan, who was outside the door, paused and gently leaned against the door. Zhang Fan suddenly smiled, not out loud, just a faint curve of his lips. He stood up and slowly walked towards the elevator. The sounds inside at least confirmed it wasn't that Yinlaw. In that bungalow, he had actually figured out a lot of things. So, this is the real you, isn't it? Shen Qiao. The elevator to the first floor didn't require a card swipe. Zhang Fan walked out calmly, with a composed demeanor. Inside the room, Shen Qiao, who had her ear pressed against the door, naturally heard the sound of someone leaving outside. She lowered the hand covering the peephole and took another glance through it. Then, with the same calm, she turned around and walked through the empty hotel suite. Stepping in her black high heels, she slowly made her way to the floor-to-ceiling window in the suite's reception room. standing behind the white gauze curtains. With slender fingers, she lifted the curtains slightly, gazing quietly downward. Sure enough, that familiar figure emerged from the hotel lobby, steady steps, upright posture. Until the black Land Rover disappeared from sight, Shen Qiao remained standing there, silently watching the blue sky and white clouds outside, the bustling traffic below. As night fell and countless households lit up, she stood like a statue, motionless. A sound came from outside the suite's door, followed by the beep of a card swipe unlocking it. Gao Dahai stood at the entrance, gazing at the figure by the window for a long while. Then, he stepped inside slowly, a meaningful smile spreading across his face. His daughter's boyfriend's ex-wife? What a wicked identity. I honestly never thought I'd see you again, especially not in a place like this, with an identity like this. Shen Qiao didn't respond, simply turning around silently and standing quietly by the window. Behind her, neon lights flickered. Inside, the dim yellow glow cast her graceful silhouette like the flame of a candlestick, swaying, elegant, alluring, ethereal. Truth be told, shedding that village woman's getup, you're even more stunning to me now. I believe even if this deal falls through today, this trip was worth it. Gao Dahai shrugged off his jacket, tossing it aside casually, and plopped down on the sofa in front of Shen Qiao. Business first, or personal matters? Shen Qiao remained still, her tone flat as she asked. That question kills the mood. Gao Dahai propped his feet up on the coffee table, tilting his head with a smirk. Fine, let me rephrase. Shen Qiao, with the same gentle motion, slipped off her coat, revealing a fitted white blouse underneath. She untied her hair, letting her long locks cascade down. Would you prefer I sit down first, or should I kneel now? With a flick of her hair, Shen Qiao maintained that same detached expression, her tone still calm, even carrying a hint of coldness. Gao Dahai instinctively swallowed, his heartbeat seeming to skip a beat. That long-forgotten thrill, so unfamiliar, left him momentarily flustered. This contradictory contrast, this clash of temperaments, it was deadly. But soon, his eyes cleared, a trace of wariness flickering in their depths. Dignified yet sensual, charming yet refined, her noble air was like that of a princess, yet her words and demeanor resembled those of a brazen temptress. This woman was dangerous. It was an instinct honed through a life of bloodshed and chaos. Looks like we should discuss business first, or I might end up in over my head. Gao Dahai pulled his feet off the table, sitting up straight, a hint of caution in his eyes. I have no objections. Shen Qiao finally let a faint smile grace her lips, soft, gentle, like a wildflower sprouting carelessly on a grassy field. Ordinary, harmless, yet somehow always drawing the eye. But that smile only deepened Gao Dahai's suspicions. Driving aimlessly, Zhang Fan received a call from Su Xian. That mustard greens rice you mentioned yesterday, do we still have any? Su Xian's voice sounded weak and listless. You're at the tea house? Don't tell me you haven't eaten yet. Zhang Fan glanced at the dashboard in surprise. It was almost 8. Didn't Xiao Wan say she messaged you? Sorry, I was with a client earlier and didn't check my phone. The words slipped out instinctively, but as soon as they did, he fell silent. Hey, Lit. Forget it, I know you're busy. Have you eaten? You're not still in a meeting, are you? Su Xian didn't doubt him for a second. I've eaten. Just finished with a client. Zhang Fan stared blankly ahead, his voice unwavering. Once a lie was spoken, it seemed more lies were needed to cover it up. All right then, I'll order takeout. Su Xian's tone carried a trace of disappointment. If you can hold on, I'll come back now. The ingredients are ready. I'll make you mustard greens rice. Perhaps out of guilt, Zhang Fan spoke up again. Great, I'll wait for you. Su Xian's voice brightened instantly. Hanging up, Zhang Fan sank back into thought. You really have impressed me. After a long discussion, Gao Dahai stared at Shen Qiao in shock, now sitting fully upright, as if facing a gang leader of equal standing. Shen Qiao's proposal was stable, efficient, meticulously planned, and offered a higher return than before. Crucially, it was relatively legal. He couldn't find a single reason to object. So, you agree? Shen Qiao maintained her calm throughout, as if she'd merely been describing the cup on the coffee table. I've got no reason not to, do I? But I'm curious. With your scheming, you could easily strike out on your own. Starting from scratch involves too much hassle. For someone like me, hitching a ride and making a little profit is plenty. Shen Qiao smiled casually. A woman like you shouldn't be short on money, right? If I weren't short on money, I wouldn't be here. Really just for money? Gao Dehai slowed his tone, a hint of seriousness crossing his face. His prior dealings with the finance company had gone smoothly, with no issues. If Shen Qiao only wanted money, she didn't need to meet him personally. Her company could have negotiated the same terms, and he wouldn't have refused. Plus, he'd have to pay extra fees. All right, besides money, I also want to cash in a favor. Shen Qiao adjusted her posture, uncrossing her legs and resting her hands on her thighs. A favor? Yes, a favor that ensures you'll pull me up when I need help. Gao Dehai didn't respond, still studying her intently, seemingly unsatisfied with her answer. You're not a capitalist. I could tell back at the Tea Mountain. You're a man of the streets. If what I'm offering is worth it, you'll repay that favor. Shen Qiao's gaze was steady, her tone brimming with quiet confidence. Gao Dehai fell silent again. He lit a cigarette, peering at her through the rising smoke. His earlier judgment was spot on. This woman was dangerous and formidable. What he couldn't figure out was how someone like her ended up tangled with a weakling like 2Z or Zhang Fan. Your plan just now? It's worth that price. I, Gao Dehai, will remember this favor. But I'm curious. If you want my help when you're in need, there are simpler ways. His gaze drifted to her shapely calves, enticing in their subtlety, paired with those black heels that had forced him to avert his eyes during their serious talk. Su Jie is your trusted man, yet you keep such a capable subordinate in the country as a full-time driver? You, or rather, your side, care a lot about this deal. Compared to that, what's a woman worth? I'm not that valuable. Besides, once I'm in your bed, my worth only depreciates. Shen Qiao seemed oblivious to his provocative stare, responding with the same calm tone. But for me, fully conquering or controlling you, wouldn't that benefit the deal more? Making me completely submissive comes at a steep price. Oh, name it. Business is all about negotiation. Gao Dehai's eyebrow twitched, a rush of heat coursing through him. Fully taming this woman would be a massive boon for him, but he knew his usual tactics wouldn't work on Shen Qiao. Force could backfire, planting a bomb by his side. If he could meet her terms, all the better. Murder. Shen Qiao's smile widened, bewitching, tender, radiant. In a flurry of activity, Zhang Fan finally made the mustard greens rice Su Xian had been looking forward to. Have some with me? Looking at the steaming dinner, Su Xian smiled happily. Okay. Zhang Fan was actually quite hungry, so he made enough for two. Su Xian's smile widened. They both ate with relish, especially Su Xian. Believing Zhang Fan had already eaten, she was touched seeing him taking large bites alongside her. The sparkle in her eyes grew brighter. By the way, are you free tomorrow night? Su Xian asked casually, chewing her food. What's up? Nothing much. A film I invested in is being released. Since I put money into it, I want to see how it turned out. Will you go with me? Su Xian lowered her head, avoiding Zhang Fan's gaze. See a film? The premiere. Zhang Fan was taken aback. The premiere was actually today, in Shanghai, but it was too much trouble to go, so I skipped it. I bought tickets for tomorrow night at Intai Cinema. Su Xian looked up, her eyes full of expectation. Tomorrow I have to go to Nanjing with Su Junkai. We have a potential franchisee to meet. Zhang Fan hesitated for a moment, then lowered his head regretfully. A franchisee? Yes, for the milk tea shop. We've had a few preliminary discussions, and tomorrow we're mainly going to sign a formal agreement and then review their location and staff training. Zhang Fan explained earnestly. Then forget it next time. Work is important. I didn't expect the milk tea shop to have franchisees so soon. A flicker of disappointment crossed Su Xian's face, but she quickly masked it. The online promotion has been effective. I believe soon. Zhang Fan hurriedly picked up on the topic, explaining the details to Su Xian. Su Xian merely responded with a smile, listening absent-mindedly. You've got some nerve making demands. Hearing the name, Shen Qiao uttered. Gao Dahai gave a wry smile. Shen Qiao's smile was radiant, beautiful, intoxicatingly so. But looking into those eyes, the seasoned Gao Dahai knew she wasn't joking. She really wanted that person killed, and he was certain that if he fulfilled this request, she would willingly kneel before him, fulfilling any of his desires. But kill that person? Honestly, Shen Qiao wasn't worth the price. See, I guessed right. What I want, you can't give. Shen Qiao took in the changes in Gao Dahai's expression, picked up her blazer from the sofa, and gracefully slipped it on, buttoning it up one by one. Then how can you be sure I won't touch you, won't force you, or that I won't have my way with you first, and then talk business? Look, the time, the place, the people. You should be very clear about how someone like me handles things. Gao Dahai watched Shen Qiao's movements, a flicker of reluctance in his heart, and this reluctance bred other desires. It seems your investigation of me wasn't thorough enough. Shen Qiao finished buttoning her blazer and stood up gracefully from the sofa. Oh, do you have some sort of background? Gao Dahai stared unabashedly at her tight pencil skirt. The rabbit you mentioned, he was diagnosed with AIDS. Shen Qiao gave a meaningful smile, then, holding her purse, swayed towards the suite door. Gao Dahai's stunned expression only gradually returned to normal after the door closed and Shen Qiao disappeared. Damn it! Gao Dahai slapped his thigh hard and quickly grabbed his phone from the table. Xiao Jie? Right, your cellmate Rabbit. Where's he now? Gao Dahai's tone was complex. Haven't been in touch for a long time. What's wrong? Out of touch. Didn't you say that given his situation, he couldn't be released so soon? Yeah. He was sentenced to 15 years, and his application for sentence reduction hasn't been approved. Based on the timeline, he shouldn't be out early. Find out immediately why he was released, especially regarding his health. Could it be he has some kind of terminal illness? Gao Dahai's face was grim, but his thinking was very clear. Hanging up, Gao Dahai dialed another number. Uncle Dahai. Su Xian, feeling dejected as she left the tea house, received Gao Dahai's call. Are you sure you and Zhang Fan aren't sleeping together yet? Gao Dahai's tone was unusually anxious. Uncle Dahai. Su Xian raised an eyebrow and glanced shyly at Zhang Fan following behind her. Do you know that his wife may be infected with AIDS? Gao Dahai's tone was graver than ever. Su Xian frowned, glanced at Zhang Fan again, gestured for him to wait, and walked briskly to the side. Uncle Dahai, are you still investigating him? Su Xian lowered her voice, displeasure evident in her tone. You don't sound surprised at all. Did you know about this? Gao Dahai's eyes narrowed. I know. I helped him find out, but the result was negative, no infection. When she had the miscarriage, I had someone secretly test her again. Both of them, both he and his wife, are negative. Phew. Gao Dahai let out a long breath. Uncle Dahai, I know you care about me, but please don't interfere in this matter, okay? I'm divorced. I've finally met someone I truly like. Please let me be willful just this once, okay? Su Xian's tone was stubborn, but her voice sounded pleading. Zhang Fan is not a good match. Gao Dahai pursed his lips. He couldn't tell Su Xian about Shen Qiao. It was too complicated. But that crazy woman's ex-husband. Who knows what else might come up in the future? Uncle Dahai, although I don't want to admit it, my father arranged my entire life, including my marriage. He didn't let me go, even in death. So, please, let me choose my own path for the rest of my life, okay? Gao Dahai was speechless, thinking of the older brother who had saved his life twice. If anything happens, you can come to me. Remember, anything, always remember to come to your Uncle Dahai. After a long silence, Gao Dahai said helplessly. Zhang Fan stood at a distance, watching Su Xian in her white trench coat, his thoughts also in turmoil. He didn't need to go to Nanjing tomorrow. He had already handed everything over to Su Junkai. But after Su Xian asked him to go to the movies, he instinctively refused. Did he like Su Xian? He did. Zhang Fan was certain of that. But precisely because he liked her, he lied to her, just as he had on the phone earlier. Before this, he had never lied to Su Xian. Actually, the same was true for Shen Qiao. And it wasn't just Su Xian that was causing his current confusion. Looking at that white figure in the evening breeze, Zhang Fan thought of Shen Qiao. Lies, was she the same? Is it really wrong to lie to someone who loves you? Su Xian hung up the phone and ran quickly towards him. Zhang Fan had clearly heard the two Uncle Dahai's and knew who Su Xian was talking to. Are we walking again today? Will you be tired? After the phone call, Su Xian's mood had clearly improved. I'll be fine, but are you okay in those high heels? Zhang Fan also smiled. Just wait a little longer. At least until I find that man. The one with AIDS. Hanging up the phone, Su Junkai stared at Zhang Fan beside him, dumbfounded. The call had come from someone in Wenzhou, inquiring about franchising, and their tone was eager. This wasn't the first call of the day, since last night, when Zhang Fan had posted the franchise model for the milk tea shop on the website. Su had already received 7 calls. No need to look at me. You're the manager. Handle them yourself according to the plan we set earlier, Zhang Fan said seriously, keeping his eyes on the road as he drove. At that moment, they were heading back from Nanjing. The trip to Nanjing had gone exceptionally smoothly. Almost as soon as they met, the agreement was signed. The other party had done their homework thoroughly, with site selection and staff training already well underway. So after dinner, they headed straight back to Hangzhou. Su Junkai fell silent, lowering his head to mull things over in his mind. If all 7 of the franchisees who contacted him succeeded, could this milk tea shop really be brought to life by Zhang Fan? The franchise fees from 8 partners added up. 1%. Could he really get that much? At this thought, Su Junkai's gaze toward Zhang Fan grew fervent. The car's Bluetooth phone rang. Zhang Fan glanced at the dashboard, a stranger's number. Without avoiding Su Junkai, he pressed the answer button. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Fan, the founder of Manjianghong Milk Tea? The voice on the other end sounded crisp and professional. Hello, this is Zhang Fan. I'm an investment consultant from Rongfeng Investments. Sorry to bother you. Do you have a moment to talk? We'd like to discuss investing in Manjianghong Milk Tea. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm driving on the highway right now. There's a service area in about half an hour. Can I call you back from there? Zhang Fan's expression tightened as he gripped the steering wheel a little harder, though his tone remained calm. Of course, apologies for the interruption. Please drive safely. The call ended. Su Junkai, in the passenger seat, looked at Zhang Fan in awe. An investment firm wanting to buy in? Rongfeng Investments wasn't some small player. Was this the star of fundraising? But Zhang Fan offered no explanation, continuing to focus on driving. The car soon pulled into the service area. Zhang Fan picked up his phone, and Su Junkai tactfully excused himself to use the restroom, quickly getting out of the Land Rover and walking away. Half an hour later, Zhang Fan stepped out, handed the keys to Su Junkai, and headed to the restroom himself, splashing water on his face at the sink. For the rest of the drive, Su Junkai took the wheel. Zhang Fan didn't mention the call, climbing into the car and closing his eyes as if to sleep. But the occasional tapping of his hand on his knee told Su Junkai he wasn't asleep. As they exited the highway, Zhang Fan suddenly opened his eyes. How many franchisees contacted you today? 7. You've got 3 days to sign them all. Same goes for any future franchisees. However many come, sign them all as long as they meet the conditions. Help them open as soon as possible. If you need to, hire 2 more people to handle follow-ups with the franchisees. Zhang Fan's gaze fixed ahead, his tone unusually firm. Got it. Su Junkai nodded seriously, sensing something weighty in Zhang Fan's demeanor. Have you looked at the promotion and branding plans I gave you? Yes. Once the franchise fees from these 7 come in, put it all into the plan. All of it. Yes. The plan has tiers. Different funding levels match different promotion scales. When the fees arrive, execute according to the corresponding tier. Keep doing that with every new batch of fees unless I tell you to stop. Zhang Fan took a deep breath, his tone leaving no room for debate. Got it. Su Junkai nodded again, earnestly. It felt insane, even counterintuitive to business logic. Before, he might have had doubts, but after this, he was fully convinced. It seemed he'd hitched himself to the right person. The Land Rover dropped Zhang Fan off at his bachelor apartment, and Su Junkai drove it back to the tea house. After getting out, Zhang Fan stood downstairs, lit a cigarette, and gazed thoughtfully at the slightly run-down apartment building. His eyes drifted past it to the towering office buildings beyond. Thinking of the call at the service area, a faint, unfamiliar smile curved his lips. It was finally beginning. With steady steps, he walked into the apartment, humming a tune. But when he opened the door, he froze. There was someone in his room, more precisely, on his bed. "You didn't go to the movies? Weren't you in Nanjing?" They spoke at the same time. Zhang Fan's face was full of surprise. Su Xian's was flushed with the embarrassment of being caught. "Things went smoothly, so I came back early," Zhang Fan said, noticing her discomfort. He turned to close the door, but hesitated. "I didn't go to the movies. I ate, wandered around nearby, and got tired, so I thought you wouldn't be back tonight," Su Xian stammered. A woman sneaking onto someone else's bed, even if she was the landlord and he the tenant. Wasn't that odd? Where was her restraint? Her shame? Her morals? "Since you're back, I'll leave now." Su Xian scrambled off the bed in a panic. "I'll step outside first," Zhang Fan said, caught off guard. Only now did he notice she was in pajamas, and not particularly modest ones at that. After some rustling, the door opened. Su Xian stood there, face red, clutching a canvas bag, the one she'd bought for 580 yuan. "I'm going," she said, head down, slipping past him. "Su Xian," Zhang Fan called instinctively. She stopped but didn't turn around. "I'll walk you home." "It's late," he said, originally meaning to suggest she stay a bit longer, but realizing the one-room apartment had nothing but a bed. Su Xian murmured softly, head still lowered, walking ahead. She hadn't driven, and the Land Rover was with Su Junkai. Zhang Fan's scooter was still at the tea house. So they walked. Oddly, neither suggested a taxi. The Nanjing franchisee is set. Their shop should open within a week at most, Zhang Fan said, breaking the silence as they strolled down a quiet street, sounding like he was reporting to a boss. Su Xian kept her head down. 7 more franchisees reached out today. Junkai's handling them. They'll likely sign soon. Good. At this rate, I estimate we could hit 100 franchise stores in 2 months. You're really impressive. An investment firm contacted me today, wanting to buy in. That's great. Su Xian's responses sounded half-hearted. So, I'm planning to sell some shares to them. What? You're selling shares in the tea house? Su Xian, who'd been lost in thought, snapped her head up, looking at Zhang Fan in a panic. The tea house was the only tie between them now. It's not a tea house, it's a milk tea shop, or to be precise, Manjianghong. Didn't the milk tea shop already become independent? Zhang Fan hurriedly explained. Why are you selling shares? Su Xian regained her composure, but still felt very uncomfortable. To be precise, it's not selling, it's financing. The other party is investing 5 million for a 5% stake in the Manjianghong brand. Zhang Fan steadied himself, stopped, and looked at Su Xian seriously. 5 million? 5%. Su Xian was completely stunned. Was the milk tea shop worth so much? Wasn't it always losing money? That means the milk tea shop is worth 100 million. It's a brand valuation. The specific calculation is a bit complicated to explain if you haven't dealt with it before. Basically, the investor thinks it's worth the money. Zhang Fan understood Su Xian's shock. Actually, another investment company contacted me before, but their offer was too low, so I refused. Now, I'm confident they'll offer the same price. So, you're going to sell your shares? Not all of them. According to our initial share distribution, I own 30%. So, there are 2 options. Either we each reduce our holdings by 5%, or, based on a shareholding ratio, you give up 7% and I give up 3%. Selling will be better for the milk tea shop's development, right? Not the milk tea shop, the Manjianghong brand. Yes. Zhang Fan corrected Su Xian's focus once again, then confirmed seriously. The second option. Su Xian answered without hesitation. Okay, I'll contact you after it's finalized. Su Xian didn't speak, but quietly watched Zhang Fan. While they were talking business, just now, a strange air grew around him, which actually made her a little apprehensive. She suddenly mustered her courage, took a small step forward, and stared directly at Zhang Fan. They were originally talking face to face. With this step, she was almost pressed against him. Zhang Fan's heartbeat suddenly quickened. He also looked at Su Xian, gazing into those clear, cold, slender eyes, the eyes of the woman who had secretly slept in his bed before. He suddenly understood that some things couldn't be delayed any longer. Su Xian, I like you. Zhang Fan suddenly spoke, his tone extremely serious. Su Xian's eyes trembled, her eyes instantly reddening, a rush of warmth surging into those beautiful eyes. I like you. I've never dared to deny it. Seeing Su Xian's moved expression, Zhang Fan repeated himself. I understand your feelings, and I think you know why I've been playing dumb. I just feel like you don't deserve this. Su Xian didn't speak, shaking her head vigorously, as if about to throw herself into Zhang Fan's arms. She had waited far too long for this day, even considering giving up several times, especially after Uncle Dahai's overt and covert hints that she should leave Zhang Fan. But then, Zhang Fan suddenly grabbed Su Xian's shoulders, holding her in place. Since you know why I've been playing dumb, you should know that I really loved her, or rather, I used to love her. I love her so much that I almost gave up a man's dignity. Zhang Fan lowered his head slightly, his tone melancholic. When Zhang Fan said loved her, Su Xian's eyes trembled again. She felt the strength in his grip on her shoulders, restraining force. But when she heard the word used to, she suddenly felt that those hands were very warm, very reliable. Her face was a mixture of complex emotions, rapidly changing with Zhang Fan's words. She wanted to tell Zhang Fan that it wasn't her who made him give up his dignity, but his faith in love. She could make him believe in love again, just as he had made her believe in it. I can't get over it in a short time. I can't forget her. At least not now. There's still someone in my heart, someone I used to love very, very much. Zhang Fan spoke earnestly. I don't care. Su Xian blurted out almost involuntarily. But I do. I can't be with you all thinking about her, missing her. It's not fair to you. Zhang Fan's expression was solemn, his hands on Su Xian's shoulders, gently pushing her away. Feeling the distance between them increasing, Su Xian's tears finally overflowed. But you're already divorced, it's over. You loved her, that's fine, but think about what that marriage brought you, what you went through. Why can't you accept me? Accept a new beginning? Su Xian asked tearfully. She really didn't want to interfere with or comment on Zhang Fan's marriage, but she couldn't help it. At least not now, I can't. Zhang Fan's heart was in turmoil. He didn't need to tell Su Xian any of this. But when he realized he was weaving lies to deceive Su Xian because of Shen Qiao, Zhang Fan became afraid. Only when you've been caught in the rain do you think to hold an umbrella for others. You still can't let her go. Disappointment and bewilderment filled Su Xian's eyes. Yes, I can't let go. Zhang Fan answered almost without hesitation, looking directly into Su Xian's eyes. This sincere and unconcealed gaze pierced Su Xian like a sharp blade, running through her heart. She couldn't understand what was so good about Shen Qiao, or rather, what she had done to Zhang Fan to make him reach this point and say such things. But what I can't let go of isn't love, it's hate. Zhang Fan's voice was heavy, a trace of undetectable bitterness flashing in his eyes. Then, in a grave tone, he said, a man filled with hate doesn't deserve to love you. Su Xian's eyes widened, as if something deep within her soul had been stirred. Filled with hate, so he didn't deserve to love her. He was still so stubborn, so persistent. He hadn't changed. He was still the man who held onto fantasies and steadfastness in love. Suddenly, Su Xian smiled. The tear stains on her face were still there, but a radiant smile bloomed through them. Like a lotus emerging from the water, its blossoms vibrant, the pistils shimmering with crystal droplets, the droplets echoing the petals, shining like stars, as dazzling as diamonds. She took 2 steps back, leaving Zhang Fan's grasp, and looked at him earnestly. Okay, I'll wait for you. Wait for the day you completely forget the past, completely forget her, and then come to love me, clean and pure. Su Xian suddenly said loudly, of course, I also understand your little straight man thoughts. Being with me puts pressure on you. You're afraid of being a kept man, so hurry up and make yourself strong, strong enough to stand by my side with dignity and hold my hand openly. Su Xian stretched out her hand slightly. The girlish demeanor from before gradually disappeared, and the sister Xian that Zhang Fan had first met seemed to have returned. Zhang Fan smiled too. Su Xian was always like this, able to keenly perceive his every thought. In the silent night, on the bustling street, Two people who should have been walking hand in hand made strange vows and odd agreements. The entanglement of fate became clearer this night, yet also seemed more chaotic. No one could tell whether this increasingly complex entanglement was a good thing or a bad thing, whether it was the beginning of a beautiful love story or the start of another painful ordeal. The financing agreement was quickly finalized. Just as Zhang Fan had predicted, the company that had initially offered a low price, upon learning of other interested parties, decisively chose to match the offer. Man Jianghong's equity structure changed, with the two companies each acquiring a 5% stake for $11 million. But what surprised Zhang Fan was the rapid growth of franchises. Before signing the financing agreement, they had held 3 negotiations. During the first, Man Jianghong had 1 franchise, with 7 more in discussion. By the second negotiation, 9 franchise agreements had been signed, and 5 more were under discussion. By the third, 12 agreements were signed, with 11 more under discussion, and 3 franchises were already operating. This rapid growth momentum was the reason why the two investors decisively signed during the third negotiation. However, Zhang Fan's subsequent actions still baffled Su Junkai. Instead of recouping the investment funds and franchise fees, Zhang Fan continued to execute the original plan, further expanding the promotional efforts. Suddenly, a new domestic milk tea brand swept across the country, with every franchise becoming a popular check-in spot. Franchisees nationwide flocked to join. Su Junkai hired 3 more people specifically to handle franchisee follow-up, while he focused on executing Zhang Fan's promotional strategy. During this time, Su Xian visited more frequently. After Zhang Fan's indirect confession that night, Su Xian had done a lot of thinking. She realized she had been hasty. Of course, at that moment, her response had been the best possible. She couldn't have forced Zhang Fan to make a choice then. But back in her new apartment by the West Lake, looking at the tea house from her floor-to-ceiling window, she suddenly realized she couldn't passively wait. Hadn't she wanted to help him move on from the past? Now was different. They were divorced. Su Xian had always been passive in relationships, a consequence of her life experiences and family background. But this time, she realized she needed to strive for what she wanted. Otherwise, the person she had encountered in the vast sea of people would eventually be returned to the sea. So, Su Xian spent more time at the tea house, or rather, more time around Zhang Fan. She would arrive punctually every morning when the tea house opened, bringing breakfast. She would go grocery shopping in the afternoon, claiming a craving for a particular dish. She would online shop together with Xiao Wan, incidentally buying Zhang Fan piles of clothes, pants, shoes, belts, and bow ties. Of course, besides this, Su Xian mostly stayed quietly by his side, never making overly intimate gestures, saying anything inappropriate, or asking intrusive questions. Zhang Fan saw all of this. Besides helplessness and gratitude, the thorn in his heart grew sharper. He would inadvertently pass by that office building, just a glance from afar. The milk tea business was booming, and the tea house was progressing as expected, but Zhang Fan seemed busier, occupied with things Su Xian couldn't understand. He began frequently contacting tea producers across the country, especially tea masters from organic tea farms. Initially, Su Xian thought Zhang Fan was expanding Man Jianghong's product line, developing new milk tea flavors. But after observing for a few days, she realized that wasn't the case. Zhang Fan wasn't discussing anything related to milk tea. Instead, he seemed to be earnestly studying tea culture. Later, after seeing the Tea Culture Expo planning proposal on Zhang Fan's computer, she became even more puzzled. The door to Shen Qiao's CFO office was flung open and slammed shut. Shen Qiao looked up, meaningfully gazing at He Jiang standing before her desk. "What the hell do you want?" He Jiang held a stack of documents, his face filled with rage. "To make money for the company?" Shen Qiao raised an eyebrow, recognizing the files in He Jiang's hand. "The flow of these 3 investments has exceeded the company's business scope. Hold on. You're new to the company and unfamiliar with our business. I suggest you review the company's registration documents. Strictly speaking, this is the company's normal business scope." Shen Qiao leaned back, deftly twirling her pen. "Clients give us money, we handle the process, then they take the money and leave. A clean break." That's our core business. So after all these years, you're still small time. A flicker of disdain crossed Shen Qiao's face. Transferring process funds to other projects will cause trouble. Zhang's eyes practically spit fire. His resentment wasn't entirely directed at Shen Qiao, but also at his uncle. Such operations wouldn't be possible without his uncle's approval. He had thought the previous two investments were anomalies, but today's report revealed that Shen Qiao had withheld all subsequent funds, continuing the previous operations and expanding into more industries. Given your nepotistic position, let me explain again. Why do clients give us money and pay high fees? What do they do after receiving the process funds? Buy cars, houses, mistresses? No, they use that money to make more money. So why shouldn't we continue providing services? We're a financial company. Providing clients with reasonable, legal investment channels is perfectly normal. Shen Qiao smiled, emphasizing the word legal. Then tell me what the hell this is. Jiang furiously pulled a document from the stack and slammed it onto Shen Qiao's desk. Shen Qiao looked down. It was an investment proposal for Man Jianghong. I'm only responsible for negotiating partnerships and connecting with the operators. The investment department handles risk assessment, and this project had the highest current return on investment based on their assessment. Shen Qiao replied impassively. If I remember correctly, this company belongs to your husband? Ex-husband. Shen Qiao flipped her pen and gently bit the tip, looking playful and innocent. You're playing with fire. Strange. We've been doing illegal business, and now that it's legal, you say I'm playing with fire? Expand your horizons. Times have changed. Personally, I suggest that if you can't handle it, go back and learn more from your uncle. Jiang paused, his contorted expression slowly smoothing, but a hint of madness flickered in his eyes. He pulled off his tie and slowly approached Shen Qiao. Shen Qiao remained seated, watching Jiang's approach with amusement. A knock sounded, but Jiang ignored it, continuing to circle her desk. Another knock. Come in. Shen Qiao tilted her head, silently watching Jiang, the madness and desire in his eyes. The doorknob turned, but only a clicking sound came from the lock. Jiang had locked the door. They were close, so close that Jiang could reach out and touch Shen Qiao's face, so close he could smell her faint fragrance. But seeing her indifferent, unafraid gaze, the desire in his eyes retreated. Want to continue? You can gamble that the person outside won't break in. I won't resist, although I don't know if resistance would excite you more. Shen Qiao smiled playfully, her gaze turning icy. Jiang stared at her for a long moment, then turned to the door. It opened, revealing Su Jie's impassive, grim face. He made no move, but his gaze alone made Jiang shudder, a chilling sensation like being watched by a venomous snake. Speaking of playing with fire, you'd better keep an eye on your little lover. She seems restless lately. Shen Qiao murmured as Jiang left. After Jiang left, Su Jie, standing at the doorway, gave Shen Qiao a deep look before slowly closing the door. Since Gao Dehai's departure, his position had shifted from driver to personal assistant, specifically Shen Qiao's personal assistant. Another man, nicknamed Bang, had replaced him as the driver. Shen Qiao silently picked up the investment proposal from the table, her fingers gently stroking the prominent title, Man Jianghong, while her gaze drifted towards the window. After a long while, she retracted her gaze and opened a file on her computer. It was a due diligence report conducted by the company's investment department, and the subject of the investigation was Man Jianghong. This report, however, was far more detailed than the proposal given to clients. From the establishment of the milk tea shop, every step of its development was meticulously documented. This included the upward trend of its online popularity, the specific number of franchisees and their signing dates, the amount of Series A financing and the profiles of comparable companies, and even an appendix containing the Man Jianghong franchise agreement and its detailed clauses. Series B financing should be coming soon, but how many rounds will you hold out for? Shen Qiao murmured to herself, staring at the computer. In fact, even before seeing the investigation report, based solely on the sudden surge in online popularity, she had guessed what he was planning to do. It seemed he had truly changed a lot, but she wondered if this change was because of her or because of that other woman. Driven by an unknown motive, she had instructed the investment department to conduct the due diligence report and, based on the data, prepare the investment proposal. She had studied this proposal for a long time, repeatedly deliberating in her mind. She was certain that, no matter what happened next, it wouldn't implicate him. Yet, she still couldn't understand why she had done it. Was it simply because it aligned with her own plans? Shaking her head, she closed the file and opened another encrypted document. It contained information on a real estate developer, equally detailed. You're saying they rejected our cooperation proposal? In a spacious office, a white-haired elderly man sat at his desk, a hint of surprise on his face. Yes, the short-haired woman replied, placing a freshly brewed cup of coffee before him and standing respectfully to the side. That doesn't make sense. Why would they refuse money? Or have these fellows gotten so used to illegal dealings that they won't touch legitimate business? I don't think so. Judging by the few projects they've handled recently, they do participate in normal investments, and the amounts are quite substantial, though they haven't been the sole investors. Furthermore, according to our investigation, this company is much larger than we initially estimated. Oh, interesting. That Wang. Wang, what's his name? Wang Zichuan. Right. Show me his file. The elderly man took a small sip of his coffee. The temperature was perfect, just not sweet enough. At his age, sweets had become a luxury. This man is quite ordinary, most likely a figurehead. The actual person in control of the company should be overseas. However, according to the investigation, Shen Qiao holds significant power within the company. The short-haired woman pulled a file from the folder beside her. Huh, that explains it. The white-haired old man casually flipped through Wang Zichuan's file and tossed it aside. Since they think our bait is too small, let's give them a bigger one. These people would sell their souls for money. There's no reason they wouldn't bite. The short-haired woman lowered her head, quietly organizing the documents. Plot B07311 is about to go up for auction, isn't it? The old man looked up, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. Yes, it's scheduled for the 13th of next month. All right, have someone draft a cooperation proposal and send it to them. We could be a bit more generous with the profit sharing. Yes, the short-haired woman replied respectfully after a moment's hesitation. Zhang Fan stared intently at his computer, lost in thought. He had been in this position for a very long time, so long that Su Xin had come and gone without him noticing. Just this morning, he had received calls from 2 more investment companies, bringing the total to 7. Further financing was part of his plan. From the very beginning, he hadn't intended to make money by selling milk tea. What was unexpected was the number of interested companies and the offers exceeding his expectations. This wasn't normal. He reviewed the information of each company one by one, and sure enough, he noticed something amiss. 3 of them had no prior history of investing in similar ventures, and their funding largely originated from overseas. The ringing of his phone interrupted his thoughts. He glanced at the caller ID and answered. Boss, the Shanghai franchise is secured. We expect to open within 2 weeks. Su Juankai's excited voice came through the phone. Good work, Zhang Fan offered a light compliment. The traditional music performances in front of the milk tea shops, along with the no-queue, free milk tea promotion, have been incredibly effective. Now, almost every store has performers, even though many are just internet celebrities chasing clout. But it's been amazing for brand promotion. Boss, you're a genius. As long as it's working. By the way, we can slow down the promotion a bit, but don't stop it abruptly. Continue according to the previous tier system, gradually reducing the promotional expenses. Are we pulling back? Su Junkai was taken aback. Having worked with Zhang Fan for so long, if he still didn't understand his intentions, he would have been a complete failure as a manager. Not so fast, but reserve some funds. I have other uses for them. Have you looked at the proposal I gave you? The Tea Culture Expo? Yes. Boss, this project. Boss, this is completely thankless. Although the relevant departments will provide some support, the startup capital is enormous, with virtually no direct return. Those tea factories may not be willing to participate. We don't need them to contribute financially. We'll cover all the expenses ourselves. Zhang Fan rubbed his temples, closed his laptop, and lit a cigarette. Ourselves. Su Junkai paused. He had reviewed the proposal. This wasn't something that could be done with a few million. If they were to achieve the results outlined in Zhang Fan's proposal, they might even empty the company's coffers. That's not something you need to worry about. Now that you have some free time from the promotion, quickly contact the relevant departments and start pushing the project forward. After hanging up on Su Junkai, Zhang Fan walked out of the tea house and stretched vigorously under the sun. Then he caught sight of that vibrant figure, skipping towards him with a shopping bag from the supermarket. Perhaps it was because he had been sitting for too long, or perhaps the sunlight was too bright. But in the moment he turned his head, he felt a flicker of disorientation. Only one person was running towards him, yet he saw two figures, both youthful and vibrant, both captivating. One with a smile like the morning sun, the other with the gentle warmth of a sunset. Guess what I bought? Su Xian's smile was sweet, so sweet it made Zhang Fan's heart tremble. Such a big bag, how can I guess? Zhang Fan banished the image that shouldn't have appeared in his mind and responded with a smile. Kelp and pork ribs. Su Xian swung the shopping bag, as if presenting a trophy. Zhang Fan's eyebrows raised. It was his favorite dish. I noticed last week when we were eating that you had an extra bowl of rice and 2 extra bowls of soup. For a moment, Zhang Fan's smile faltered, just as it had when he saw Su Xian from afar. She had noticed such details? What was Su Xian's favorite food? Zhang Fan asked himself, but he didn't get an answer. It seemed he had never paid attention, or perhaps he had deliberately avoided it. Isn't this your favorite dish? Su Xian noticed the surprise on Zhang Fan's face, and her smile widened. Zhang Fan nodded vigorously, taking the shopping bag from Su Xian. But as he turned away, a trace of bitterness flashed in his eyes. Kelp and pork rib soup wasn't his favorite dish. It was Shen Qiao's specialty, and so it had naturally become his favorite. The dinner was lavish, and Zhang Fan's culinary skills had improved tremendously. While cooking, he even drew constant praise from Xiaowan. Of course, Xiaowan only exaggeratedly shouted a few compliments as she passed by the back room, without the cleverness to step in and help the boss. Meanwhile, Su Xian, who had originally rolled up her sleeves to assist, was once again ordered by Zhang Fan to merely observe and not lift a finger. His reason was solid. A rich woman should have the awareness of a rich woman. This remark actually annoyed Su Xian, making her feel it was a jab at wealthy people. But another offhand comment from Zhang Fan pleased her greatly. Touch these less, or the skin on your hands will suffer. What Su Xian didn't know was that when Zhang Fan said this, his mind drifted to another pair of hands. A lot of food was prepared, but oddly, not a single waiter stayed behind to mooch a meal today. Not even Xiaowan. One had a date with a boyfriend, another was celebrating their mom's birthday. Everyone had an unavoidable excuse. The two of them sat quietly in the back room, enjoying their dinner. Su Xian once again revealed her softer, girlish side, even boldly asking Zhang Fan to peel a 9-section shrimp for her today. For some reason, Zhang Fan didn't show the slightest hint of displeasure at Su Xian's excessive requests, complying almost entirely. Just as Su Xian was inwardly debating whether to do something more to solidify their bond, Zhang Fan's phone, resting on the table, rang. It was an unfamiliar number, ending in 9788. Su Xian glanced at it instinctively, but didn't think much of it. Zhang Fan, however, froze for 2 seconds upon seeing the call, then flashed an apologetic smile and took the phone outside. As Zhang Fan left, the smile on Su Xian's face slowly faded. She pulled out her own phone and typed in a string of numbers, exactly the ones displayed on Zhang Fan's screen moments ago. But after entering the number, she didn't do anything. She simply canceled it. Because once the full number was inputted, it no longer showed as digits, but as a name. Chenyi Agency. Putting her phone away, Su Xian stared absently in the direction Zhang Fan had gone, her eyes flickering, lost in thought. Zhang Fan returned quickly. The call didn't last more than 3 minutes. Work stuff? Su Xian asked, head lowered, sipping the pork rib soup in her bowl, though she didn't actually like the taste of kelp. Sort of. Zhang Fan hesitated before replying, his tone somewhat perfunctory. Su Xian, still looking down, didn't catch the flicker of conflict in his eyes, but picked up on the evasiveness in his voice. Any plans for tonight? She asked, lifting her head, the trace of complicated emotions already tucked away. That proposal still needs some revisions. The tea culture one? Yeah, I've been meaning to ask. Why did you suddenly want to dive into this? Su Xin set down her chopsticks, looking at Zhang Fan curiously. In a way, she had every right to ask. After all, she was the legitimate majority shareholder in all of Zhang Fan's current ventures. No rush on that. Actually, there's something else I'd like to discuss with you. Seeing Su Xin put down her chopsticks, Zhang Fan wiped his hands, preparing to head to the front with her. Let's just talk here. It's our own tea house, after all, same difference anywhere. I've had too much soup and can't drink tea now anyway. Su Xin waved a hand, pushing the bowl and chopsticks aside. Compared to the booths or private rooms out front, she preferred the back room. Though she rarely set foot here before, ever since Zhang Fan started cooking here, it had begun to feel like home. All right, Zhang Fan sat back down, looking at Su Xin as he organized his thoughts. Su Xin didn't press him, watching him quietly, though her mind was still on that earlier call. Chen Yi Agency, the investigation firm that helped dig up info on the CDC. Why was Zhang Fan contacting them again? What was he looking into? Still investigating Shen Qiao? Could he really not let her go? Or was it something else? The company? A competitor? But Chen Yi didn't take commercial cases. Lost in her spiraling thoughts, Su Xin heard Zhang Fan speak, and his words instantly snapped her back to attention. I want to sell Manjianghong. After much deliberation, Zhang Fan cut straight to the point. Raising funds again? Su Xin was taken aback. Had he already burned through the money from last time? They'd raised over 10 million before, and per Zhang Fan's instructions, they hadn't touched it, keeping it all in the company account for operational costs. Plus, hadn't they collected a bunch of franchise fees? Su Xin realized she, as the majority shareholder, really knew too little about the company. Something like that. You could call it Series B funding. Zhang Fan nodded. How much are you planning to sell this time? Su Xin felt a twinge of reluctance. She wasn't short on money, and watching Manjianghong grow day by day gave her a sense of pride, like watching her man conquer the world. All of it. Zhang Fan steadied himself, speaking earnestly. All of it. Su Xin was genuinely shocked. Yeah, over the past few days, several investors have approached me, wanting to buy in. Their requested shares and offers are pretty substantial. Su Xin said nothing, her mind racing to figure out Zhang Fan's intentions. I've done the math carefully. Based on their offers compared to the last round of funding, the valuation's gone up by over 50%. If we sell all our shares, we could walk away with about 150 million. Zhang Fan dropped a staggering figure. But this is your life's work, Su Xin said, puzzled. 150 million was indeed a shocking amount, even to her. In such a short time, Zhang Fan had built a milk tea brand worth 150 million from nothing. But compared to that sum, she'd rather see his brilliance and success. But it's not what I need, Zhang Fan replied coolly. What do you need? Money. Zhang Fan's expression was dead serious. Su Xin opened her mouth, wanting to say, if you need money, I can give it to you. But meeting his gaze, she fell silent. Suddenly, she thought of the money Qin Huaipei took during the divorce. Over 100 million, wasn't it? After Uncle Dahai returned it to her, she'd left it sitting in that card. 150 million, split 70 to 30, that's 105 million. Was this your goal all along? Her mind started piecing things together. When had Zhang Fan started planning the milk tea business? Was it after she told him, you don't owe me anymore? Panic crept into Su Xion's heart, her lips trembling, unable to form words. I don't meddle in operations. That was agreed from the start, she said flatly, her eyes wandering across the table. She regretted it now. They should have gone to a booth or private room. At least then she could have hidden her expression behind a sip of tea. All right, I'll set up a meeting with them tomorrow. It should come together quickly. Our brand promotion's been stellar lately. Zhang Fan seemed oblivious to the shift in Su Xion's demeanor, nodding earnestly. What they talked about after that, Su Xion couldn't recall. She only remembered standing silently to the side, watching Zhang Fan expertly tidy up the back room, washing dishes, mopping the floor, wiping the table. Then she made an excuse about meeting someone that night, and slipped away quietly. She didn't let Zhang Fan see her off. Instead, she called her driver, taking the Porsche she hadn't driven in ages. When the driver arrived, She didn't let him drive either, dismissing him and taking the wheel herself. The Porsche sped onto the elevated highway, looping back and forth twice before Su Xian drove it back to that second-hand apartment. She didn't get out, though, just sat in the car and pulled out her phone. Chunyi. When the call connected, Su Xian's voice sounded unusually cold. Sister Xian? Chunyi on the other end of the phone sounded equally surprised. What did Zhang Fan entrust you with? Su Xian didn't beat around the bush and directly voiced her doubts. Sister Xian. Chunyi's voice immediately grew hesitant. Su Xian didn't press further, instead waiting quietly. Sister Xian, you know our industry rules. The clients. Who bailed you out the last time you broke those rules? Su Xian cut him off without waiting for him to finish. Sister Xian. Chunyi's tone carried a hint of pleading. Or would you prefer I hire another company to look into this? Su Xian's voice grew colder. He just asked us to investigate someone. Faced with Su Xian's relentless pressure, Chunyi quickly caved. Indeed, if Su Xian was determined to find out, he couldn't keep it from her. Hearing him relent, Su Xian fell silent again, waiting for him to continue. But the gnawing unease in her chest intensified. Her mind instantly flooded with images of that woman. It's his ex-wife's lover. Chunyi, left with no choice, told the truth. In his brief internal struggle, he'd convinced himself, your boyfriend wants us to check on his ex-wife's lover, and your interests align. Technically, you're both clients. The one with AIDS? Su Xian raised an eyebrow, caught off guard by the revelation. Yeah, Tu Yunlan. He wants us to find him. Have you? Su Xian felt a sudden relief when the name wasn't the one she'd expected, though it was still someone connected to her. No, it's like he's vanished in a thin air. Chunyi sighed helplessly. When did he commission you? Su Xian steadied her emotions and pressed on. About 2 months ago, I think. Chunyi pondered for a moment. 2 months? Su Xian silently calculated the timeline in her head. So, right after his divorce, he'd hired Chunyi? Send me anything you find. I'll pay you the same rate. Just treat it as taking on the same job. Su Xian didn't hesitate any longer and hung up. So this is the hatred you spoke of? She sat in the car for a long while before pulling out her phone again and dialing another number. Uncle Dahai, little Xian, I need a favor. Su Xian took a deep breath. What's wrong, little Xian? Gao Dahai's voice instantly tensed. Help me find someone. Ooh, Tu Yunlan. After hanging up, Gao Dahai's face darkened, his fierce gaze glinting with a chilling light. The two scantily clad girls nearby trembled, keeping their distance, too afraid to approach. Glancing up at them, Gao Dahai waved them off irritably. The girls, as if granted amnesty, hurriedly grabbed their clothes from the floor and scurried away. Tu Yunlan, Rabbit. Gao Dahai's eyes narrowed further, his mind flashing to that dangerous smile, so alluring and affectionate, yet it always sent a shiver down his spine. She was a madwoman, utterly unhinged. And now little Xian wanted to find her lover? He'd asked Su Xian why, but she hadn't said. Even without an answer, Gao Dahai could guess. It had to be for Zhang Fan. Damn it, he knew it would come to this. Too bad little Xian wouldn't listen to reason. With a long sigh, like countless fathers fretting over their children, the ruthless, blood-stained Gao Dahai smacked his lips and reluctantly pulled out his phone. Xiao Jie? Any word on that prison buddy of yours? His voice regained its cold authority. Rabbit. Su Jie's tone was full of surprise. Just moments ago, Shen Qiao had solemnly asked him to look into Rabbit's whereabouts. How is it that now the boss was asking too? Yeah, Rabbit. No, nothing for a while. You need him for something, boss. Su Jie probed cautiously, wondering if Shen Qiao had gone to him after asking the boss for help. Find him. Alive, I want to see him. Dead, I want his body. And don't let Shen Qiao know I'm looking. Gao Dahai dropped the order coldly and hung up. Su Jie stood there, phone in hand, stunned for a long while. What was Boss Gao up to? Meanwhile, as Su Jie spoke with Gao Dahai, Wang Ziqian was meeting an important guest with He Jiang, the project manager from Weisheng Real Estate. The two sides held a friendly and sincere discussion, reaching a preliminary cooperation agreement. Leaving the meeting room, He Jiang brimmed with confidence. After being suppressed by that wretch Shen Qiao for over 2 months, he finally felt his chance to turn the tables had come, a chance to flip her over and crush her beneath him. Ironically, he owed it to that wretch's nudge. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought to venture into legitimate business. They were a finance company with substantial backing, even if most of that money couldn't see the light of day and required careful, gradual laundering. But once laundered, that money was real, tangible capital. If he could get it moving, he'd no longer be a rat skulking in the shadows. The frustration of having money he couldn't spend was as bad as having a woman he couldn't touch. He'd reported it to his uncle right away. Though his uncle's words carried some hesitation, Jiang could tell he was tempted. Weisheng Real Estate might not be a titan in the industry, but it was a listed company with significant scale. What made the most money these days? Just look at housing prices. He'd never had the inclination or the connections before, but now they'd come to him. More importantly, during the talks, the project manager had subtly, and not so subtly, asked about Shen Qiao, clearly having crossed paths with her somewhere. The near-explicit hints weren't lost on Jiang. Struggling for an opening, he'd just been handed an ally. Trailing behind, Wang Ziqian didn't share Jiang's triumph. Beneath his calm exterior, a faint unease stirred. The reason mirrored Jiang's. He'd caught the hints too. But unlike Jiang, he'd felt Shen Qiao's sharpness firsthand. Look at Su Jie, rising from driver to assistant. This could easily be that Gao Gai's woman. How dare you, Jiang? With their own thoughts in tow, the two parted ways. The next morning, at Jiang's request, Wang Ziqian brought Shen Qiao in. The goal, naturally, was the Weisheng Real Estate project. This was also his uncle's idea. He now trusted Shen Qiao's capabilities implicitly. For one, her current sway in the company was undeniable, and Jiang couldn't sidestep her. For another, Jiang wanted to gauge her reaction as a stepping stone for his next move. What Wang Ziqian hadn't expected was that Shen Qiao didn't come alone. She brought someone completely out of left field. Xiaoli, Dad. Watching the tender father-daughter reunion unfold in the office, Shen Qiao flashed a gentle, ant-like smile, serene, refined, with a touch of warmth and a hint of envy shimmering in her poised demeanor. Don't worry, Dad. I'll follow Sister Qiao Qiao first, and I'll familiarize myself with the company's business as soon as possible. You're really something, refusing to let me come back. If I hadn't contacted Sister Qiao Qiao, I wouldn't have known our family's company had become this big. Wang Li's smile was sweet and sunny, with the unique vigor and sense of superiority of a student who had studied abroad. Wang Ziqian's face was unsightly. After understanding the whole story, he stared blankly, not knowing how to speak. Don't worry, Mr. Wang. I will definitely assist CEO Wang to the best of my ability. I've seen CEO Wang's resume. Her academic background perfectly aligns with the company's current development. I believe that under CEO Wang's leadership, the company can reach new heights. Shen Qiao politely echoed from the side. Oh, Sister Qiao Qiao, I told you not to call me CEO Wang. It sounds like a little dog. Just call me Xiaoli. Wang Li playfully patted Shen Qiao, but the pride between her brows was unconcealed. Well, since you've just returned, go around the company and take a look. Don't worry about work yet. We'll discuss it later. I have something to discuss with Director Shen. Wang Ziqian forced a smile, coaxing his daughter away. Then I won't disturb your work. I'll go around by myself. Wang Li, not understanding the situation, had the enthusiasm and anticipation typical of young people about inspecting their territory or making private visits. You know where my office is, right? When you're tired, wait for me there. I'll ask HR to arrange a separate office for you. Shen Qiao skillfully took Wang Li's hand. Wang Li made an okay gesture and left with her head held high. After closing the door, Shen Qiao faced Wang Ziqian's venomous gaze. What are you trying to do? Didn't you tell me to let Wang Li take over the company soon? Didn't you tell me to help Wang Li more? Is she wrong to come back now? Shen Qiao put on an innocent expression, her small mouth looking especially cute. Shen Qiao, you know what I'm talking about. Wang Ziqian roared in a low voice, his trembling hands no longer restrained, waving as if he wanted to rush over and strangle Shen Qiao. What are you talking about? Shen Qiao raised an eyebrow again, her expression even more innocent. She's innocent. Wang Ziqian's eyes were bloodshot. Oh, innocent. A smile bloomed on Shen Qiao's face, brilliant and dazzling. and with the reflection of the diamond earrings, it looked exceptionally enchanting. You mean I deserve it? Or was it my fate? You know that wasn't my intention. The veins on Wang Zhechuan's forehead bulged. Was it my intention? Shen Qiao's smile gradually disappeared. You came back yourself. If I hadn't come back, would you have let me off? Shen Qiao lowered her head, her left hand brushing against her hair, tucking it behind her ear, revealing her small, translucent ear and the shining earrings on her earlobe. It was Liang Yu who dragged you into this. He's already dead. Then do you think if I didn't come back, what would have happened to me? Or rather, if Liang Yu hadn't died, what would have happened to me? Or even if Liang Yu died and I did nothing, what would happen to me next? Shen Qiao asked 3 questions in a row and finally pointed to He Zhang's office. Look at Wu Rui. You say it wasn't your intention. When you hired me, why didn't you tell me? When I wanted to resign, why didn't you tell me? When Liang Yu was about to make a move on me, why didn't you tell me? Innocent? Then look at what this father can do to protect his innocent daughter. Shen Qiao said, a smile appearing on her face again, still as bright, still as warm. You met with the project manager of weighty real estate yesterday, right? Tell me, what did you talk about? That's your real purpose for looking for me today, isn't it? On the other side, Zhang Fan was also experiencing the most important negotiation of his life. After seeing off a group of investors, Zhang Fan pondered for a long time, holding a stack of documents worth 150 million. Su Xian didn't show up that day. Su Junkai, standing behind him, looked at this not-so-tall figure with the same emotion. Just yesterday, Zhang Fan had specifically called him over for a long talk. You know the situation. Your dividend agreement is still valid, and I can write this into the financing agreement. But you have a choice now. 1. Keep your equity and enjoy future dividends. 2. Leave with me now and get your dividends. I've calculated it. You can get about 1.5 million. Can I have a third option? Oh, tell me. I'll leave with you now, but I don't want the dividends now. I want to join your next project. 5 days later, with over 40 million, Zhang Fan embarked on another crazy venture. The Tea Culture Expo opened. Su Xian, who received the news at this time, finally reacted. He hadn't brought her along for this project. He was going solo. Was he cutting ties? Su Xian fell into deep thought. On the other side, Shen Qiao, looking at the same information, was also deep in thought. 5 days ago, she received news that Zhang Fan had decisively cashed out and left. Had he seen something? But she had clearly been very subtle. And then, the Tea Culture Expo? What was he doing? It was a completely thankless task. Did he have enough funds to push this project forward? Did he plan to make it a long-term project? Or had their relationship taken another step forward? Was she fully supporting him? Staring at the information in her hand, Shen Qiao also fell into deep thought. She found that she was starting to not understand the man she once knew so well. With the support of relevant departments, the scale of the expo became grand, promoting traditional culture, a current mainstream theme, greatly benefiting the local economy and tourism. Moreover, when reviewing the proposal, relevant personnel found that it contained very few commercial elements, almost no commercial value. The whole event was almost purely for promoting tea culture. From the classification of tea to the process of tea frying, it was like a pure public welfare promotion. Therefore, after strict review, various departments increased their cooperation and promotion efforts. Under Zhang Fan's deliberate arrangement, the invited companies were all second or third tier. Because the proposal stated that this was a pure tea culture promotion activity, not a brand commercial promotion. During the event, they would only talk about tea, not products, only about craftsmanship, not brands. High-end brands looked down on such activities, but these lower-level brands could see its added value. Because even a photo taken at the scene could later become a gimmick for their own products. So, the invited manufacturers also increased their cooperation, especially the tea masters from various manufacturers, after various forms of packaging were pushed to the forefront. Just as everyone was guessing the real purpose of Zhang Fan, the initiator of the activity, who had contributed both money and effort, and where the commercial value behind this activity lay, the event ended perfectly. The result was that tea culture was greatly promoted, the public had a new understanding of tea, and the entire tea culture market took a big step forward. A group of packaged folk tea masters selected during the event rose to fame, and the sales of several corresponding tea merchants increased. And Zhang Fan, apart from some connections, it seemed he had gained nothing. And for this activity, Zhang Fan had spent nearly 10 million. A grand spectacle concluded. Just when everyone thought Zhang Fan had done something foolish, a tea brand named 9 Grades quietly emerged. The masters selected from the Tea Culture Expo and some invited tea merchants, according to the previous agreement, were gathered together again by Zhang Fan. Each looked at the thick marketing plan and the almost demanding cooperation terms in their hands, secretly clicking their tongues. Sure enough, the person who could pull off full river red was definitely not a fool. Then, overnight, these masters selected from the event, riding the wave of its popularity, entered the netizens' line of sight. Various media outlets, short videos, and live streams began to publicize them vigorously. Netizens frowned, waiting for the inevitable live stream sales pitches to begin, ready to unleash their merciless mockery. Then, they waited in vain. These masters seemed to continue the public welfare spirit of the Tea Culture Expo, only spreading tea culture, focusing only on the craftsmanship and quality of tea making, but not one of them sold any products. Not only did they not directly sell goods, but there wasn't even a product link in their related information. Moreover, the related manufacturers who could have taken advantage of the heat to sell a wave also kept a low profile, as if riding this wave of popularity was some kind of sin. Their noble character was hailed as an industry model. For a time, the online wind changed again, beginning to vigorously promote this craftsman spirit, promoting this inheritance of artisans. The persona of the folk tea master was established online. People on the internet started to privately ask these masters to purchase handmade tea, but surprisingly, they all failed. These masters didn't sell tea. You've already poured in almost 20 million, haven't you? In the tea house, Su Xin looked at Zhang Fan meaningfully. Not that much. The subsequent publicity was done by the manufacturers themselves. Zhang Fan glanced at the almost full tea house and smiled wryly. Leaving aside everything else, under a series of operations, this tea house had completely taken off. This was an unexpected bonus. Can you tell me what you're actually trying to do? Su Xian's face was full of doubt. In fact, the booming business of the tea house might be most displeasing to her, the major shareholder. She just wanted a place to drink tea quietly. Actually, it's not that complicated, similar to full river red, just positioned a bit more high-end. Scarcity marketing? 9 Grades tea. Su Xian knew, through Su Junkai, that Zhang Fan had registered a tea brand called 9 Grades. Yes, tea is divided into 9 grades, each sip a grade. Zhang Fan smiled somewhat proudly. Are you going to open a factory? No, the factories are still theirs, just like the franchisees. I only do the branding. But you don't even have a product yet, do you? I already do, it's just not time yet. Let the bullet fly a little longer. Zhang Fan smiled gently, looking at Su Xian with less of his former self-consciousness. Looking at Zhang Fan's confident smile, Su Xian was momentarily stunned. This kind of look had occasionally surfaced in his eyes after he sold full river red. It was very impactful, but also very unfamiliar. This made Su Xian unsure whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. I called you here today to give you a gift. Zhang Fan didn't seem to notice the complexity in Su Xian's eyes and took out a delicately packaged box, placing it on the table. For me, Su Xian's eyes lit up, the entanglement and hesitation instantly disappearing. This was the first time Zhang Fan had given her a gift. Can I open it now? Su Xian eagerly grabbed the box. Of course. Zhang Fan gave a gentle smile. The box was wrapped in tea-colored wrapping paper, but the wrapping style was very retro, like the way pastries were wrapped in ancient costume dramas. Carefully unwrapping it revealed a sandalwood box inside, with a warm luster and clear texture. Just looking at the box, one could tell it was valuable. You're not giving me just a box, are you? Su Xian resisted the urge to open the box and looked up playfully at Zhang Fan. The joy in her eyes, however, was completely unconcealed. In fact, no matter what was inside, let alone this being the first gift from Zhang Fan, she already loved the sandalwood box itself. Unlike contemporary young people, she, having grown up abroad, had a natural affinity for national style and retro things. Otherwise, she wouldn't bother opening such a tea house. Wasn't coffee more fragrant? I hope you like it. Zhang Fan didn't say much, nudging his chin, signaling Su Xian to open it. The sandalwood box didn't open directly, but slid open horizontally like a drawer, revealing a mottled jade bracelet inside. Jadeite. Su Xian's discerning eye immediately judged its origin from the emerald green pattern. I don't really know, but that's what the seller said. Zhang Fan scratched his head embarrassedly. Su Xian shouldn't lack jewelry of this class. From the perspective of jadeite grade, this bracelet wasn't top tier. He only spent a little over 100,000 when he bought it. It wasn't cheap, was it? Mr. Zhang, how extravagant. The corners of Su Xian's mouth stretched to her ears, her eyes staring at the bracelet as if they were on fire. As long as you like it. You don't have any ulterior motives, do you? The corners of Su Xian's eyes curved, her beautiful pupils flickering. Looking closely, one could even see a little sparkle. Her heart was beating fast now. She didn't even dare to touch her face because she felt it was burning hot. I'm always under your care. How dare I have any ulterior motives? Zhang Fan smiled foolishly. Put on for me. Su Xian tilted her neck back, revealing her white collarbone and deep dimples. Zhang Fan didn't refuse. When he held Su Xian's hand, he felt her fingers were very soft and smooth. Wow, it fits perfectly. Su Xian happily raised her hand above her head. Ecstatic wouldn't be an exaggeration to describe her. Boss. Su Junkai walked down from upstairs and tentatively called out. I'm almost done. You go and get the car to the front. Zhang Fan saw Su Junkai and turned his head to reply. Going out. I have an appointment with a craftsman from Jingdezhen. He happens to be in Hangzhou. Then you go and get busy, earn more money, and buy me more bracelets. Zhang Fan nodded with a smile and walked quickly towards the door. Staring at the not-so-tall figure, the smile on Su Xian's face remained unchanged, but the complexity in her eyes deepened. Xiao Wan stood at a distance, a sour smile on her face, but then saw Su Xian beckoning to her. Sister Xian, the bracelet is so beautiful. The clever Xiao Wan quickly stepped forward, first offering a compliment. Su Xian just nodded lightly. Go to the bar and get the calculator, and give me a piece of paper. Oh, feeling her compliment had fallen flat, Xiao Wan stuck out her tongue and hurried to get the things. Soon, Su Xian stared at her phone, pressing rapidly on the calculator. Then, her gaze fixed on the numbers she had jotted down on the white paper, the smile on her face completely disappearing. Displayed on the phone were her online shopping records, or rather, the previous group buy records with Xiao Wan. And written on the paper was the total expenditure, 97,862 yuan. Crumpling the white paper into a ball, desolation filled her eyes. Did you really have to be so clear with me? At 9 o'clock in the evening, Zhang Fan received a call from Xiao Wan. Boss, Sister Xian is drunk. Xiao Wan's voice sounded strange. What? Where did she get drunk? Zhang Fan was stunned. He and Su Junkai had just seen off that master from Jingdezhen. The tea house. Doesn't the tea house stop serving alcohol? Zhang Fan was taken aback again, but he quickly realized he'd asked a foolish question. Who is Su Xian? The boss, of course. All right, keep an eye on her. I'll be there soon. Junkai back to the tea house. After hanging up, Zhang Fan's gaze drifted uncertainly out the car window. Still so sharp, so perceptive. The car soon returned to the tea house. Zhang Fan hurried upstairs, only to find Xiao Wan standing outside a private room. Sister Xian is inside, but she won't let us in, Xiao Wan said, sounding aggrieved. Fine, I'll check on her. Without overthinking it, Zhang Fan pushed the door open. Su Xian was indeed plastered, just like the last time in this room. The table was littered with all kinds of alcohol, white liquor, red wine, foreign spirits, beer, all of it. But this time, Su Xian was alone. Now I get why your stomach's always acting up. Zhang Fan sighed speechlessly, looking at Su Xian sprawled across the table. There was another thought he didn't dare voice. A woman drinking like this all the time. Aren't you afraid something might happen? But as soon as the thought surfaced, he suppressed it. Damn it, something had happened. Give me a hand, let's get her home. Zhang Fan nudged the unconscious Su Xian and called out helplessly. But neither Xiao Wan nor Su Junkai, standing at the door, made a move to help. In silent agreement, they turned their heads away. Sighing again in exasperation, Zhang Fan bent down and scooped Su Xian up in his arms. She was light, taller than Shen Qiao, yes, but definitely lighter. Soft, almost pliable. Outside, Xiao Wan subtly clenched her fist, while Su Junkai bolted downstairs. By the time Zhang Fan carried Su Xian down, Su Junkai had the Land Rover waiting at the entrance. The car started smoothly, and Su Junkai, behind the wheel, didn't so much as glance at the rearview mirror. Zhang Fan, in the back seat, wore a complicated expression. Su Xian curled up against him, mumbling incoherently, her hands wandering restlessly. The smell of alcohol was strong, mingling with a faint fragrance. Before Zhang Fan's thoughts could wander further, the car stopped, less than 5 minutes into the drive. "Why'd you stop here?" Zhang Fan blinked in confusion. "Doesn't Sister Xian live here?" Su Junkai looked equally puzzled. "You two are this close, and you don't know where she lives?" "She lives here." Zhang Fan turned, surprised, peering out the window where the tea house sign was still visible. "I dropped her off here once. She got out around here, but I don't know which building," Su Junkai said, suddenly shooting him a disdainful look. "Keep acting. I'll just pretend I don't see it." Zhang Fan's eyes flickered briefly as memories flooded back. So that's how it was. 12:01. Su Xian suddenly seemed to snap awake, sitting up and pointing dramatically before collapsing back down. Zhang Fan let out a long breath. Su Junkai, meanwhile, had already stepped out and opened the door. Knowing Su Junkai's uncanny workplace instincts wouldn't extend to helping, Zhang Fan lifted Su Xian and headed toward the direction she'd pointed, not looking back. Taking the elevator to the 12th floor, Zhang Fan was about to rummage through her bag when he noticed the fingerprint lock. Steadying Su Xian, he used her hand to unlock the door. The smart home system kicked in. Lights flared on, and a saccharine electronic voice chirped. "Welcome back, my queen." Zhang Fan's face darkened as he turned to pick Su Xian up again, only to feel her arms drape over his shoulders, hooking around his neck. Her body was soft, utterly limp, hanging onto him like a koala. Afraid she'd fall, Zhang Fan instinctively grabbed her waist. She looked up. He looked down. Face to face, nose to nose, eyes locked. "Let's go inside," Zhang Fan managed, struggling to stay composed as he dragged her into the room in that awkward pose. It was a cozy 3-bedroom apartment. Without time to look around, he located the bedroom and carried Su Xian straight there. Setting her down on the bed, he felt a pang of reluctance as he let go. On the bed, Su Xian grew even more restless, clinging to him. "Let me wash your face first. It's all sticky," Zhang Fan said with a wry smile, dodging her grasp. Perhaps those words carried weight, because Su Xian quieted down and lay still. Stepping out of the bedroom, Zhang Fan instinctively scanned the living room. A telescope by the floor-to-ceiling window caught his eye. With a complicated look, he walked over. The night view of Westlake was stunning. He bent down, peered through it, and when he straightened up, his expression grew even more tangled. Turning back, he glanced at the entrance. 2 pairs of slippers, one pale pink, one sky blue, clearly a couple set. His brow furrowed slightly, but when he stepped into the bathroom, he froze again. Everything there came in pairs too: couples' towels, toothbrushes, mugs, bathrobes, even an unopened razor. Yet half of it, like the razor, remained sealed. Standing before the bathroom mirror, Zhang Fan stared at himself intently before asking, "Are you worthy?" After a long pause, muffled muttering drifted from the bedroom. He took a deep breath, filled a basin with warm water, grabbed the pink towel, and headed back. He started by removing Su Xian's heels, his first close look at her feet. Given her height, she rarely wore heels, so her feet were unusually soft. He gently wiped her face. She wore no makeup, or rather, unlike Shen Qiao, Su Xian seldom did. Shen Qiao's allure lay in her unique charisma, while Su Xian's beauty felt more natural. Delicate features, smooth skin, a subtle elegance, long eyes, a high nose, a small mouth. She stayed quiet as he wiped her face, but when he reached her neck, she let out a soft, indescribable moan, making him pause. This wasn't like that time in the hospital. Back then, she was a patient. Now, she was moving. He stared at the vivid rose tattoo on the back of her neck for a while, before reluctantly tearing his eyes away. Carrying the water out, he returned to find his gaze locked in place. Su Xin, perhaps uncomfortable, was fumbling to undress. She wore a sleeveless round-neck sweater with a light shawl, now discarded, and her favorite fitted capris. The half-undone scene was unbearable. Zhang Fan's eyes widened as he lunged forward, swiftly pulling the blanket over her exposed body. Breathing heavily, he eyed her long legs still peeking out, swallowed hard, and tucked her in completely. Turning, he sat on the bed's edge, wiping sweat from his brow, only to realize his back was drenched too. His heart raced, images flashing, her fleeting exposure, one glimpse, two, three. Worse, memories from her hospital bed mingled in, her eyes, her mouth, her lips. More scenes flooded his mind, her murmurs fueling his quickening breath. "Are you worthy?" A voice cut through coldly. His eyes sharpened, and he stood stiffly, heading to the living room. "What the hell are you afraid of? It's not like you haven't slept with her." A furious shout erupted behind him, angry, aggrieved, resentful, unwilling but sober. Zhang Fan froze, head bowed low, not turning. "Are you even a man?" The voice trembled. His eyes quivered, but he only smirked bitterly. "I'm not worthy." With that, he left the bedroom, closing the door behind him. "Where am I worse than her?" A hysterical cry echoed from within. "I disagree." Inside the conference room, Shen Qiao's face was gloomy. Although she didn't display any overt emotion, the iciness in her tone made her stance clear. "Yes, the company will carefully consider Director Shen's opinion. However, I must remind you, Director Shen, that you are in charge of finances. Regarding project investments, please refrain from expressing too many opinions and focus on your own work." Wang Zichuan glanced indifferently at Shen Qiao, his voice low. The expressions of everyone in the conference room shifted. Since returning to the company, Shen Qiao had subtly given off the impression of ruling from behind the scenes. Why was she openly arguing with CEO Wang today? Had they fallen out? No one noticed He Jiang in the corner of the conference room, currently lowering his head with a strange smile. "Ah, you really think you're the Empress Dowager? Sister Qiao Qiao, this project is actually really good. I looked into it. Weighty Real Estate is quite substantial, and it's a listed company. Cooperating with them is a breakthrough for us into the real estate industry. Once this project gains a foothold, real estate isn't that easy to play with. Small investments have no profit. Large investments have high risks. Although the return rate is high, the return period is too long, which doesn't meet our operational expectations." Shen Qiao didn't take the olive branch offered by Wang Li and continued to speak frankly. "How does it not meet expectations? In the current domestic market, what project can compare to real estate? Moreover, the company's operational expectations? You mean it doesn't fit the operational philosophy, right? Well, let me tell you, my philosophy is the company's philosophy. This company's surname is Wang." Wang Zichuan interrupted Shen Qiao without hesitation, his tone becoming unkind. "I've already signed a letter of intent with Wei Sheng. You just prepare the down payment and do your job. You don't need to follow this project. He Jiang, you're in charge." "Yes, CEO Wang." He Jiang in the corner stood up at the right moment, respectfully nodding in acceptance. Shen Qiao slammed her pen on the table and stood up, leaving the conference room. "She's getting more and more unruly." Wang Zichuan's eyes widened in anger, pointing at Shen Qiao as if about to stand up. "Dad, don't be angry. Sister Qiao Qiao is also doing it for the company." Wang Li hurriedly stopped Wang Zichuan. She'd been back for a few days and had a good grasp of the company's current situation. It could be said that Shen Qiao had made a real contribution to the company. The recent projects were all handled by this nominal financial director, and her results and performance almost surpassed the sum of everyone else in the company. She really didn't want her father to fall out with Shen Qiao, especially if it might be because of her. Once she took over the company, Shen Qiao would be her most capable assistant, directly deserving a vice president position. Her father hadn't promoted Shen Qiao, probably thinking the same as her, saving this favor for her to bestow. Wang Li, believing she saw through everything, after appeasing her father, began to plan how to appease Shen Qiao. The meeting ended hastily after Shen Qiao left, and other departments, unclear about the situation, didn't dare to speak. After everyone left, He Jiang reappeared in the conference room. Old Wang, you're impressive, huh? I used to think you were a paper tiger, just a figurehead. He Jiang closed the door, looking at Wang Zichuan with a smirk. I hope you keep your word and don't involve Wang Li. Wang Zichuan glared coldly at He Jiang. Don't worry, I'm tired of her kind of fake foreign girl. I've had my fill of them over there. He Jiang walked behind Wang Zichuan and patted him hard on the shoulder. Elsewhere, the white-haired old man received a report from his subordinate, a playful smile appearing on his face. I just like how you want to resist, but are powerless to do so. Struggle all you want. In Shen Qiao's office, Wang Li had just left. The anger and resentment on Shen Qiao's face hadn't yet dissipated. She stirred the spoon in her coffee cup, her gaze gradually turning calm. Her eyes landed on the cooperation agreement on the table, the prominent words, weighty real estate, particularly conspicuous. You walked right into this yourselves. Her lips parted slightly, but no sound came out. With the successful branding of the folk team masters, the number of private buyers increased daily, and a handmade tea named 9 grades quietly circulated on the market. Tea is divided into 9 grades, each sip a different grade. The packaging of 9 grades tea was extremely exquisite. It brought together the products of 9 of the most famous masters, a set of 9 tins, each tin containing only enough for 1 pot. Moreover, the porcelain tins containing the tea were also exceptionally particular. Ruware, Guanware, Celadone, white porcelain, black porcelain. Each type of tea was stored in a special container according to its quality characteristics. Printed on these porcelain pieces were the individual profiles of the masters, and on the bottom, there was a QR code. Scanning the code would bring up a video detailing the tea-making process and the brewing procedure and techniques for that particular tea. It was full of sophistication. However, strangely, although 9 grades tea circulated on the market, there were no sales channels. In other words, it wasn't for sale. The product's lack of purchase channels highlighted its scarcity. There are always people who like to show off, aren't there? After a few lucky individuals who obtained 9 grades tea posted related videos online, the legend of 9 grades tea began to spread. Marketing accounts and self-media began to play their role, and various dubious rumors spread more and more wildly, but there was still no way to buy it on the market. Many people with connections found Zhang Fan through various channels, and some even found the actual producers or the folk team masters themselves. But the responses they received were surprising. Because it was all handmade, the selection of materials and the output were extremely low. Therefore, 9 grades tea was only gifted, not sold. Of course, these people who came through various channels all managed to obtain a small amount of the product, either 1 set or 2. For a time, 9 grades tea became the rarest high-end tea in its category, and it also became the most prestigious gift among dignitaries, wealthy merchants, and influential figures. Zhang Fan's operation was noticed by discerning individuals. Coupled with the success of Full River Red, Zhang Fan's name began to gain traction in the marketing world. Everyone was waiting for his next move to see if he could create another miracle. Some astute investment companies began to approach Zhang Fan, hoping to get in early. Although 9 grades tea didn't have any real product circulation yet, the brand's valuation was already considerable. Okay, I'll be there on time. Zhang Fan hung up the phone, his gaze falling on the window. Through the towering buildings, his line of sight stretched endlessly, but was immediately blocked by another tall building. No one knew that this marketing genius, rumored to be worth over 100 million, still rented a not-so-new studio apartment. And his vehicle was still an open-top, 2-seater electric scooter. The call just now was from a film and television company. They were preparing to film an urban idol drama, the kind that showcases the refined, luxurious lives of contemporary young people. Zhang Fan had seen the script when they contacted him before. Honestly, the drama's values were skewed, including the plot, structure, and actors, which made him scoff. But their purpose in contacting him was for sponsorship. Of course, Zhang Fan wouldn't pay attention to ordinary sponsorship, but their request was simple. They didn't need him to contribute a single cent, only to use his 9 grades tea in a certain scene in the drama. Who could argue with 9 grades tea being the most high-end and famous tea right now? Free advertising and promotion to expand 9 grades influence without spending a penny. Why not? Zhang Fan opened the wardrobe, preparing to change into a suit for the movie premiere he was attending. It was a chance to network, and as a marketer, Zhang Fan naturally wouldn't miss it. But when he opened the closet, he paused slightly. He hadn't worn this suit in a while, and the last time he wore it, he hung it directly in the closet. It shouldn't be so neat. Looking at the upright iron in the corner, Zhang Fan was lost in thought. No need to think, Su Xin had been here again. Ever since that night, he had thought his relationship with Su Xin would plummet to rock bottom, perhaps even end entirely. He had even prepared himself to hand over the tea house. But what he hadn't expected was that the next day, when he showed up at the tea house, Su Xin was already there waiting for him. Everything seemed normal, as if that night had truly just been a drunken blur. Zhang Fan tacitly avoided bringing it up, burying his head in the sand like an ostrich. But this ostrich act was growing more and more awkward. Starting that day, Su Xin became bold and assertive. Though she occasionally showed traces of a girlish demeanor, more often than not, she exuded an increasingly queen-like aura. Her intimate gestures toward Zhang Fan grew unrestrained. She'd hold his hand in public, fix his hair in front of Xiao Wan, and casually ask the tea house staff, the boss or the lady boss, who's better? It all seemed like a declaration of ownership. And when it came to Zhang Fan, she began referring to herself as the wife, as if to say, this bowl of soft rice, you're eating it whether you like it or not. Helplessly slipping into a suit, Zhang Fan gave a bitter smile in front of the mirror. Truth be told, he could already move out. With his current wealth, he could just about afford a house he liked, or at the very least, rent a nicer place without issue. Yet, for reasons he couldn't quite explain, when he brought it up to Su Xin, the flicker of disappointment on her face silenced every word he meant to say next. Heading downstairs, Zhang Fan hesitated between taking a cab or driving the tea house's Land Rover. But then he spotted that flashy Porsche parked below. What are you doing here? Zhang Fan bent down, asking Su Xin through the driver's window. Didn't you say you were going to movie premiere? Su Xin's lips curved into a smile. She was dressed in an extravagant evening gown today, pure white, high-necked, though the neckline hinted at a daringly exposed back. How'd you know? A faint suspicion stirred in Zhang Fan's chest. I checked the guest list. Don't tell me you invested in this film. Didn't you see the director's name? Xie Junwei. Zhang Fan froze. He genuinely hadn't noticed that detail, and Su Xin's question made it clear. It was the only director he knew. Ah, that fat slob. Get in. A guy showing up alone to an event like this looks pathetic. Zhang Fan exhaled and climbed in, finally understanding why the crew had promoted him for free. It was a win-win, though such zero-cost sponsorships were rare. Xiaoping's reputation is skyrocketing. When are you launching the product? I hear it's already hitting 30,000 a set on the black market. No rush. I just finalized deals with a few teaware makers. We'll launch once their pieces are ready. Zhang Fan fastened his seatbelt, his gaze unconsciously drifting to Su Xin's legs. No stockings, wasn't she cold? The image of her peeling off those tight pants that night flashed in his mind again, and with mixed feelings, he turned his face aside. You're selling teaware too? As a set, every canister of tea comes with its own custom teaware, handcrafted by masters. Zhang Fan raised a smug eyebrow. So how much are you charging per set? Su Xin was genuinely stunned. The hype and prestige were off the charts. Depends on market feedback. Oh, and I'm planning to raise funds. Running low on cash again? Su Xin frowned. She knew Zhang Fan had been burning through money lately. Su Junkai, who had little guard around her, occasionally let details slip. By her estimates, Zhang Fan shouldn't be short on funds, unless he had another big move up his sleeve. Sort of. Zhang Fan dodged a direct answer. How much are you raising? 10 million. For what stake? 10%. The Porsche suddenly slowed. Xiaoping still not on par with Manjianghong. Su Xin turned to him baffled. The valuation didn't add up. Even if she didn't fully grasp the details, the offers she'd heard through back channels lately far exceeded that price. Finance isn't calculated like that. Zhang Fan smiled without elaborating. Deal's done. The car moved forward again. Still negotiating. This time, the Porsche came to a full stop. You're letting me buy in? Su Xin's expression was a kaleidoscope of surprise, suspicion, delight, and shock. You in or not? Why wouldn't I be? Su Xian's grin widened, and the car surged forward. I left the agreement at the tea house. It's still early. Want to sign it first. Boss Zhang's eager to be my boss. Su Xian laughed heartily, steering toward the tea house. The results are in. Inside a lavish office, a white-haired old man puffed on a cigar, eyeing the female assistant who hurried in. They are. We won the bid as planned, but... The short-haired woman clutched a file, her tone hesitant. Oh, there was an unexpected hiccup. Go on. The winning bid was 57, 2% higher than planned. What? The old man's eyes shot open. Didn't we thoroughly vet the competition? Where'd they get that kind of money? It's a new company. They kept pushing the price up. Who are they? His face darkened. We're still digging. The woman lowered her head, sneaking glances at his expression. And the extra funds. The old man's brow furrowed deeply. Real estate wasn't like other industries. While a company's market value could soar, cash flow was usually stretched thin due to long investment cycles. This project was a critical piece of their growth plan, set years ago. They meticulously investigated every threatening rival and greased plenty of palms. It was supposed to be a sure thing, yet now, the budget had ballooned by nearly 60%. The cost was still manageable, but where would the money come from? This wasn't pocket change. Wang Ziqian was there. He offered to up the investment. That's why the project team went all in without board approval. The old man frowned again. The project had been greenlit with a win-at-all-costs mandate. It was that vital, and the groundwork had been solid. As for Wang Ziqian, their partnership agreement did include that clause. But this shifted the project's stakes, giving a pack of reckless gamblers a voice in his domain. A beep sounded from the tablet in the woman's hands. She glanced at it, her face twisting oddly. Speak. The investigation's back. The company we bid against might be from Myanmar. Myanmar. Their frontman had contact with Shen Qiao's assistant, Shen Qiao. The old man's eyes widened. He couldn't fathom how Shen Qiao fit into this. Give it here. He snatched the tablet. 10 minutes later, crash. The tablet shattered on the floor. That bitch. The old man panted, hands trembling uncontrollably. He recalled Shen Qiao's fierce opposition when the project came up. He knew why she'd fought it. She hadn't forgotten him or his son. She was scared, but he never imagined she'd pull this, bringing in outside capital to maliciously inflate the price, costing him a fortune. A pet he'd kept a toy with had suddenly bitten him, taking a massive chunk of flesh. Call Wang Ziqian. This is a fucking game to him. His gaze turned venomous, his wrinkled face twisting. Wait. He stopped her abruptly, his expression darkening further. Wang Ziqian. He couldn't be in the dark. Shen Qiao's move might have cost them too, but their stake in the project had undeniably grown. It was planned. Normally, he'd never have offered such a high share. These were wolves. Get Shen Qiao here now. Fury erupted as the pieces clicked. The project was locked in. Less profit, sure, but not a disaster. He had 100 ways to make those wolves regret it. But Shen Qiao, daring to toy with him, he wouldn't wait any longer. Now, the woman blinked. I don't care how you do it. Tonight, I want her naked and kneeling before me. Leaving the tea house, Su Xian was content. All she wanted was to be a part of Zhang Fan's life. As for how much money she spent or how many shares she gave, she didn't care at all. Do you want me to drive? Su Xian stood in the parking lot, holding a pair of flat canvas shoes. She always thought about these little details. The result is the same no matter who drives when we attend together. I'm not used to driving this car. Zhang Fan curled his lip and sat directly in the passenger seat. Su Xian smiled faintly and sat in the driver's seat, changing out of her high heels. She playfully placed the removed shoes at Zhang Fan's feet. They were a pair of pure black stilettos, brightly colored, which paired with her white dress today, made her straight legs look even more slender. The movie's press conference was held in a high-end hotel. Although Zhang Fan wasn't optimistic about the script, the producers seemed to have put a lot of effort into it, making it a grand affair. Walking out of the parking lot, Su Xian's hand naturally rested on Zhang Fan's arm. In such situations, Zhang Fan naturally wouldn't be so tactless as to avoid her. Many media outlets were present, their cameras aimed at the two. Neither of them were strangers to the media. One was a mysterious capital investor, and the other was a marketing genius who emerged from the Tea Culture Expo. Su Xian's striking appearance, in particular, was no less than that of a famous actress, which gave the media plenty of fodder. Crossing the gate, guided by the staff, the two walked towards the venue. Zhang Fan's gaze swept over the venue's layout. Being in marketing, this seemed to have become a professional habit. His right hand suddenly felt a cool touch. A cool and soft hand suddenly moved from his arm to his palm. Zhang Fan subconsciously tightened his grip and turned to look at Su Xian in surprise. Although Su Xian had been making some unusually intimate gestures recently, in this kind of setting, interlocking fingers with him was a bit much, wasn't it? Su Xian didn't appear too abrupt, a gentle smile on her face, as if this action was perfectly normal. Long time no see. Zhang Fan was suspicious, but then he heard a voice he never expected. Turning his head in astonishment, a face he was all too familiar with appeared before him. Shen Qiao? She wore a pure black long dress, her hair piled high, displaying elegance without losing her charm. She seemed to have lost weight. Although her chest was still full thanks to the dress, her cheeks weren't as round as before. However, the thinner face made her look more shrewd, capable, and mature. Long time no see. Why are you here? Feeling the strength from his right hand, Zhang Fan also displayed a standard smile. Not too much, not too little, not exaggerated, and not lacking in charm. I'm the investor representative. Shen Qiao smiled serenely, her eyes glancing imperceptibly at Su Xian, but never looking at their intertwined hands. Because, from afar, she had already seen them. What a coincidence. I'm a sponsor, so I guess I'm part of the investors too. Zhang Fan released Su Xian's hand and politely extended it to Shen Qiao. This action made Su Xian's heart tremble. Shen Qiao also extended her hand, but their handshake was purely formal. Zhang Fan only lightly grasped Shen Qiao's fingertips, a brief touch before releasing. Then, Zhang Fan took Su Xian's hand again, but this time, their fingers weren't intertwined. Both hands were soft and slender, but Shen Qiao's fingertips had subtle calluses. It is a coincidence. I'm also an investor, but I didn't see your name on the guest list. Su Xian also extended her hand, shaking Shen Qiao's lightly, just as they did when they first met. One gentle and virtuous, the other generous and dignified. Only this time, it was Su Xian who presented herself as gentle and virtuous. I'm representing my business partners. They're abroad and couldn't make it. I really didn't expect to see you two here. Oh my, Sister Xian? Sister Qiao? Brother Fan? You all arrived together? Quickly, please come inside, please come inside. The short, stout director, Xie Junwei, accompanied by a producer, greeted them enthusiastically from afar. Of these three, not mentioning Zhang Fan, in his eyes, Zhang Fan was Sister Xian's accessory. But the other two, Sister Xian's investment myth had already spread in the industry. The films she invested in were all hits, an absolute top-tier investor. And this Sister Qiao was a newly rising star in the industry, rumored to have extremely large capital backing, involving a wide range of industries, seemingly investing in everything. This was the first time the other party had ventured into the entertainment industry. If he served them well, this would be another big catch. Enthusiastically leading them to the VIP seats, Xie Junwei respectfully pulled out a chair for Shen Qiao, and Zhang Fan naturally pulled out a chair for Su Xian. However, after sitting down, Su Xian adjusted her chair, moving closer to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan sat in the middle, Shen Qiao on the left, and Su Xian on the right. Shen Qiao in black, Su Xian in white. Zhang Fan's suit was black, but his white shirt inside was very white. I didn't know you two knew each other. Do you have a collaboration? The three settled down. Xie Junwei stood by flatteringly. Originally, Shen Qiao's seat wasn't here, but it was clear the three had a connection, so naturally the seating arrangement had to be adjusted. What's the big deal? Even if the lead actor was sitting there, they could be kicked out. These were the gold masters. Personal acquaintance. Su Xian smiled faintly and took 2 drinks from the waiter, placing them in front of Zhang Fan. This is my husband. Shen Qiao blurted out with a smile, uttering the most irrational words she had spoken in months. Although she regretted it the moment she said it, her expression remained calm and smiling. Xie Junwei felt as if a thunderbolt had struck him from the sky, hitting him directly on the head, scattering his wits. He looked dumbfoundedly at the charming Shen Qiao, then at the dazzling Su Exant, finally fixing his gaze on Zhang Fan's face. Just now, you two came in holding hands, right? Do rich people play like this? I, a director of idol dramas, haven't even played this way. Truly a marketing genius. Bro, are you publishing a textbook? I'll take out a loan to buy it. Zhang Fan was reaching for the drink Su Exant gave him. He had actually felt his mouth go dry the moment he saw Shen Qiao, but upon hearing her words, his hand trembled, spilling a few drops of the drink on the back of his hand. Su Exant acted as if she hadn't heard Shen Qiao's words. Seeing the spilled drink on Zhang Fan's hand, she pulled out a wet wipe from the table and carefully wiped it for him. Her movements were delicate and practiced, her face carrying a doting reproach, her pouting lips even carrying a hint of playfulness. Ahem. Everyone, please excuse my poor hospitality. The press conference is about to begin. I'll go get busy. Xie Junwei suddenly felt that if he didn't leave now, not only would the investment in this film be in jeopardy, he wouldn't be able to secure investments from these two big shots in the future. You're more humorous than before. After Xie Junwei left, Zhang Fan regained his composure and looked seriously at Shen Qiao. Wasn't I humorous before? Shen Qiao raised an eyebrow, her gaze intense. It's okay, I don't mind. Su Exant spoke softly before Zhang Fan could reply, resting her left hand on the table and leaning closer to him. Your jade bracelet is beautiful. Shen Qiao's gaze shifted to Su Exant, a serene smile appearing on her face. Su Exant looked at her left wrist at the mention, then looked at Zhang Fan, her eyes brimming with happiness. Good eye. I used to really want a bracelet like this, but I couldn't afford it back then. Shen Qiao understood and looked at Zhang Fan again. Aren't you able to afford it now? Zhang Fan lowered his head, avoiding Shen Qiao's gaze. I don't want it anymore. The film launch was actually quite dull. It was just the producer, director, and lead actors taking turns on stage, spouting a bunch of lofty rhetoric and thank yous. Then the media left, and the normal social cocktail party began. At the start of the cocktail party, Shen Qiao got up and left her seat. Unlike Su Exant, she actually had work arrangements for being present today. Watching Shen Qiao skillfully navigating the crowd, Zhang Fan suddenly felt a sense of boredom. Su Exant seemed to see through Zhang Fan, took his hand, and walked to the venue's terrace. She didn't want to leave, but leaving at this time would seem like she was deliberately avoiding someone. Su Exant, couldn't hide, and she couldn't let Zhang Fan hide either. You did great today, blowing in the night breeze on the terrace. Su Exant wrapped her arms around Zhang Fan's arm and looked up at him from the side. From the back, no one would doubt they were a loving couple. Probably before tomorrow, word would spread throughout the industry that the marketing genius who founded Man Jiang Hong and 9 Pints had been kept by Sister Exant. Or perhaps it would sound more plausible that he had achieved his current success precisely because he was being kept, wouldn't it? Thank you. Zhang Fan didn't pull away from Su Exant's hand, his gaze calmly fixed on the distance. The city nightscape was always so dazzling, making him lose his way even after all his hardships. The thrill of revenge was there, but using Su Exant for revenge was never his intention. It was like you couldn't kill someone just to save another. Want to thank me? Marry me then. Su Exant tightened her grip on his arm, pressing it firmly against her soft chest. Shall I book a room then? Zhang Fan suddenly turned and looked at Su Exant seriously. Su Exant initially thought she had misheard, but when she met Zhang Fan's serious eyes, she suddenly blushed. Actually, we could go to my place. Su Exant lowered her head, her voice barely audible. She could be wild when fueled by alcohol, but truthfully, she was practically inexperienced. The only time was when she wasn't fully conscious. Although it's unavoidable, I really don't like being a kept man. Zhang Fan gave a self-deprecating laugh. You're already quite rich. Not enough. Zhang Fan looked into the distance again. A passenger plane streaked across the sky, its signal lights flashing. Just looking at the alternating red and blue lights, who could guess the colossal object hidden in the dark shadows? The cocktail party lasted longer than expected. By the time Zhang Fan and Su Exant returned to the venue, Shen Qiao was nowhere to be seen. Su Xin had completely let go, snuggling up to Zhang Fan like a little bird, attracting various glances, envious, jealous, gossipy, surprised. Ignoring everyone, the two walked towards the elevator. While waiting, Xie Junwei hurried towards them. The party's almost over, so we'll be leaving first. Thanks for the hospitality. The tea will be delivered tomorrow. Will 10 sets be enough? Seeing Xie Junwei's hurried look, Zhang Fan, assuming he was there to see him off, spoke with a smile. Su Xin remained silent, hoping Zhang Fan could shed his accessory label. It's nothing. I'm sorry for the poor hospitality. Poor hospitality. Xie Junwei's expression was somewhat complex, his gaze constantly shifting between the two. Okay, we'll talk later. Zhang Fan glanced at the elevator. He was still a bit uncomfortable holding Su Xin so intimately in public. Brother Fan, can I borrow you for a word? Xie Junwei, seeing the elevator arriving, seemed to have made a difficult decision. He looked at Su Xin and asked with a pained expression. Oh, Zhang Fan was taken aback. Su Xin tactfully released her hold. She didn't want this little matter to affect the bridge she had painstakingly built with Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan followed Xie Junwei to the side. This side was quite far from Su Xin, perhaps intentionally so by Xie Junwei, far enough that their conversation couldn't be overheard. What is it that you have to tell me away from her? Zhang Fan stopped, suspicion appearing on his face. Sister Qiao. Xie Junwei glanced at Su Xin again, hesitantly beginning. We're actually divorced. She was just joking earlier. Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow, explaining with a smile. You're divorced? Oh, then. A look of confusion and helplessness suddenly appeared on Xie Junwei's face. What is it? Zhang Fan saw the anxiety on Xie Junwei's face. Sister Qiao. She was taken away. Xie Junwei struggled to form the words. Taken away? Zhang Fan's eyelid twitched. It's just, she was drunk. Drunk. Zhang Fan was stunned again. Getting drunk at a cocktail party like this? Had Shen Qiao changed so much? Or was it because of his and Su Xion's presence today? No, it's just, I don't think she was normally drunk. Xie Junwei started to sweat, his gaze subtly shifting toward the other side of the venue, where there was another elevator. What do you mean? Zhang Fan's heart tightened. We only serve fruit wine at the party today. It's almost impossible to get truly drunk. You know how it is at these events. Get to the point. Zhang Fan's tone became stern. I just saw Sister Qiao. She seemed to be in a bad state, being escorted away by two men. To be honest, this kind of thing was common in the entertainment industry. Xie Junwei, had done it himself. But this was an investor, a major sponsor. Being taken away like this at his event, would Shen Qiao cause him trouble later? Moreover, he didn't recognize the men who took her away. But judging by their demeanor, they were professionals, the kind he couldn't afford to offend. He had been in the entertainment industry for so many years, had a good eye. At this point, he thought of Zhang Fan. Wasn't he her husband? Regardless of their relationship, I'll just tell her husband. If anything happens later, it's their marital affair, right? Otherwise, her husband doesn't even care? How can I, an outsider, intervene? But who knew they were actually divorced? When Zhang Fan understood by now. Just now, over there. Zhang Fan pointed in the direction Xie Junwei had been glancing at. They just got into the elevator when I came over. Without a word, Zhang Fan sprinted in that direction. What happened? Su Xin, who had been paying attention, rushed over. It's just, Xie Junwei sighed and briefly explained the situation. He couldn't afford to offend this woman either. After hearing Xie Junwei's account, Su Xion's expression was a mixture of emotions. Was this ridiculously dramatic, or what? The room was already booked. Thinking about how she and Zhang Fan met, Su Xion felt less resentment. He wouldn't stand idly by for a stranger, let alone her. But was this really an accident? Or was it orchestrated by Shen Qiao herself? In Su Xion's mind, Shen Qiao wasn't a simple woman. Su Xion wanted to follow, but her long legs wouldn't move. Zhang Fan rushed to the elevator, and fortunately, this was the staff passage with only one elevator. The display showed it stopping on the B3 level, the underground parking garage. Without a second thought, Zhang Fan dashed towards the stairs. The event was being held in the banquet hall on the third floor, a 6-story distance that was faster to run than wait for the elevator. Zhang Fan didn't know why he was so anxious. Everything had happened so suddenly, leaving him no time to think. He was acting purely on instinct. Bursting through the fire door of the underground parking garage, Zhang Fan scanned the area frantically. A black commercial van was moving, and Zhang Fan instinctively chased after it. The van seemed to notice Zhang Fan and suddenly accelerated. Stop! This bizarre behavior confirmed Zhang Fan's suspicions. He roared loudly, charging towards the van like a madman. But how could 2 legs outrun 4 wheels? The van showed no intention of controlling its speed in the parking lot, speeding towards the exit. The distance between Zhang Fan and the van grew wider, and a sense of helplessness and despair began to spread within him. Bang! A loud crash came from ahead. Near the exit of the underground garage, the speeding commercial van had been forced into a corner by a Passat that had suddenly appeared. The angle of impact was clever. Neither vehicle was seriously damaged, but the van was stuck against the wall, unable to move forward or backward. Zhang Fan, in the distance, felt a surge of hope and gritted his teeth, continuing to run. The doors of both cars opened. 3 people got out of the Passat, and 2 got out of the black van. Zhang Fan stared intently at the 2 men who emerged from the van. Due to the distance and angle, he couldn't see inside the vehicle. But just as Zhang Fan was 20 meters away from the cars, the leader of the 3 men, without any negotiation, grabbed the van driver who had just gotten out and slammed the driver's head against the van's door. He seemed to have used all his strength. The van's tempered glass shattered. The driver's forehead split open, blood splattered everywhere, and the driver groaned, clutching his head and collapsing to the ground. This scene shocked Zhang Fan, as well as the other man who had come out of the van. He stood there dumbfounded, staring at the 3 approaching figures, momentarily at a loss for what to do. However, he quickly regained his senses and took off running. He was just doing a job for money. There was no need to risk his life. These 3 were clearly not the same kind of people as them. The 3 didn't chase him. The man who had struck the driver opened the back door of the van and carried out a person. It was Shen Qiao, unconscious. Shen Qiao. Zhang Fan snapped back to reality and charged forward again. He didn't understand what was happening, but he couldn't just walk away. The man holding Shen Qiao turned his head, looking at Zhang Fan with a complicated expression. Who are you people? Let her go. Running to the car, Zhang Fan anxiously looked at Shen Qiao. She seemed to have completely lost consciousness, held horizontally in the man's arms, her body limp, her arm dangling out. Fortunately, although her dress was wrinkled, it was still intact. The man holding Shen Qiao looked around awkwardly, still not speaking. Zhang Fan noticed the other 2 men. Their gazes sent a chill down his spine. Zhang Fan had often seen a description in artistic works. Eyes that could kill. He had always thought it was an exaggeration, but at this moment he truly saw killing intent in their eyes. In their eyes, there were lives. I'm her assistant. If you're worried about her, get in the car with us. This is a blind spot for the cameras, but someone will be here soon. Su Jia was speechless. How did this kid end up here? Ignoring him seemed impossible, as he was clearly persistent. Beat him up? This was the young Mrs. Boyfriend. Without waiting for Zhang Fan's response, he placed Shen Qiao in the back seat and slid into the driver's seat of the Passat. The back door, however, remained open. Of the other 2 men, one got into the passenger's seat, while the other dragged the commercial van's driver from the ground, tossing him into the van like garbage, and then got into the driver's seat of the van himself. Seeing this, Zhang Fan didn't have time to think and jumped into the Passat, anxiously checking on Shen Qiao's condition. Don't worry, she was probably given ether. I checked her pulse. It was a small dose. She'll wake up soon. The Passat started, heading towards the parking lot exit. Su Jia, driving, glanced in the rearview mirror and explained calmly. Who the hell are you people? What was that all about? Zhang Fan turned to look behind him. After exiting the garage, the commercial van drove off in another direction. Let her explain when she wakes up. Su Jia pursed his lips. If it weren't for Su Xian, he wouldn't have any good feelings toward Zhang Fan. He was Rabbit's brother. Where are we going? Zhang Fan carefully examined the 2 men, and after a closer look, he was even more certain that these were not ordinary bodyguards or thugs. Was this Shen Qiao's assistant? What exactly was Shen Qiao doing now? But no one responded to him. The car soon entered a residential area and stopped. Zhang Fan's anxious heart finally calmed down a bit. Because this neighborhood was his home. His former home. You carried her up. You should know which one. Stopping in front of the building, Su Jie and a bow in the passenger seat had no intention of getting out. With a complicated look at the two, Zhang Fan picked up Shen Qiao and walked towards the building. Just as he was about to enter, he turned his head and saw that the Passat had turned off its engine, but the two men still hadn't left. Taking the elevator, he arrived at the familiar door. Zhang Fan was filled with emotion. He had thought that he would never return here again in his life. He tried to find the key, but found that Shen Qiao had changed the lock, and it was a combination lock. Looking at the unconscious Shen Qiao, Zhang Fan tried entering Shen Qiao's birthday. Incorrect password. Then he tried Shen Qiao's usual password. Incorrect password. One more wrong attempt, and he would have to wait 5 minutes to try again. With a bitter expression, Zhang Fan tentatively entered his own birthday. Click! The green light turned on, and the door opened. Looking at the open door, Zhang Fan was stunned for a long time. At the same time, a strange feeling arose in his heart. Déjà vu. Not long ago, it seemed like the same scene. He was holding a woman, opening a door. Shen Qiao had really lost weight. Holding her, she didn't feel any heavier than Su Qiao. Walking into the familiar home, Zhang Fan was stunned again. Everything, absolutely everything was unchanged. The placement of the slippers at the door, the position of the vase on the dining table, the alarm clock, the mop, the television, the sofa cushions. Everything was exactly as he remembered it. It was as if nothing had changed, and he had never left. Composing himself, Zhang Fan carried Shen Qiao into the bedroom. The bedsheets were still the familiar color. Putting Shen Qiao down, Zhang Fan was filled with complex emotions. Turning his head for a moment, he was astonished to find that the wedding photo on the wall, which had originally been removed, had somehow reappeared in its original position. Shen Qiao. Looking at the unconscious woman, Zhang Fan was speechless for a long time. Zhang Fan sat on the edge of the bed, his feet next to the high heels he had helped Shen Qiao take off. His head hung low, lost in thought, not knowing what he was thinking. He had considered calling Su Qiao. After all, they had made plans earlier. But phone in hand, he couldn't bring himself to dial the number. Time ticked by, and the sound of breathing behind him gradually softened. Shen Qiao startled awake, a flicker of panic and confusion in her eyes. But when she saw the familiar wedding photo on the wall, a sense of calm washed over her. Then, she saw Zhang Fan sitting by the bed and the blanket covering her. A familiar scene, like something from a dream. He sat at the foot of the bed. She lay at the head. One waking from sleep, the other turning with a smile, sunlight streaming through the sheer curtains. After a long, passionate kiss, a bright new day would begin. The rustling on the bed pulled Zhang Fan back to reality. He turned, gazing at the familiar face, but the gentle smile he should have worn was absent. They were both calm, as if they had looked at each other on this bed countless times before. But in their gaze, the warmth and intimacy were gone, replaced by a thick layer of complexity. Did you save me? Shen Qiao spoke first. No, the person who saved you is downstairs. She said she was your assistant. I just happened to be passing by. Zhang Fan looked at Shen Qiao intently, his tone equally calm. Was this the appropriate reaction after waking up drugged? Passing by? What a coincidence. But thank you brought me home, right? They don't know the password. Shen Qiao shook her head, propping herself up on the bed and gathering her disheveled hair behind her. Seeming thirsty, she looked around, then spotted the thermos on the nightstand. This thermos should be in the kitchen. Who were those people? And your assistant? They. What are you doing? Zhang Fan couldn't hold back any longer, his voice laced with accusation and questioning. It's a long story. By the way, it's so late and you're still here. How are you going to explain this to her? Shen Qiao avoided Zhang Fan's question, raising an eyebrow and looking at him meaningfully. She picked up the thermos, not even checking the temperature, and took a large gulp. The water was just right, as it had been every night in the past. Whenever she saw the thermos on the nightstand, the water inside was always the perfect temperature. Her and I. Zhang Fan instinctively wanted to explain, but as soon as he spoke, he felt a wave of apathy. This indifferent and flippant attitude made Zhang Fan uncomfortable. Since you're awake, I'll be going. Be careful in the future. You won't always be this lucky. Zhang Fan took a deep breath, glancing at the wedding photo on the wall again. Why is that still up? He asked, stopping at the doorway. It's the best photo of me ever taken. What's wrong? Am I infringing on your portrait rights? Don't worry, she'll never see it. Shen Qiao put down the thermos, tilting her head with a coy smile. Zhang Fan froze at the door, his gaze growing more complex. What? You didn't feel anything when I was unconscious, but now the photo is stirring up memories? Having second thoughts, Shen Qiao looked at Zhang Fan, a seductive air about her, as she adjusted her hair and gently pulled down the strap of her dress. If you're having second thoughts, you can stay a little longer. You know, I've never refused you. Exposing the whiteness of her chest, Shen Qiao kicked off the blanket. You've really changed, Zhang Fan said, turning and leaving a huff. Hearing the sound of the front door closing, Shen Qiao's bravado crumbled, and she collapsed back onto the bed with a heavy thud. Tears welled up in her eyes, streaming uncontrollably. Her expression was numb, as if the earlier seductiveness and sensuality had belonged to someone else. No sound escaped her lips. She simply stared blankly at the ceiling through blurry, tear-filled eyes, as if searching for an answer there. But after only a moment, Shen Qiao wiped away her tears, sat up, and took her phone from her purse. Thank you, she said, her voice back to normal. We were derelict in our duty. Su Jie's voice was as calm as ever. It's not your fault. I didn't expect them to be so impatient. Did you find them? They're under control. The one who drugged you was a waiter, just a regular worker doing a paid job. We'll let one of the people who took you go, but we kept the driver. Thank you for your hard work. How did you explain it to him? Su Jie suddenly asked. No explanation needed. He left. Now, I'm downstairs. Call me if you need anything. Su Jie hung up the phone, just as Zhang Fan walked out of the building. They exchanged a look, each with their own thoughts. Zhang Fan walked out of the complex, feeling incredibly agitated. He wanted to contact Su Xian, but looking at the time, he hesitated again. Then his phone rang. His first thought was that it was Su Xian, and he hurriedly pulled out his phone. But the caller ID showed. Chunyi. We found him, Chunyi said, getting straight to the point. Zhang Fan's body trembled, a murderous aura emanating from him in the darkness of the night. At the crack of dawn, Zhang Fan entered an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city, a place Chunyi had found. The dilapidated, single-story building had once been the workers' dormitory. Pushing open the wooden door, Zhang Fan saw the man he had longed for and hated to the bone, a man so thin he was practically skin and bones, barely clinging to life. He was slumped over, tied to a fixed chair. Tu Yinlan, take it easy. Our firm isn't exactly above board, but don't make things difficult for us. Chunyi carefully reminded Zhang Fan as he opened the door. He was well protected, wearing a mask, hat, and gloves. Don't worry, I just want to ask him a few questions. Zhang Fan patted him on the shoulder and entered the room. Chunyi took a careful look at Zhang Fan, then discreetly glanced at the sidewall before quietly exiting. Hearing the noise, Tu Yinlan calmly raised his head. When he saw that it was Zhang Fan, he was momentarily stunned, but then seemed to relax, a bitter smile appearing on his face. We meet again, Zhang Fan said, sitting down in the chair opposite him, his face expressionless. You really didn't need to go to such lengths to find me. Qiao Qiao and I aren't what you think, Tu Yinlan said calmly. Since you were able to find me, you must have investigated me. I have AIDS. You know you have AIDS, and you're still clinging to her? Zhang Fan didn't dwell on the cohabitation. He had already made his own judgment about that. I didn't know I was sick then. A flicker of pain crossed Tu Yinlan's eyes. Then you should have known she was married. Zhang Fan's voice suddenly sharpened. Tu Yinlan's pupils trembled. He opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. Tell me, what exactly is your relationship with her? Zhang Fan took a deep breath and lit a cigarette. Tu Yinlan lowered his head, his eyes filled with reminiscence. After a long silence, he slowly began to speak. We were neighbors since childhood. Childhood sweethearts. Zhang Fan sneered. She moved in when I was 9. She's a year older than me. We went to the same elementary school, the same middle school, the same high school. Tu Yunlan seemed to understand something. Zhang Fan had gone to great lengths to find him, and he wouldn't let him off easily without an explanation. And he had actually wanted to do this for a long time. He didn't want his presence to affect Shen Qiao's happiness. The day Zhang Fan and Shen Qiao left the Team Mountain, Tu Yunlan realized that his existence would be a burden to Shen Qiao, so he left completely. Therefore, he didn't know that Shen Qiao had already divorced Zhang Fan, nor did he know that Shen Qiao had suffered a miscarriage. That's it. Zhang Fan waited for a moment, noticing that Tu Yunlan seemed lost in his memories, and interrupted him in annoyance. I admit, I liked her very much. When I was in elementary school, I thought she was a fairy. In middle school, I thought she was an angel. By high school, I understood what it meant to be a goddess. She was so perfect, just seeing her from afar every day made me feel content, filled me with energy. And then, hearing this wretched, sickly man talk about Shen Qiao in such a way, Zhang Fan felt an inexplicable irritation. And then I went to prison. You should have already investigated for murder. Tu Yunlan suddenly looked downcast, revealing an endless sense of desolation. Before you went in, what was your relationship? Zhang Fan narrowed his eyes. Classmates, neighbors, friends, or rather like brother and sister. Tu Yunlan raised his head, looking directly at Zhang Fan. That's it. Zhang Fan stared back into his eyes, trying to see something in them. I know what you're thinking. Please, I was only 16 at the time, and Qiao Qiao back then, she was unattainable, sacred and inviolable. Tu Yunlan gave a bitter smile. Why did you harass her after you got out of prison? Zhang Fan's eyes grew colder. Because, Tu Yunlan paused, because every day and night inside, I thought about her, her smile in the sunlight, her hair blowing in the wind, the corner of her clothes lifting when she turned around. She was the only motivation that kept me going. Without her, I wouldn't have lasted until my release. But she's married. Did she promise to wait for you? Zhang Fan interrupted again, his hands clenched tightly in his lap. Promise? Haha, back then we were just kids. She was only 17. Tu Yunlan sighed deeply. After the police took me away, we never even saw each other again, never had the chance. Then why did you harass her after you got out? She's married. Zhang Fan struggled to control himself. Yes, married. That's what she told me. Tu Yunlan lowered his head again. So you forced her? Zhang Fan's fist clenched even tighter. Forced? I suppose so. After I found out she was married, I couldn't accept it. I love her so much. I did so much for her. I thought about her day and night, but she was already married. So what did you do? Zhang Fan threw away his cigarette, but immediately lit another one and continued to stare at the other man. After she told me she was married, I thought a lot, drank a lot, climbed the tallest building in Hangzhou, called her, and asked her to see me one last time. I felt like all those years of perseverance, all those years of faith had collapsed. All my efforts felt like a joke. I felt like I had no courage to live on. She came. Yes, she came. And she told me a lot. She consoled me, advised me, just like when we were kids, told me to be brave and strong. I just drank and listened to her, and then I got drunk. And then she took me down from the rooftop and to a hotel. A hotel? Xingheng International? Zhang Fan raised an eyebrow, seemingly remembering which day Tu Yunlan was talking about. That night, Shen Qiao didn't come home all night, and he met Su Xian. Yes, it seems to be that hotel. It seems she has already told you, and you two have reconciled. She really loves you. Then you too. Zhang Fan ignored Tu Yunlan's latter words. After confirming it was that hotel, his heart skipped a beat. I know what you want to ask. No, nothing happened. At the hotel, I got even drunker and kept throwing up. Qiao Qiao kept taking care of me, wiping my body, washing my face. Zhang Fan frowned deeper, thinking that Shen Qiao had actually served such a guy that night. And that day, her husband was also drunk, also needed care. If Shen Qiao had been home that day, he and Su Xian would have. Then I fell asleep, and when I woke up, I saw her sitting by the bed, staring straight at me. At this point, Tu Yunlan looked up at Zhang Fan again. Looking at the face I had longed for, I suddenly felt that my life was not worth it, so I rushed over and hugged her. Pressed her down. Zhang Fan's eyes narrowed, barely controlling himself from rushing forward. She struggled desperately, but at that time, I wasn't thinking about anything anymore. I took off her, ripped her, and wanted to. Tu Yinlan didn't seem to see the veins bulging on Zhang Fan's forehead and continued to speak his hurtful words. Zhang Fan's body began to tremble, his teeth clenched tightly. Then I saw her fearful, desperate eyes. Then I sobered up. Every day, every moment, every second in prison, I imagined how to protect her, how to cherish her. But I was hurting her, making her look at me with such despair. What's the difference between me and that beast? Tu Yinlan's face suddenly showed remorse and resentment. I slapped myself hard a few times, and after she put on her dress, I pushed her out. Did you two really? Zhang Fan bit his lip tightly. There's no need for me to lie to you, and I'm very glad nothing happened that day. You know my situation. If something really happened, I would regret it for the rest of my life. A trace of relief flashed in Tu Yunlan's eyes. So, the reason she didn't wear when she came home that day was because you ripped it, and the person who sent me the package was also you. Zhang Fan tried his best to restrain himself. The man in front of him almost raped Shen Qiao. Yes, after that day, I was ready to leave. Although I was reluctant, I knew that if I stayed, it wouldn't be good for anyone. But just as I was about to leave, I received her call. She was on her way back from Shanghai. Shanghai. Zhang Fan's eyes trembled, searching his mind for the corresponding timeline. The time he followed her to Shanghai, met Su Xian, and fought with Liang Yu? Before Zhang Fan could confirm, Tu Yinlan gave the answer. We sat by the West Lake for a long time. She didn't say anything, just cried, kept crying. I kept asking her, but she just wouldn't say. For a whole afternoon, she just cried by the West Lake. Then she told me that she was fine, just in a bad mood, and crying would make her feel better. I guess that must be because of you, so I sent you the ripped. You married her, so you can't let her get hurt. But you made her cry so sadly. If you can't protect her, then give her back to me. I can protect her. Tu Yinlan seemed to have recalled Shen Qiao's sadness at that time, and his emotions suddenly became agitated. So, you two really didn't? Zhang Fan hesitated. He went to Shanghai because he suspected Shen Qiao and Liang Yu, and Liang Yu has now been confirmed. In that time, there was also Su Xian. Never. I have AIDS, don't I? If we had, then why did she go for the test? Zhang Fan didn't seem to give up, just like when he first discovered Shen Qiao's affair. He wouldn't give up until he found solid evidence. And now, he didn't seem to be able to accept that Shen Qiao and Tu Yunlan were clean. After that time at West Lake, I was worried about her, so I stayed. I just wanted to hear her voice occasionally, to be in the same city with her, to breathe the same air. But her attitude was very firm. She didn't like me contacting her. She really cares about you. Later, I don't know what happened between you two. You seem to have run away from home. Run away from home. You, a married man, left your wife and ran away from home. Tu Yinlan suddenly burst into laughter, a sarcastic laughter, each syllable like a sharp sword, stabbing at Zhang Fan's heart. I contacted her excitedly, but she wouldn't see me, so I went to her house. She was scared when she saw me, but she still let me in. She cooked me a meal, and then, while we were eating, she told me your story. Tu Yunlan's laughter suddenly vanished, his tone turning low and full of melancholy. You went to school together, bought a house together, built a home together bit by bit in the city of Hangzhou. The slippers you bought together, the bed sheets you chose together, the furniture you furnished together. When I saw the wedding photo hanging in your bedroom, in the photo, she was smiling so sweetly, so beautifully. On the balcony of your house, I smoked a cigarette. I finally realized that she didn't need me anymore. Even though you were gone at that time, I knew you would come back. She really didn't need me. Her marriage was very happy, and her life was also very fulfilling. But you didn't leave, did you? Hearing the other man describe his marriage, describe his happiness, Zhang Fan felt a sharp pain in his chest. Yes, even though I thought that, I still couldn't let go of her. After that, she still didn't like me contacting her, especially when she wasn't at work. I knew very well that she was afraid you would find out. She really cared about you. But at that time, I really couldn't let go of her. I just wanted to occasionally hear her voice breathe the same air she breathed. And then you came back. You really did come back. Qiao begged me not to contact her anymore, and even said some very harsh words. She also told me that she was pregnant with your child. Tu Yunlan's tone became increasingly lower, even hoarse, as if these experiences, recalling them, were even more painful than experiencing them. Zhang Fan also frowned, recalling Shen Qiao's Qiao during that period. Was it really his fault? Then he thought of the child. If only he could. Then I slipped my wrist. At home in. Zhang Fan raised his eyes, pulling back his scattered thoughts. Yes, did Qiao tell you? Watching the blood flow out little by little, I really felt that this life was not worth it. I was once full of youthful vigor, once young and reckless. Did you know? I was also a top student. My teachers were expecting me to go to Tsinghua or Peking University. Then I contacted her again. That time, I really wanted to leave. I calculated the time before contacting her. I just wanted to see her one last time before I died. She came. Zhang Fan found his voice trembling slightly. Yes, she appeared. Like an angel, she saved me again. A trace of warmth appeared on Tu Yunlan's face. Then, in the hospital, I found out I had AIDS. What about Shen Qiao? Zhang Fan bit his lip tightly. When she saved me, she was covered in blood, and a lot of it got on her face. I was worried about her. I was so scared. I'm not afraid of death. My life is already like this. But she can't be in trouble if something happened to her. How could she be dragged down by someone like me? Fear flashed in Tu Yunlan's eyes, a deep, profound fear. From that day on, I realized that my existence would only bring her trouble, endless trouble. Let the past be the past. As long as she is happy, that's enough. I packed my things and was really ready to leave. Even if I had to die, I should die far away, not in a city related to her. At this point, both men in the room fell silent. But on the day I was leaving, she suddenly found me, saying she wanted to go with me. After a long silence, Tu Yunlan suddenly raised his head, looking at Zhang Fan seriously. It seemed that he didn't know the reason for this either, hoping to get an answer from Zhang Fan's eyes. However, he was disappointed. Zhang Fan just stared blankly at the ground. I don't know why she suddenly wanted to go with me, but I really couldn't refuse her. I couldn't refuse any of her requests. I thought at the time that maybe you two had another fight, just like the last time you ran away from home. She also wanted to go out and get some peace, so we went to the Tea Mountain. We hid far away. When we were in the Tea Mountain, although we lived in the same house, we ate and lived separately. In fact, from that day on, I started treating her like a sister again, the sister who had always taken care of me since I was a child. I didn't have any extra thoughts anymore. I was even very glad that you two were married. If it weren't for the fact that you were already married, I might have harmed her. Seeing that Zhang Fan didn't respond, Tu Yunlan continued to explain. As for claiming to be husband and wife to the outside world, you should know how beautiful Qiao is. Those people were not classmates or friends. They were my prison mates. Zhang Fan's Adam's apple bobbed, but he couldn't say anything. He really didn't expect that what he had been waiting for, what he had been hating, would turn out like this. In that case, why did you send me the photos? Zhang Fan looked down at the ground, his eyes gradually drifting away. Photos? What photos? Tu Yunlan was stunned. The photos of you two on the Tea Mountain. Zhang Fan's heart tightened, and he raised his head to look at the other man. I didn't send you any photos. Tu Yunlan was puzzled. So, you didn't send the photos? Zhang Fan's eyes gradually became focused, but his mind was racing. No, it's already like this. I have no reason to lie to you. Now I just hope you two are well. Don't worry, I will find a quiet place to wait for death quietly, and I will never appear in front of you again in this lifetime. In fact, I have already done so, but you seem to. So, you better not tell Qiao that you came to see me. I'm afraid she will be unhappy. Zhang Fan's brow twitched again, and his expression looking at Tu Yunlan was extremely complicated. This man. But he quickly cleared his mind and began to think seriously. It wasn't him. He wasn't the one who sent the photos. Could there be someone else? Another lover? Zhang Fan thought of the voice he heard outside Wyndham 1001 that day, and thought of what happened last night. Wait! Zhang Fan's pupils suddenly shrank, and an idea flashed through his mind. Because this idea was so abrupt, his body began to tremble slightly. You were released from prison a year ago. Zhang Fan looked at the other man seriously. Yes, the night I told you about earlier was the third day after I was released from prison. Did you ever send flowers to Shen Qiao? To her company? Zhang Fan's tone gradually became serious. No. Tu Yunlan didn't know why Zhang Fan was asking this, but he answered honestly. Then let me ask you again. Zhang Fan's face was extremely ugly, but his tone was very solemn. Who killed a person? Word by word, Zhang Fan stared at Tu Yunlan with wide eyes, as if he wanted to see through Tu Yunlan's soul. Tu Yunlan's face stiffened, but the fear and evasion in his eyes did not escape Zhang Fan's. What? What person? Then let me rephrase the question. You were imprisoned for manslaughter. Then what was the name of the person you killed? You don't have to tell me. I can easily find out. Emerging from the derelict factory dormitory, the sky was already bright, the sun blazing down. Yet, Zhang Fan felt no warmth, only a bone-deep chill. Finished. Chen Yi had been waiting by the entrance, keeping a distance, as those in their profession understood the rules. Yes. Zhang Fan nodded wearily. What about this guy? What do we do with him? Chen Yi gestured towards the dormitory. Let him go. He doesn't have many days left. Zhang Fan glanced back at the closed wooden door, a mix of emotions swirling within him. He had come with burning hatred, but this was not the outcome he expected. All right, I'll take care of him. It was a pleasure working with you. I'll refund the remaining balance later. Chen Yi shrugged. This was the best outcome for him. Don't worry about the balance yet. I need you to investigate 2 more things. Zhang Fan took a deep breath. Chen Yi stopped, waiting for Zhang Fan's request. I need you to find out who the person he killed was, including their background and any surviving relatives. As detailed as possible. Zhang Fan pointed to the room behind him. Although he had learned the name from Tu Yunlan and had his own suspicions, he needed confirmation. No problem. That shouldn't be difficult. And then, I need you to check a hotel registration. Wyndham International, room 1001. The date is... I need to know everyone who entered that room on that day, with precise times. That was a while ago, wasn't it? The hotel registration is easy, but the surveillance you mentioned. Chen Yi looked troubled. I'll pay more. I'll do my best. I'll try to get back to you tomorrow, whether it's possible or not. Zhang Fan nodded and left first. Chen Yi entered the room and soon brought Tu Yunlan out. Tu Yunlan's expression was dazed, his eyes filled with a lingering pain. All right, I'll arrange for you to meet someone else, and then you can go home. You shouldn't be bothered again. Don't worry, this time it's your friend. Oh, you call them cellmates. Chen Yi looked at the man with a complex expression. This was his background. So many people were looking for him. As Chen Yi left, he glanced back at the room, or rather, at a red brick wall beside the room. Beyond that wall, in the adjacent room, a silent figure sat motionless on a chair. She had been sitting there all night, without moving or speaking. The dilapidated workers' dormitory had poor soundproofing, and she had heard every word of Zhang Fan and Tu Yunlan's conversation. Like Zhang Fan, she had never expected this to be the outcome of Zhang Fan's long wait. She also hadn't expected that woman to have such a story behind her. But what about her? What was she supposed to do? It was nearly noon when Shen Qiao finally arrived at the company. Less than an hour after she sat down in her office, she was summoned by Wang Zichuan. Pushing open Wang Zichuan's office door, she found He Jiang there, as expected. Are you fucking crazy? You call the police. He Jiang berated Shen Qiao, his face contorted with rage. Drugging and kidnapping are serious crimes, and they were caught red-handed. Shouldn't I call the police? Shen Qiao replied calmly. Yes, she had gone to the police station early that morning, handing over the waiter who had drugged her and the driver who had abducted her, along with video recordings of their interrogations. Truly caught red-handed. All the evidence pointed to the CEO of Weisheng Real Estate, Li Tianming. And after reporting the case, she had leaked the entire story to the media. Some reports were already starting to appear online. That's our business partner. That's Weisheng Real Estate. He Jiang's eyes were wide with fury, almost spitting fire. They had just invested a huge sum in the other party, and then she turned around and reported them? And for such a crime? How precious did she think she was? So what if he slept with you? You want money, don't you? How much more do you want? So, you're only capable of shady dealings. You should go back to America. With a brain like yours, you'll be eaten alive in the business world. Shen Qiao looked at the raging He Jiang with disdain. You've caused a huge problem. I don't care what you do. Go and withdraw the report immediately. Then come with me to Weisheng to apologize. He Jiang was completely panicked. He was the one who had spearheaded this project, and a huge sum had already been invested. If it fell through, the consequences would be unimaginable. Why didn't you call your uncle first? Shen Qiao's expression was calm, even the disdain disappearing. He Jiang was taken aback, as if he had realized something. He hurriedly took out his phone and rushed out. With He Jiang gone, Shen Qiao looked up at Wang Zichuan seriously. Wang Zichuan didn't avoid her gaze, staring back at her fiercely. The two of them looked at each other for a long time. Shen Qiao smiled and slowly backed out of the office. Li Tianming hadn't slept all night. He had been awake since receiving the news of the failed attempt yesterday. Especially after learning that the interference had come from someone connected to Burma, he began to consider his options and the potential counterattacks. He admitted that he had been rash, losing his composure in a fit of anger. He had also underestimated Shen Qiao's value in the eyes of the Burmese. But that was that. After thinking it over all night, he had a pretty good idea of their possible counterattacks. Those Burmese people wouldn't be able to do much. As for Shen Qiao, if it didn't work this time, he would just plan it out better, a matter of a few days. But what he hadn't expected was that just as he had sorted things out and was about to go to sleep, his female assistant rushed in. Shen Qiao had called the police. He had racked his brains all night, but this was the one thing he hadn't considered. She had actually called the police. Was there any point? Or was this the Burmese people admitting defeat? Although there were confessions from the waiter and the driver, how could this be linked to him? At worst, he could just throw out the one who had run back. But it didn't seem like an admission of defeat, because she had also leaked the story to the media and apparently provided funding. Otherwise, the media wouldn't have dared to report it so quickly. But again, was there any point? That little bit of information could easily be handled with public relations. What waves could it possibly make? Li Tianming was puzzled. What a stupid woman, that bitch. Li Tianming cursed viciously, already calculating how to get her. Boss, a call from the Maldives. The female assistant hurried in again with the phone. The Maldives? Mister. Li Tianming was stunned. He had miscalculated. He hadn't missed Shen Qiao, but the Maldives. In his mind, mister. He was his business partner, and the Burmese were Shen Qiao's private connections. But now the Maldives was calling him. Trying to calm himself, Li Tianming answered the call. The call lasted a long time. After hanging up, Li Tianming slammed the phone down, nearly falling out of his wheelchair from the force of his action. This call was expensive, more expensive than the last time the Burmese jacked up the prices. The Maldives' request was simple and well-founded. They weren't the police, they didn't need evidence. We had just started working together. You needed money, and I gave you a lot of it. Now, the money has just arrived, and you're touching my people, and using such underhanded tactics? Are you bullying me because I have no one in China? Or because I'm too far away to help? If I'm bullied like this and don't show any reaction, how can the capital behind me feel safe leaving a large sum of money with you? So, either we terminate the cooperation, you return the money, and then we'll have a good talk. Or you show some attitude right now. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to explain to the investors behind us. Thus, V-Continent Real Estate had to bleed profusely again, and this time, the cost was even more severe than the last time. Money, V-Continent currently couldn't produce much, having just invested in a project. As for the share of that project, V-Continent couldn't adjust it even more, otherwise the project would become purely working for others. So, the only thing that could be moved was the bonds issued abroad. That's right, any listed company would issue bonds abroad, especially in the real estate industry. This has almost become a routine operation. An unhealthy flush appeared on Li Tianming's face, which prompted the female assistant to quickly take out a pile of medicines. Don't worry. Go to the public relations department and arrange to suppress those news as soon as possible. Then contact the lawyer and go to the police station to deal with it. You could decide the specifics. Li Tianming said, and suddenly coughed violently. You broke your promise, young man. Seeing Su Xian again, Zhang Fan didn't see any strangeness on her face, not even displeasure. Sorry, Zhang Fan was silent for a few seconds, only saying these two words palely. What's there to apologize for? There's always a chance, right? Su Xian raised her eyebrows, her expression unreadable, but there was a faint expectation in her heart. But he was disappointed. Zhang Fan didn't reply, just gave Su Xian a complicated look. This look made Su Xian's heart feel as if it had been pricked. What are you busy with today? Su Xian tried to change the subject. I have appointments with a few investors. Zhang Fan replied calmly. Financing? Su Xian began to feel uneasy, hoping that her guess would not become reality. Not entirely. I'm going to sell Jiuping. You? Su Xian's eyes trembled, so it was true. She really wanted to tell Zhang Fan that even if you sell Jiuping now, you are still a mantis trying to stop a chariot in the face of a listed company. If you want revenge, you can take your time, and she can help him. But Su Xian couldn't say these words. The shares you have, I don't recommend you sell them now. You can wait until Jiuping is officially launched when the brand valuation should reach a peak. Zhang Fan sat down in the booth and gave advice in a gentle tone. Su Xian sat down opposite him expressionlessly. You were in such a hurry to get me to invest that day. Was it for this? To give me money? Speaking of which, it seems that she has been taking care of him, and there are even rumors outside that she is keeping him, but outsiders don't know that, from the perspective of financial investment alone, Zhang Fan has already given her several times the return. You know I don't lack money, Su Xian said in a low voice. I know, so I'll humbly accept the dividends from the tea house. Zhang Fan smiled and took out a stack of documents. Dividends from the tea house? What are you trying to do? Su Xian was completely flustered. It's been a year, young lady. Zhang Fan spread out the documents and pointed to the date on them with a smile. But no matter how you looked at it, the smile was bitter. Has it been that long? The agreement they signed at the beginning was for 1 year, which Su Xian deliberately set because she was afraid that Zhang Fan would be resistant. Who knew the year would pass so quickly? You're not going to renew? Su Xian's eyes trembled, and her eyes began to redden. Xiaoan can already stand alone, and Lu Yiming is running outside. If it's just to maintain the current scale, it's almost the same with or without me. I don't think you ever thought about expanding. There's a difference. Su Xian couldn't help but interrupt. What I'm going to do next requires my full commitment. Zhang Fan raised his head and looked at Su Xian seriously. Is there anything I can help with? I can ask you for anything, but this one thing, I can't let you get involved. Zhang Fan's tone was sincere and determined. Do we still have a chance? You promised me. When you forget her, forget the past, you will come to love me. Su Xian's tears finally couldn't be suppressed, falling like jade beads. Sorry, I can't forget. Zhang Fan looked directly at Su Xian, and this time, he still didn't avoid it. But you promised me, promise me. Su Xian's emotions began to collapse. She knew very well in her heart that Zhang Fan had promised her, but the premise of being with her was that he could forget that marriage. Zhang Fan didn't speak, but stood up and rubbed Su Xian's head. This gesture was very intimate. It was the first time Zhang Fan had done this, but Su Xian knew that this might also be the last time. Even if you go back now, you can't go back to the way you were. Seeing Zhang Fan leave, Su Xian turned around unwillingly. Zhang Fan's body paused, stopped for a long, long time, but still didn't turn around, and walked out quickly. I've sent both documents to your email. You can read them yourself. Chinye's tone was also very calm on the phone. Thank you for your hard work. Zhang Fan took a deep breath and put down the data cable in his hand. In the afternoon, he sold Jiuping at an incredible speed, and under the surprised gazes of a group of suspicious investors, he hurriedly left. The price was much lower than expected. The condition was that the funds must be in place as soon as possible. If the data were not detailed, the investors would have been really scared by his operation. In a situation where everything was going well, when the value was increasing every day, he suddenly cashed out and left. Wasn't it a scam? If he had only sold a part, it could be explained as raising the valuation, but to leave directly. Ignoring the various speculations of the investors, Zhang Fan went straight back to his residence, quickly packed his luggage, and went to his new residence. The new residence was still rented, and had been rented for a while, but he had never moved. The reason? It's better not to mention the reason. After putting down his luggage in the new residence, he started purchasing nonstop. All the purchases were information products, computers, telephones. So much so that his new residence now looked like an online gaming studio, or rather, a telecommunications fraud den. because the floor was densely packed with dozens of telephones. At this time, Zhang Fan hung up Chen Ye's phone and sat down in front of the newly installed computer. This computer was very high-end, equipped with 4 split screens. Logging into his mailbox, Zhang Fan saw the documents Chen Yi had sent him. Upon opening the first document, Zhang Fan's left hand gradually clenched. Asterisk, it is indeed you. Lingering like a ghost. Asterisk, the file indicated that the person who had an altercation with Tu Yunlan and was accidentally pushed off the balcony by Tu Yunlan, resulting in death, was indeed the son of Li Tianming, the current president of Weixing Real Estate, and his only son. Li Tianming, due to a car accident years ago, had been paralyzed from the waist down and had lost the ability to have children. Asterisk, so, are you harassing Shen Qiao because you discovered the truth of what happened back then? Or is it merely due to a twisted, perverted mind? Asterisk, gazing at the photo of the old man in the wheelchair, Zhang Fan's eyes were filled with murderous intent. After a few deep breaths, Zhang Fan closed the file and opened another one. The documents were sorted using a special arrangement method, and the content was almost immediately clear. It seemed this was Chen Ye's true profession, as the report was done quite professionally. The name of the person who registered for the room that day was Su Jie, and the check-in time was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. With just one glance at the registered ID photo, Zhang Fan recognized the person. It was the man who claimed to be Shen Qiao's assistant, the one who had directly shot the business car driver in the head. Zhang Fan sighed and continued reading. But the more he read, the deeper his brow furrowed. The information showed that in the 2 days prior to Shen Qiao entering the room, the only person who had entered was a cleaner, and that cleaner had left quickly. Asterisk, in other words, when Shen Qiao entered the room, it was empty. Asterisk, perhaps out of professional habit, Chen Yi included in the documents a screenshot of Zhang Fan ING at the door. Chen Yi had also thoughtfully added a note. Only Shen Qiao was inside. Zhang Fan suddenly leaned back, staring blankly at the ceiling. In his mind, the sounds he had heard at the door that day gradually resurfaced. Asterisk, so passionate, so enchanting, so invested. Sur l'iflica. Asterisk. Asterisk, why did you have to do this? Couldn't you have just told me from the start? Asterisk. Then he began to laugh, a bitter, helpless laugh. He didn't know why he was laughing, only that he felt ridiculous. As he laughed, he suddenly felt his face become wet. He didn't raise his hand to wipe it, not until the wetness spread to his mouth, a bit salty to the point of bitterness. Once the tear tracks had dried, Zhang Fan woodenly raised his hand, preparing to close the file, but his hand paused. There was another page to the file. Turning it over, Zhang Fan saw a video recording of a burly man. The man walked to the door, used a room card to unlock it, stood at the door for a while, and then entered the room. Chen Yi had also noted beside it. This man's identity hasn't been determined yet, but he stayed inside until 10 o'clock in the morning. Shen Qiao left the room 3 hours and 15 minutes later. Below was a screenshot of Shen Qiao leaving the room. From a screenshot, Shen Qiao's originally updo hair had come undone, cascading lazily over her shoulders. Gao Dahai. Zhang Fan's pupils widened, completely unable to believe his eyes. They were together in the room for over 3 hours? Asterisk, so, Su Jie is actually Gao Dahai's subordinate, sent by Gao Dahai to protect Shen Qiao. Besides Su Jie, there were 2 others. Asterisk, Shen Qiao has become Gao Dahai's woman? A pang of pain surfaced in Zhang Fan's heart, though he quickly suppressed it. Whether she was Gao Dahai's woman or not was no longer his concern. He was investigating only to confirm certain things. According to what he learned from Su Xin, Gao Dahai had been abroad for many years and hadn't returned to the country for a long time. By the time he returned, they were already divorced. On the other side, Su Xin reappeared in that bachelor apartment. Gazing at the neatly tidied, empty room, her eyes drifted off. Asterisk, indeed, he still left. Asterisk, of course. He even returned the shares of the tea house, so why would he stay here? Then, she received an email from Chen Yi. From this point of view, Chen Yi seemed quite unprofessional. Su Xin didn't look at the first file. Instead, on her phone, she directly opened the second file. Then Su Xin frowned, trying hard to recall the date on it. Asterisk this. was the day he made mustard rice for her. Asterisk. Asterisk, didn't he say he was meeting a client? He actually lied to her to tail his ex-wife. Asterisk. Su Xian was a little annoyed. The reason she remembered it so clearly was that it was the premiere of the movie she had invested in. That day, she had asked Zhang Fan to watch the movie with her, but he had refused. The next day, in this very room, Zhang Fan had cornered her on this bed, and she had worn a very sexy nightgown. It was also that day that Zhang Fan first confessed to her, saying, "I like you." Of course, he also said, "A person filled with hatred doesn't deserve to love you." And she had also told him, "I'll wait for you. Wait for the day you completely forget the past, completely forget her, and then come to love me, clean and pure." But now, Su Xian sat down on the bed, her gaze starting to wander. "The reason you're filled with hatred is because of what you saw here." Raising her phone, Su Xian looked intently, but she really couldn't understand what Zhang Fan was doing. She saw Zhang Fan pa ing at the door for a while, as if eavesdropping on something. But wasn't Shen Qiao alone inside? Could he have heard Shen Qiao talking on the phone? Then her eyes widened, because she saw Uncle Dahai. Asterisk they. Asterisk. Su Xian couldn't believe her eyes. After seeing Chun Ye's note below, she almost without thinking took out her phone and directly called Gao Dahai. "Xiao Xian." Gao Dahai was a little stunned to suddenly receive a call from Su Xian. Hadn't they found that rabbit yesterday? Could something else have happened? "Uncle Dahai, I want to ask you, did you sleep with Shen Qiao?" Hearing Su Xian ask this, Gao Dahai fell silent, holding the phone with an awkward expression. "Uncle Dahai." This silence made Su Xian start to panic. She thought Uncle Dahai's default was unspeakable. After all, Shen Qiao was Zhang Fan's ex-wife, and Zhang Fan it herself. Ahem. Gao Dahai coughed heavily. He did find it hard to say, "Uncle Dahai, how could you?" Su Xian's tone became distressed. Her gaze fell back on the file, where Shen Qiao had just walked out of the room, her originally updo hair now loose, walking gracefully towards the elevator. "Xiao Xian, it's not what you think. I don't deny that this woman is very charming, and I did have thoughts about her. But," Gao Dahai sighed. "But what?" Su Xian asked anxiously. "But I didn't dare to make a move." Gao Dahai revealed a bitter smile. "Since you're asking this, you must have found out something. I won't hide it from you. I did invite her to the hotel, but in that room with just the two of us, she even started to take off her clothes in front of me. But I, Gao Dahai, didn't dare to touch her." Gao Dahai confessed in one breath something that made him feel very embarrassed. Was it because she might be infected with AIDS? Su Xian suddenly recalled that day. Gao Dahai urgently called her to tell her that Zhang Fan's ex-wife might be infected with AIDS. "No, I didn't know that at the time. The reason I didn't dare to touch her was because this woman is very dangerous. She is a complete lunatic." Gao Dahai's tone suddenly became serious. There were some things he couldn't say before because they involved too much, but since Su Xian had taken the initiative to ask today, he, as a father, would no longer let it go. "Crazy," Su Xian frowned, recalling what she had heard in the abandoned workers' dormitory yesterday, and her own speculations. "Yes, a lunatic. So, if you still want to live a peaceful life with your little boyfriend, stay away from that lunatic, the farther the better. Don't get entangled with her anymore." Gao Dahai spoke with a serious expression, remembering the scene when Shen Qiao had said "kill" with a charming and gentle smile. The pupils hidden under that sweet smile had truly revealed a killing intent. She really wanted to kill that person, someone even Gao Dahai found formidable. In her subsequent arrangements, even without Gao Dahai's participation, she had begun her meticulous planning. We broke up." Su Xian's heart suddenly sank, looking at the empty room, feeling lost. "You broke up?" Gao Dahai raised his eyebrows. This was great news. "I don't want to talk about this, Uncle Dahai. I'm asking you, have you been in contact with Shen Qiao?" Su Xian avoided the topic. "Yes, some business dealings." "Business?" Su Xian's expression changed. What did Gao Dahai do? How could he have business with Shen Qiao? "It's all legitimate business. I can't stay in Myanmar forever, right? Especially after knowing that you're not having an easy time alone. I wanted to set up some businesses in the country. And Shen Qiao happened to have such resources." Gao Dahai carefully chose his words, explaining briefly. Uncle Dahai, don't tell me you invested in Man Jianghao. Su Xin, as clever as she was, instantly grasped the key point. I can't hide it from you. It's your business after all, of course I have to support it. But don't mention it. I originally just wanted to help you, but I didn't expect to make so much money. 9 pin you invested too? Of course, such a good project. That silly boy leaving at this time is like picking up money. I've looked at the equity structure. Speaking of which, we are now partners. Gao Dahai laughed happily. Su Xian breaking up with Zhang Fan made him happier than picking up 9 pin. Uncle Dahai, you keep saying Shen Qiao is a lunatic, very dangerous. Can I know why? Su Xian's tone gradually lowered. She already had a vague guess in her heart. Since you have nothing to do with their couple anymore, I won't hide it from you. Shen Qiao seems to have a very powerful enemy, and she is planning revenge. Is this enemy Li Tianming? The expression on Su Xian's face said as expected, although Gao Dahai's phrase, their couple, made her feel very uncomfortable. It seems you've done a lot of investigation. Xiao Xian, Uncle Dahai is reminding you very seriously, these domestic listed companies are not simple. Some of them are even more dirty and despicable than those of us who run casinos abroad. You must not get involved with them. Yes, I understand. I investigated her just to know why I lost so badly. Su Xian hung up the phone in a low voice. In this empty room, on this empty bed, Su Xian lay for a long, long time. Past events flashed before her eyes one by one. She saw absurdity, saw obsession, saw unrequited love, and saw reluctant love. She saw herself, saw Zhang Fan, and also saw Shen Qiao. She even saw the man called Rabbit. Then, she took out her phone. Sister Xan? The call was to Chunyi. Has that person been sent away? We're just about to. Just sent him to see his cellmate. Bring him to see me. Su Xian's voice was low. In the dark room, a cruel glint flashed in her eyes, which were covered by her long hair. After experiencing a heavy setback, Li Tianming, attended to by his female assistant, slept for a whole day. After waking up, he shut himself in his study. For a whole night, he conceived countless vicious plans. He wanted to make the woman who had toyed with him suffer a fate worse than death. He wanted to destroy her little by little, both mentally and physically, even if she was the last woman his son loved. He should have let her go down to accompany his son earlier. As dawn broke, Li Tianming habitually opened his tablet, browsing through various news, and then his pupils constricted, that evil fire rising again. Why? Why hasn't this news been suppressed yet? Are you all useless? Calling his assistant, Li Tianming roared angrily. Because of this news, Weidi Real Estate's stock price had fluctuated slightly yesterday. He thought that with some simple manipulation, the news would disappear, but today it was still online, and its popularity was actually increasing. Yesterday, the PR department was already working on it. The specifics. Let them increase their efforts. A bunch of waste, they can't even do this little thing well. Yes. The female assistant lowered her head, not daring to look at the old man's face. In fact, the colleagues in the PR department had worked very hard to deal with it. But the case was too egregious after all. Before the authorities released the details of the case, it was not appropriate to use overly aggressive means to suppress public opinion. Simply deleting posts would, on the contrary, cause unnecessary speculation and a backlash in public opinion. What about the lawyer? Perhaps thinking of the same problem, Li Tianming asked coldly. Arrangements have been made for someone to surrender, but the process takes time. You go and keep an eye on it. Don't let there be any more mistakes. Did you do this? Sitting in the Passat on the way home, Shen Qiao stared at her phone suspiciously. We don't have such means. Su Jie, who was driving, rolled his eyes. He naturally heard the sound playing from Shen Qiao's computer. It was a political blogger, not very famous, who usually talked about things that weren't too controversial, belonging to the lukewarm kind. But what he was analyzing in the video at the moment was actually the Weidi Real Estate drugging and kidnapping case. He objectively analyzed the authenticity of the case and even took screenshots of the filing record that was released at the time from other media reports. Then he analyzed the operations Weidi Real Estate might carry out next, finding a scapegoat, whitewashing online, bribing major media outlets, putting pressure on smaller media outlets. He even declared in the video that he would soon receive a lawyer's letter from Wade Real Estate's legal department. But as an upright and righteous online blogger, he would not give in. This was a blogger fighting for justice. This video caused a great reaction. Comments and reposts had exceeded 100,000. And there was more than one such righteous warrior. According to Shen Qiao's original plan, reporting to the police was just to give a warning. The actual purpose was to let Weisheng and the Maldives get more entangled. She knew very well that what she wanted to do could not be accomplished in a short period. It was her lifelong goal. As for leaking the news to the media, it was nothing more than to disgust the other party. In her understanding, this news would also be quickly suppressed by PR. But now, it had been almost 2 days, and these news reports not only had not been suppressed, but were getting more and more intense. This made Shen Qiao confused. Could it be that Weisheng's competitors were adding insult to injury? Shen Qiao silently turned off the tablet, leaned back on the seat tiredly, and looked out the window with vacant eyes. She was about to be home soon. Was home still home? Zhang Fan sat calmly in front of the computer, 4 screens displaying different content. From a distance, it increasingly fueled suspicion that this was a den of telecom fraudsters. The screen showed a dense array of chat windows, as if he were conversing with countless people simultaneously. At his feet, a tangle of data cables connected to numerous mobile phones, sending out a stream of commands. Raising his head, Zhang Fan glanced at the leftmost screen, an electronic banking interface displaying his personal account balance. It was an extravagant string of numbers, constantly fluctuating, with small but frequent decreases. A profound look in his eyes. He seemed to be making some silent calculation. Then, a smile stretched across his lips, a blend of coldness, wickedness, obsession, and a hint of madness. The next morning, Li Qianming's office was crowded. Company executives and shareholders had gathered. Ostensibly, they were there to inquire about Li Qianming's health, but he knew their true purpose, to demand answers. After another day of escalating public outrage, the public relations department's efforts had been virtually useless. That morning, even some local TV news channels had mentioned the case. Although the news reports maintained an objective tone, even leaning towards Weisheng, urging the public not to jump to conclusions before the case was resolved, and reminding them that the internet was not a lawless zone and that spreading rumors carried legal consequences. But in such matters, the greatest bias was no coverage at all. Once reported, regardless of the content, it only increased exposure and attention. And the attention, after 2 days of guided public opinion and escalation, it had even become a trending topic. At this point, even a most obtuse person would understand that someone was targeting him. He knew it, and so did the executives and shareholders. All right, I understand your intentions. I'll handle this. You may leave. Li Tianming waved his hand dismissively. Within the company, Li Tianming was practically all-powerful, not only as the founder, but also as the largest shareholder. The executives and shareholders exchanged helpless glances. Their expressions varied as they filed out of the office. They were frustrated, but unable to vent. You've been paralyzed for years, old man. Your thing hasn't worked in over a decade. What's the point of this charade? The stock price had been falling for 2 consecutive days. While Li Tianming himself suffered the biggest losses, they were also losing a significant amount. Up to this point, everyone believed that the worst-case scenario was a financial loss in the stock market, a matter of how much. The police had closed the case and transferred it to the judicial system, and an official announcement would be released soon. With some additional spending on online public relations, the damaged reputation could be salvaged. But that afternoon, a post about the construction quality of Weisheng Real Estate's properties was exposed. It was a typical post, complaining about the developer cutting corners and the buildings being superficially impressive but fundamentally flawed. Issues like water leaks in the underground parking garage, substandard landscaping, inflated common areas, and fire doors in the emergency exits not meeting fire safety standards. Normally, neither Weisheng Real Estate nor the average internet user would pay attention to such a post. But at this particular moment, riding the wave of the Weisheng scandal, the post's view count saw an extraordinary surge. And then, similar posts and comments began to surface. Short video platforms, forums, online communities, WeChat moments, live streams, Weibo, all targeted Weixing real estate, attacking projects that have been delivered, were currently on sale, and even those still under construction. It was as if overnight, Weixing real estate had transformed into a consumer-deceiving, universally reviled corporate villain. By 9 p.m., many homeowner groups had started organized collective rights protection efforts. Even online, many bloggers immediately published relevant legal information, guiding consumers on how to defend their rights. Seeing this, Li Tianming suddenly realized that things were not as simple as he had thought. Whoever was behind this was going for the jugular. Weixing Real Estate launched a full-scale emergency public relations campaign, with all departments canceling all leave. The executives and shareholders, whose interests were tied to the company, realized that the battle had begun. And on that day, Weixing Real Estate's stock price hit its limit down. Shen Qiao hadn't gone home and remained at the company. Since the afternoon, she had been staring at the computer, her confusion growing with each passing moment. She had dismissed one conjecture after another. She had even called Gao Dehai, only to receive a mocking laugh in return. If they had this kind of capability, why would they need you, Shen Qiao? Who could it be? Shen Qiao investigated all of Weixing's competitors, but those with the ability to pull this off had no reason to do so. The gains wouldn't outweigh the losses. And those with a reason lacked the capability. Based on her current estimates, the marketing expenditure alone was astronomical. Marketing? A daring thought flashed through Shen Qiao's mind, so audacious that she immediately squashed it as soon as it arose. Then, with trembling hands, she opened a government website and checked Jiupin's shareholding structure. He sold it. He actually sold Jiupin? Just as Jiupin was poised for takeoff, he cashed out and left? For a long time, Shen Qiao sat motionless in her chair, her starry eyes unfocused, wandering aimlessly. It wasn't until Su Jie knocked on the door and urged her that she finally stirred slightly. "Did you find In Lan?" Looking blankly at Su Jie, Shen Qiao asked in a hoarse voice. Su Jie frowned at her question. It was the first time he had seen Shen Qiao so distraught. It seemed that deep down, she still cared most about Bunny. "Yes, but he doesn't want to see you," Su Jie sighed softly, speaking calmly. He already knew about Bunny's illness and admired his decision even more. This was a real man. He had initially felt sorry for Bunny, but seeing Shen Qiao's current state, he felt much better. Has Zhang Fan seen him? To Su Jie's surprise, Shen Qiao didn't ask why Bunny didn't want to see her, but instead asked something else he hadn't anticipated. This question made Su Jie frown slightly, feeling uncomfortable. "I'm asking you, has Zhang Fan seen him?" Shen Qiao suddenly stood up, her eyes blazing with a frenzied intensity, her voice still hoarse but laced with hysteria. "Yes." Shen Qiao's body went limp, and she slumped back in her chair, staring blankly at the computer screen, at the news headlines that kept popping up. Suddenly, she burst into tears, weeping uncontrollably, heartbroken and hysterical. With the rising voices of protest from all quarters and the continuous spread of influence on the internet, the Public Relations Department and Emergency Response Team of Weixing Real Estate were overwhelmed. Ironically, most of the issues exposed in those online posts were genuinely trivial. In ordinary times, a property manager could have easily handled them. But now, more and more problems were being exposed, and they were becoming increasingly exaggerated. Some conspiracy theories even appeared, deliberately smearing the company. These posts and their authors were extremely irresponsible. They slandered the quality of the construction, escalating the issue from mere living conditions to residential safety. They attacked everything from the steel reinforcement and building materials to the structural integrity of the houses, making groundless accusations and spreading rumors. Some of their claims were so absurd that anyone with a bit of knowledge about construction would know they were impossible. But here lay the crux of the matter. The exposed issues were a mix of truth and falsehood, and most of the minor problems were indeed real. Some of the seemingly more serious issues, however, could not stand up to scrutiny. When you see a post listing 10 problems, and 7 of them have been verified, even if those 7 are minor, and 2 others are slightly more serious, but the developer is evasive and gives vague explanations, Would you believe the remaining, very serious problem, even without direct evidence? The barbaric development of the real estate industry had been going on for years, and the greed of capital was inevitable. Many problems hadn't been exposed in the past, but that didn't mean they didn't exist. This made Wei Xing's plan to exert pressure off-site and root out the rumor mongers impossible to implement, because many of the problems were real. With the widespread impact, more and more netizens spontaneously began to defend their rights, creating a snowball effect. At this point, even if the mastermind behind the scenes wanted to stop, it was likely impossible. Public opinion on the internet is a formidable force, especially when it concerns the safety of consumers. Even those who were not Wei Xing residents enjoyed robbing the rich, fighting the landlords, and upholding justice. The topic reached the top of the trending list, making headlines. This level of public attention could not be suppressed by a single listed company. Relevant departments were also fully mobilized, participating in various mediations and investigations. Wei Xing real estate was constantly being questioned and investigated, with one wave following another. The entrance of Wei Xing's headquarters was perpetually besieged by reporters, internet celebrities, and live streamers. For reporters, it was a carnival. For netizens, it was a form of entertainment. For consumers, it was a rare opportunity to defend their rights and fight for their interests. But for Wei Xing, it was a disaster. Li Tianming locked himself in his office, racking his brains but unable to figure out who was targeting him like this. He thought of Shen Qiao, but quickly dismissed her. She didn't have that kind of power. She had capital behind her, but whether it was the Maldives or Myanmar, their goal was to make money. It was impossible for them to provide Shen Qiao with the funds and resources to do something like this. The Maldives side had already called him twice, putting him under great pressure, and their second tranche of funds, which should have arrived 3 days ago, was nowhere to be seen. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 pieces of news shattered Li Tianming's forced composure. Agitated consumers stormed into the sales office, smashing the model of the property and injuring a sales manager. At the same time, 2 citizens defending their rights were also injured in the scuffle and were sent to the hospital along with the manager. A branch company in another city was also besieged by consumers, and the relevant departments even dispatched local officials to pacify the crowd. Another online expose claimed that Wei Xing Real Estate was suspected of issuing bonds overseas and transferring assets. Li Tianming fell ill. Lying in the sterile hospital room, his hands trembled and saliva uncontrollably drooled from the corner of his mouth, a precursor to a stroke. The female assistant cared for him meticulously, her eyes revealing no emotion. After receiving a special injection, Li Tianming's heavy eyelids closed, but his mind continued to ponder. Who could it be? At this moment, a phone call gave him the answer. Mr. Li. The voice on the phone was very calm, so calm that not a trace of emotion could be detected. You are? Li Tianming spoke weakly. Too many people had called him these past few days. You should be familiar with me, but it seems you're a busy man with a poor memory. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Fan. Zhang, you? What do you want? Li Tianming thought for a moment and matched the name. Immediately, he thought of that bitch, and his tone inevitably became irritable. Nothing else, just wanted to ask you, you've been sending flowers and gifts to Shen Qiao for the past few years, right? Zhang Fan's tone rose slightly. So what if I have? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Li Tianming's mouth, but because his lips were out of control, the smile looked very genuine. I'm just curious, what does an old, half-paralyzed man like you want with her? Are you sending them on behalf of your dead son? Zhang Fan's tone was mocking. You? Say that again, you useless piece of trash. Hearing this tone and the mention of his deceased only son, Li Tianming, whose emotions were already unstable, instantly exploded. Don't get excited. I just wanted to confirm, so I don't send my return gift to the wrong person. Return gift. A trace of unease suddenly flashed through Li Tianming's heart. You should have received the gift, right? Do you like it? Zhang Fan suddenly laughed heartily. You? It was you? Impossible, you don't have the... Hey, don't underestimate your opponent, huh? Not very composed. You poor bastard, you don't have that kind of power. Could be Su Xin? No, even counting her, it's impossible. And even if she were bewitched by you again, she wouldn't stake her entire fortune to go crazy with you. Li Tianming analyzed rationally. It seems you really don't know how valuable grade 9 is. As a wealthy tycoon, haven't you ever had grade 9? With your few cans of tea? Ha, young man, you really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Li Tianming seemed to be amused, but his dazed eyes reminded him that he might have indeed made a mistake. Yeah, that money thrown into real estate wouldn't even make a splash. But you seem to have forgotten what I started with. Tea houses? Milk tea? Tea leaves? No. I'm in marketing. Li Tianming opened his mouth, the anger and fear in his heart growing even more apparent. Marketing? What is marketing? By the way, I wanted to ask, you're Weisheng Real Estate, a listed company, what's your annual marketing expense? 10 million? 30 million? Or 50 million? Or rather, from the time your company was founded until now, what's your total investment in marketing? 100 million? 300 million? You say if I put all of grade 9 into it, how big of a wave can I make? A tidal wave? A tsunami? Are you crazy? Why are you doing this? Li Tianming completely lost control. He struggled to sit up in a hospital bed, gasping for air. Why? You lurked at my doorstep like a viper, and you asked me why? You constantly coveted my wife, and you asked me why? You ruined my family, separated me from my wife and child, and you asked me why? Zhang Fan's tone suddenly changed, his words laced with gritted teeth. Fine, I'll tell you why. You killed my child, but unfortunately, your son is already dead. Weighty Real Estate was built by you. I assume you cherish it as much as your child, right? What are you doing? Li Tianming asked in sudden terror, a sound he hadn't made in many, many years. I wanted to die before your eyes. Zhang Fan's voice was ice cold as he hung up the phone. His hand trembled as he held the phone. Li Tianming couldn't believe that the one causing the current situation, the one bringing him so much trouble, was actually Zhang Fan, that bitch's good-for-nothing ex-husband. However, he quickly forced himself to calm down. Zhang Fan was still too young, too impulsive. Trash was trash. His biggest worry wasn't how to solve the current difficulties, but who was behind it all. Without knowing, he couldn't effectively counterattack, couldn't predict the other party's remaining cards or methods, and could only passively defend. But once he knew it was Zhang Fan, Li Tianming instantly had several countermeasures. Yes, these troubles were indeed difficult to deal with, but it was just a matter of trade-offs. Sacrifice some profit, and many problems would be easily solved. Take the consumers, for example. As long as the compensation was in place, there would be no problem. It could even be spun in a positive publicity. Money? There were plenty of ways to make money as long as the foundation wasn't shaken. Go back immediately, convene a high-level meeting, and implement the previously discussed 7th plan. Appease the public first. Then notify the Public Relations Department to issue a press release stating that this is malicious suppression by competitors. Also, notify the legal department to sue Zhang Fan directly. Evidence doesn't matter. Just get him under control. Go quickly, and stay there to keep me updated. Li Tianming's lips trembled, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. You underestimate a listed company. He sneered inwardly. What about here? The female assistant hesitated. After you return, ask Xiao Tang to come over. Hurry up. Li Tianming waved his hand irritably. Yes. The female assistant nodded respectfully and exited the ward. Walking down the hospital corridor, the short-haired woman's expression was indifferent, a trace of imperceptible disappointment flashing in her eyes, but quickly hidden. Looking up, she saw a patient walking towards her. Whether the clothes were too big or the patient was too thin, the blue and white hospital gown hung loosely on him. This patient must be seriously ill. Despite wearing a mask and hat, his sunken eyes and faltering steps made him look frail. She had no intention of helping him. Kindness? She hadn't seen kindness since she was 13. She simply passed him by indifferently. Most people in the world were like this, small, fragile, vulnerable, whether facing illness or life. But just as she passed him, she suddenly stopped, her usually cold eyes trembling slightly. Turning around, she looked intently at the retreating figure. The figure was thin, the steps heavy. The short-haired woman just watched him quietly, watched. Then, She suddenly turned and went to carry out her boss's orders, her face expressionless and resolute. As for the patient, he was just a patient. This was a hospital. It was normal to have patients, wasn't it? The ward door opened. Didn't I tell you to leave? The light from the corridor streamed in as Li Tianming spoke irritably. The ward door closed again. Who are you? Get out. You're in the wrong ward. Receiving no response, Li Tianming opened his eyes again in annoyance, only to see an emaciated patient standing by his bed. The person still didn't speak, but slowly removed his hat and mask. You? Li Tianming's eyes widened, asking hesitantly. It's me. It seems you haven't forgotten me. The patient revealed a calm smile. His eye sockets were deeply sunken, his eyes bloodshot. Rabbit? Hi, you're not dead. Li Tianming looked at the man before him, a cruel smile spreading across his face. I want to ask you a question. Tu Yinlan looked at him calmly. What a strange day. All sorts of riffraff are showing up. Li Tianming sneered, but because he still hadn't regained control of his facial muscles, the sneer failed, only causing his cheek to twitch. I want to ask you, why are you still entangled with Qiao Qiao? I've already paid the price for your son's death. Tu Yunlan's voice was hoarse, his expression dejected, like a dying dog. This expression finally brought Li Tianming a sliver of comfort. She was the last woman my son loved. Of course, I have to take care of her for him. But your son is already dead. Sadness filled Tu Yunlan's eyes. Yes, my son is dead. I initially thought of sending her down to accompany him. But then I thought if I just sent her down, my son would be happy. But I wouldn't be. I don't have a son anymore. So I thought, since I don't have a son, wouldn't it be nice to have the woman my son loved bear me one? You? Tu Yunlan's eyes suddenly widened. Unfortunately, I was injured too badly that time, and I've tried everything, but I can't have children anymore. So I thought, let her have one herself. The child would at least have some connection to my son. But you waited until she was pregnant, and then I suddenly realized, why should she have a child when my son is dead? No, I want her to taste the pain of losing a child too. And why should she have a happy marriage when my son, who loved her, died so young? So you killed her child and caused her divorce. Tears welled up in Tu Yunlan's eyes. He subconsciously took a step forward. I originally wanted to torture her properly. My son loved her, and she didn't appreciate it. So I wanted to turn her into a promiscuous whore, a bitch who only knew how to wag her tail men. But don't worry, I've lost my patience now. I'll send her down soon. Before Li Tianming could finish his venomous words, he felt a sharp knife pierce his chest, the blade buried to the hilt. You? Li Tianming's eyes bulged. How dare he? How dare he? This rabbit. How dare he? Why? Why won't you let her go? Your son's death was his own fault. He tried to rape Qiao Qiao, and she pushed him down in self-defense. Tears streamed down Tu Yunlan's face. Li Tianming's eyes widened, his grip tightening on the knife handle. His son was killed by that bitch. If he had known this earlier, he would have dealt with that bitch long ago. Why did things have to turn out this way? And I've already paid for your son's life with my own. I've paid you with my life. Why are you still tormenting her? Why? Why? Tu Yunlan pulled out the blade with force, leaned forward, and plunged it into Li Tianming's chest again. Li Tianming seemed to have forgotten to resist. His mind was still reeling. His son was killed by that bitch. If he had known this earlier, he would have dealt with that bitch long ago. Why did things have to turn out this way? Thud. Another stab. A life for a life, a debt for a debt. I paid you with my life for your son's life. But you owe Qiao Qiao's child's life. Tu Yunlan remained in that position, stabbing again and again and again. He didn't know how many times he stabbed, until the sound of commotion came from the doorway, and a crowd rushed into the ward, pinning him to the ground. He continued to mumble, a life for a life, a debt for a debt. Shen Qiao still sat in her study at home, the room originally prepared as a nursery, quietly staring at the information on the computer. She had been looking at this message for a long time. It was the latest notice from the Banking Regulatory Commission, an announcement regarding the initiation of an investigation into the overseas bond issuance by Weisheng Real Estate. She took a deep breath, turned off the computer, and walked into the living room. Sitting on the sofa in the living room for a long time, she dialed a number. It's time. Shen Qiao's voice was calm. Are you sure you want to do this? You need to understand that doing this means you won't be able to escape either, came Wang Zichuan's complicated voice over the phone. I never planned to escape. Besides, this is the only way Wang Li can truly be safe, isn't it? Wang Zichuan fell silent for a long time before softly hanging up. Shen Qiao took another careful look around her living room, her gaze lingering slightly at the bedroom door, and then she flashed a radiant smile. Then she made another call. Calling me at this hour probably isn't good news, right? Things seem pretty lively over there. Gao Dahai's rough yet complex voice came through the phone. Mr. Gao is as sharp as ever. Shen Qiao chuckled lightly. Have you thought it through? Is there anything to think about? Someone took the fall for me for 8 years. It's time I went in myself to see what it's like. Shen Qiao's tone remained nonchalant. Don't worry. What happened to him won't happen to you. Gao Dahai's voice suddenly deepened, filled with emotion. Mr. Gao is a man of honor. When you get out, come to Myanmar and help me. Gao Dahai suddenly said, his tone exceedingly serious. Ha. You still haven't given up? Once I go in, it won't be just 8 or 10 years. By the time I get out, I'll be old and faded. Would you still want me then? Or are you that confident that you'll still be up for it in 10 years? I'm serious. Someone like you would thrive in Myanmar. Gao Dahai ignored Shen Qiao's teasing and continued earnestly. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Hey, if I really went to Myanmar, what would Su Xian call me? Auntie? Ha. They broke up. Gao Dahai's tone shifted. Oh, really? That's a shame. Shen Qiao's voice also dropped suddenly. It wasn't clear what exactly she found regrettable. After hanging up, Shen Qiao's expression remained calm. She turned off her phone and began cleaning the house again, as meticulous and spotless as always. She wiped the wedding photo over and over again. Then she changed into a set of casual clothes, loose-fitting ones, because he had once said he didn't like her wearing anything too revealing, feeling it was a loss if others saw her like that. A serene smile appeared on her face as she sat quietly on the sofa, waiting for the people who would burst through the door. That night, Wang Zichuan took 2 external hard drives and went alone to the police station. His purpose was to turn himself in. Also that night, a fit, tanned, short-haired woman dragged a massive suitcase into Hangzhou International Airport. Standing in the airport lounge, her expression beneath the mask and sunglasses was unusually calm. Her gaze passed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching planes take off and land on the tarmac, her thoughts gradually settling. These colossal creations of modern technology, like mythical beasts, let out low roars as they charged into the night sky. Yet, under the cover of darkness, compared to the vast earth, they seemed so insignificant. The boarding announcement came over the speakers. The short-haired woman hesitated as she took out her phone and opened WeChat to add a friend, but the verification message she sent received no reply after a long wait. With a helpless shrug, she turned off her phone and walked steadily toward the gate. Her tight yoga pants outlined an alluring figure, drawing frequent glances. The corners of her mouth beneath the mask slowly curved upward into an intriguing smile. If the Weisheng real estate scandal that had been buzzing online was a wave, then the news that broke that morning was undoubtedly a tsunami. Weisheng real estate president Li Tianming stabbed to death in hospital, suspect an emotionally unstable homebuyer. Police crack major overseas money laundering case following key suspect surrender, apprehending main involved parties. Weisheng real estate suspected of involvement in overseas money laundering organization, development project funds allegedly dirty money. Explosive headlines swept the internet. Zhang Fan, however, sat in front of his computer, lost in thought. Having closely monitored the web, he had known much of the news since last night. But the subsequent revelations shocked him more with each one, each exceeding his expectations. In his plan, the story wasn't supposed to end like this. He still had money left to spend, tricks up his sleeve he hadn't used. He had wanted to keep tangling with Li Tianming, watching him slowly despair as the company he treated like his child crumbled bit by bit. He had made that call to provoke Li Tianming, to draw him into his rhythm and trap. He had so many plans left unexecuted. Like Shen Qiao, he knew this was a long battle, one he had to fight to the last moment, until the final drop of blood was shed. So how did it end like this? Tu Yinlan. That was her name, right? Looking at the photo in the news, Zhang Fan's expression grew complicated. Hadn't Chun sent her back? Why was she still in Hangzhou? How did she know Li Tianming's hospital room? He had only been admitted yesterday, hadn't he? And that female assistant who was practically his shadow, muscular, likely doubling as a bodyguard. Where was she? How did Tu Yinlan pull it off? Money laundering. Wang Zichuan had turned himself in? Zhang Fan had uncovered the collaboration between Weisheng Real Estate and Wang Zichuan's financial firm. He had even planned to leak it at the right moment to deal Weisheng a heavy blow. But Wang Zichuan surrendering? Suddenly, Zhang Fan's eyes narrowed, locking onto the headline, Apprehending Main Involved Parties. Since the case hadn't been tried yet, little information was disclosed. Zhang Fan leapt up, rushed downstairs, and sped off on his electric scooter. The morning streets were already bustling. For most people, the online news was just fodder for casual conversation. He raced into a familiar neighborhood, up a familiar stairwell, into a familiar elevator. Then he stood before a familiar door. On that familiar door was a police seal. How could this happen? Why did it happen? What had he miscalculated? Pressing his head against the security door, the glue on the seal still fresh and pungent, Zhang Fan inhaled deeply, hoping the sharp smell would jolt his mind. Dazed, he stumbled downstairs, only to spot that flashy Porsche at the entrance. Why are you here? Zhang Fan's face was grim, his brows furrowed with confusion, mixed with disorientation and helplessness. I've been here. You didn't see this cool car? Su Xian raised an eyebrow. She had just watched Zhang Fan rush past her in a frenzy, not even glancing her way. Jerk! Zhang Fan tugged at the corner of his mouth, forcing a bitter smile. Mission accomplished. Want to grab a drink somewhere to celebrate? Su Xian poked her head out of the car. Zhang Fan's expression was tangled, a flicker of resistance in his eyes. Oh, come on. You think I'm going to cling to you? Get real. I've got standards even when I'm throwing myself at someone. Look at yourself. Don't you have a mirror at home? Or at least some pee to check your reflection. Get in. Zhang Fan let out a wry laugh and slid into the passenger seat. She was probably taken away last night, Su Xian said out of the blue as she drove. Yeah, there's a seal on the door. So, I figured you might need a drink. I'll take you somewhere. Zhang Fan opened his mouth to say something, but ended up just leaning back powerlessly in the seat. The car stopped at a place Zhang Fan hadn't expected. Staring at the gaudy, golden sign at the entrance, he froze. This place is open again. It was that KTV, the one that had been shut down because of Su Xian. After the owner skipped town, it sat empty. Some contract disputes kept it from being rented out, so I bought it, Su Xian said with swagger, stepping out in her little heels. You bought it? Yep, with the money you gave me. I needed a spot to unwind, didn't I? The tea house is practically a cyber cafe now. I didn't give you money, Zhang Fan said weakly. Fine, I'll rephrase. The money you helped me earn. I sold my shares in Jupin too. Sister Xian, boss. Xiaowan greeted them warmly as they walked in. You brought her here? Zhang Fan looked at the smiling Xiaowan, astonished. Haha, this place isn't really open for business, so it's quiet. Sister Xian's taking care of me, Xiaowan said with a sweet smile. Is the room ready? 8305. Right this way, you too. Xiaowan made an exaggerated, welcoming gesture. 8305. Zhang Fan's heart skipped a beat. That was the room, wasn't it? Pushing open the door of the private room. Even the decor hadn't changed, identical to how it was in my memory. On the table inside, an array of wines was neatly arranged. I thought you might want a drink. Of course, if you don't feel like it, tea works too, Su Xian said, catching the troubled look in Zhang Fan's eyes and offering a faint, bitter smile. Tea then, Zhang Fan sighed, settling onto the sofa. Xiaowan, bring some tea. Su Xian called toward the door before sitting beside Zhang Fan, keeping a careful distance, close enough to hear each other, but far enough to avoid any physical contact, leaving an empty space between them. Soon, Xiaowan wheeled in a small cart, its surface adorned with an orderly tea set, clearly brought over from the tea house. Don't clean up yet. We might need it later. Close the door and take the rest of the day off, Su Xian said, waving a hand as Xiaowan began gathering the drinks on the table. Xiaowan stuck out her tongue playfully and slipped out with a knowing glance. Zhang Fan's expression grew complicated. Don't overthink it, you little cat. I just don't want interruptions. What kind of boss would I be without that much sense? What's going on in that head of yours? Su Xian shot him a sidelong glance. Thanks, Zhang Fan replied, fully aware of why Su Xian was putting on this bold, commanding air. We met once, so let it begin where it ends, Su Xian murmured, lowering her head to focus on brewing the tea. When she looked up again, she held 2 cups in her hands. Her movements were fluid and seamless, exuding the free-spirited grace of a wanderer from the rivers and lakes, though it'd feel even more fitting if she were holding wine instead. Thanks, Zhang Fan said again, taking the cup and repeating his gratitude. They drank in unison, and Su Xian set her cup down, gazing at him earnestly. How the hell did I end up falling for you? She asked. Zhang Fan could only lower his head to dodge the question. But I didn't lose unfairly, she added, her tone shifting as she pulled a stack of documents from her bag. This is what's been eating at you. You left too quickly that day. She handed the files to Zhang Fan. He flipped through a few pages, suspicion flickering in his eyes. Chat logs between Shen Qiao and Tu Yunlan from day 1, all here. Shen Qiao might have deleted hers, but that little rabbit couldn't bear to let go, Su Xian explained. Zhang Fan's doubt deepened. Fine, I won't hide it. The day you interrogated Tu Yunlan, I was next door. Don't look at me like that. You were still my boyfriend in name back then. If that night hadn't gone wrong, we might have made it work. I don't believe someone as stubborn as you could sleep with me and act like nothing happened, Su Xian said, her teeth gritted in frustration. Zhang Fan felt his scalp tingle and quickly shifted his focus to the documents. Since we're not hiding Chunya's matter from you, I'll add this. Shen Qiao and Uncle Dahai aren't what you think either. Uncle Dahai wouldn't lie about something like this, nor would he need to, she continued, tossing in another detail before he could dive deeper. Zhang Fan looked up again, recalling Chun Ye's investigation notes. I never believed it from the start. Oh, if you saw Chun Ye's report, you'd know I showed up at the door. Yeah, Su Xian raised an eyebrow, irritation flaring as she remembered how he'd promised to cook for her, but ended up tailing another woman, his ex-wife, no less. She knew I was at the door. Inside, she was acting. A passionate scene? Zhang Fan nodded, offering no further explanation, his gaze dropping back to the files. Su Xian's eyes lingered on the table, her expression tangled with complexity. Was this her helping him? What a pity. These were WeChat logs, meticulously detailing every exchange. Zhang Fan saw their first conversation, Tu Yunlan's excitement, her pleas, her relentless pursuit, and that blood-drenched photo. Naturally, he also saw Shen Qiao's refusals, her turmoil, her hesitation, her pain. With your nature, even if Tu Yunlan confessed herself, you'd still have a thorn in your heart. Unless you rip it all open, you'll never find peace, Su Xian said, pouring another cup of tea. She fell silent, quietly waiting for Zhang Fan. But what she didn't know was that seeing all this only twisted his heart further. I've never done anything to betray you. That's what she'd said, right? More than once. Why hadn't he believed her? Thanks, Zhang Fan managed, his voice strained, unsure of what else to say. They're clean, not even a couple. I went to their hometown, tracked down her mother, your mother-in-law, technically, and learned the whole story from her. Li Tianming's son took a liking to Shen Qiao. When she rejected him, he tricked her to the rooftop, planning to force himself on her. In the struggle, she pushed him off. Tu Yunlan showed up later and took the fall for her. Zhang Fan's eyes narrowed sharply. He'd had his guesses, but seeing it laid bare like this was hard to swallow. Don't blame yourself. You didn't do anything wrong, nor did Shen Qiao. The bastard who fell was the one at fault. Poor Tu Yunlan, though. But Shen Qiao. I know what you're going to say, but think about it. She was only 17. A 17-year-old girl facing rape and murder. What could she do? A 16-year-old boy steps up and says, "It's fine, go back, I'll handle the rest." What would you do? Su Xian's tone grew stern. She'd lock herself away, shut herself off, drowning in endless guilt and fear. It took her 2 years to tell her mother, and by then, her mental state was on the verge of collapse. And her mother, finding out then, what could she do? That damn bastard got off too easy, Su Xian muttered, slamming her teacup down in frustration and cracking open a beer. Memories flooded back. Zhang Fan recalled meeting Shen Qiao, her timid, trembling demeanor. He'd thought it was just her personality. But why didn't she tell me? A wave of guilt hit him hard. If he'd known. Hey, men. Su Xian took a fierce swig of her drink. How could she tell you? That she was nearly raped as a kid? That she's actually a killer? Zhang Fan was at a loss for words. If it were me, I'd bury it. Forget it. Let those memories rot in my heart. Even if I woke up screaming from nightmares, I'd never tell anyone. Especially not the person I love, Su Xian said, her eyes blazing, a tear glistening at the corner. Everyone has secrets, some too heavy to share with those they love, even if they're not at fault. Like how she'd met Tu Yunlan a few days ago. Don't judge her with your morals. She didn't do anything wrong. Zhang Fan fell silent. He thought of those nights Shen Qiao jolted awake. He'd assumed they were just ordinary nightmares, never imagining the torment she'd been enduring. I didn't understand her enough, he said after a long pause, grabbing a beer and downing it in one go. From your standpoint, you didn't do anything wrong either, Su Xian offered, instinctively softening at his self-reproach. So her going to the Tea Mountains with him was right. She really owed him a lot. Thinking of the man who'd given nearly everything for Shen Qiao, Zhang Fan's heart grew heavy again. With him? That's what you think. Su Xian rolled her eyes again. What a blind fool she'd been. Zhang Fan looked up puzzled. First off, back then, you kept pushing her to quit her job, didn't you? Su Xian set down her bottle. Zhang Fan tried to recall, but his memories were a mess. He couldn't pin it down. That company, I only saw through it recently. Liang Yu, the guy you first thought was her lover, he's dead. Died in the States, supposedly a robbery shooting. You buy that? Think it was an accident. A shock flashed through Zhang Fan's eyes. She used a recording to outmaneuver Liang Yu, but it got him killed. How could she walk away unscathed? If he'd lived, maybe she could have left. But with him dead, realization dawned on Zhang Fan's face. Then Li Tianming, Su Xian sighed. Put in her shoes, she wasn't sure she could have held up. Unlike Shen Qiao, she had no vast inheritance, no Uncle Dahai. What Shen Qiao had today, she'd clawed her way to on tightrope. Even Uncle Dahai called her a madwoman. And one more thing. Me. Back then, you were with me, Su Xian said, looking up again. Zhang Fan went completely quiet. Her leaving it was because, I love you. You. I knew you were getting paranoid, trusting me less and less. I felt you slipping away. I knew if it went on, our marriage would end. But that's exactly why I had to love you with everything I had. I wasn't trying to hold you back. I just didn't want to lose the right to love you when I still wanted to. So I cherished every second, loved you with all I had. I didn't know how long I'd still have that right. So I poured decades, 10, 20, 50 years of love into it. I didn't ask for anything else, just to love you fully until the day, the moment, the second you decided to leave. A familiar voice echoed in his ears, and tears welled up in Zhang Fan's eyes, spilling over uncontrollably. He could almost see Shen Qiao lying on a hospital bed, lifeless, whispering in despair. I know, I don't deserve to stay with you. I just want to keep our child. As a woman, she's tragic because of what she's been through. But as a woman, she's damn strong. I didn't lose unfairly, Su Xian said, her own tears falling. Just as Zhang Fan felt something indescribable toward Tu Yunlan, Su Xian felt it toward Shen Qiao. Envy? Pity? Maybe admiration, most of all. Facing a money-laundering company's threats, a perverse old man's revenge, guilt toward Tu Yunlan, and her beloved husband's doubts. What could she have done in her place? Shen Qiao had no help, not even someone to confide in. Pregnant, leaving her husband to live with an AIDS patient. At first, Su Xian couldn't accept it. But now, what else could she have done? Su Xian couldn't find another answer. So she broke. After losing her child, she completely broke. Thanks, Zhang Fan said, lifting his head after steadying himself, looking at Su Xian with sincerity. For what? You at least gave me a taste of love. If unrequited love counts, Su Xian replied, a playful smirk on her face. Oh, there's something I should have asked first. She adjusted her posture, suddenly serious. Did you ever? Yes, Zhang Fan answered directly. Silence fell, their gazes locked for a long moment. That's enough. Admitting it in a moment like this, for me, that's enough, Su Xian said, extending her right hand. No hugs, though. Zhang Fan took her hand earnestly, gripping it tightly. Let go. Su Exin suddenly glared at him, her charm still intact, free and unrestrained as ever. So what's next? I lost fair and square, and I can walk away with my head high. But you? You don't seem to have one either. What's your plan? With her situation, 3 or 5 years is optimistic. I want to see her first, Zhang Fan said, standing from the sofa. Su Xin didn't respond, just watched his back intently. Once he left here, he might really be gone. Thanks. Zhang Fan turned at the door, looking at her with sincerity. Su Xin pursed her lips and waved him off like shooing a fly. He gave her a small smile and stepped out. Hey, Su Xin called after him. He turned back. We're still friends, right? Of course. Come by for a drink sometime. You've got Xiaowan's number. At the prison visitation room, a long table stretched between them. Zhang Fan saw Shen Qiao in her inmate uniform. She wasn't haggard or pale as he'd imagined. She was calm, composed, just like that time they'd met at the cocktail party. From the moment she entered, their eyes never left each other. Not until she sat down, not until the guard uncuffed her and secured her hands to the table, not until the lawyer stood and took a seat nearby. They just gazed at each other in silence. No words, no gestures. As if this weren't a visitation room, as if this weren't a prison, as if he weren't here to see a prisoner, and she weren't an inmate. Time ticked by slowly. The lawyer kept glancing at his watch, wondering what this man, who'd paid so much to get in, was here to do. You threw off my rhythm. You threw off my rhythm. They spoke at the same time, then shared a quiet laugh. You know everything now? Shen Qiao tilted her head, her eyes finally reddening. Yeah, Zhang Fan nodded solemnly, his own eyes misty. It was actually me who I know, Zhang Fan cut in quickly. I might be here a long time. I'll wait for you. Tears finally spilled down Shen Qiao's cheeks. No matter how long, I'll wait. We promised to face the snow together in this life, to grow old together in this life. Several years later, outside the prison gates, Shen Qiao stepped steadily across the iron threshold. A warm embrace enveloped her tightly. Neither spoke, only holding each other fiercely, as if trying to meld the other into their very chest. After a long, long time, they parted, gazing deeply into each other's eyes, both pairs moist, their stares unwavering, fearing this unreal moment might dissolve into a dreamlike mirage. I never thought you'd get out so soon. Zhang Fan's voice trembled. I used every ounce of my strength just to come out early and see you. I was afraid if I came out too late, I wouldn't find you. Shen Qiao's voice carried a sob. Let's go home. Zhang Fan scooped her up by the waist, heading toward the parking lot under the odd gaze of the prison guards. You told me you're wealthy now. Is it true? Seeing the sleek black Mercedes, Shen Qiao peeked out from Zhang Fan's arms like a curious kitten. These past few years, I've worked hard. I won't let you get hurt again. Zhang Fan tightened his hold on her, speaking earnestly. Once in the car, he turned to find Shen Qiao still staring at him, entranced. We'll never be apart again. He squeezed her hand and started the engine. Where are we going? Sitting in the passenger seat, Shen Qiao looked out at streets, both familiar and foreign. This wasn't the way home. In her heart, home was still that old place. Not home yet. I'm taking you somewhere. Where? Shen Qiao's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The marriage registry. Clutching the long-lost red marriage certificate, Shen Qiao felt dazed. Only when Zhang Fan carried her into the house and set her on the sofa did she slightly come to herself. You're a rich man now. How are you still living here? Her eyes scanned the familiar room inch by inch, everything identical to her memory, as if she'd merely taken an afternoon nap in the bedroom. This is my home. Zhang Fan knelt before the sofa, looking at her with sincerity. Husband. Shen Qiao's eyes welled up again. She'd waited so long to say that word. Wife. Zhang Fan leaned in, kissing her tenderly. After a while, their lips parted. Both tasted the bittersweet joy in each other's mouths. Go take a shower. I'll cook for you. Zhang Fan ruffled her hair affectionately. Standing, Shen Qiao walked to her bedroom. The wedding photo that often appeared in her dreams still hung in its place. The room's decor hadn't changed at all, not even the sheets. They were the same ones from the night she left. Opening the wardrobe, Her eyes misted again. Nothing had changed. She picked out a favorite nightgown, running her fingers gently over it. Back in the living room, the sound of a knife striking a cutting board rang out, crisp and lively, carrying a unique delight. When did you learn to cook? After I went in. Shen Qiao stepped into the kitchen, watching Zhang Fan's deft movements with surprise. The counter was laden with ingredients. A stew pot simmered on the stove, and he was slicing potatoes into uniform threads, showcasing his skilled knife work. Sort of. Zhang Fan flashed a smile and leaned over to peck her lips. Can I help? Shen Qiao rolled up her sleeves. Go shower. From now on, this is my job. You just focus on being beautiful. He kissed her again, indulgent. Looking at the man in an apron before her, Shen Qiao felt a flicker of unreality. It seemed everything had been worth it. The kitchen filled with savory aromas as the bathroom door opened. Shen Qiao poked out a damp head, a towel wrapped around it. Husband, come here. Her voice was soft and sticky. What's up? Dinner's almost ready. Zhang Fan turned off the stove and hurried to the bathroom. I'd rather eat you than dinner. A slender arm reached out, grabbing his collar and pulling him inside. After some playful tussling, Shen Qiao finally tasted Zhang Fan's cooking. It was her first time trying his handiwork. The meal was lavish, 6 dishes, a soup, and even dessert. She sampled each one carefully, earnestly. With every bite, her eyes brightened a little more. She couldn't believe these dishes came from his hands. Back then, he couldn't even fry an egg. Have you been cooking for yourself all these years? Her eyes reddened again. Only after cooking for myself did I realize how hard it was for you. You're not touching this stuff anymore. Zhang Fan set down his chopsticks and took her hand. Then what do I touch? This. Teary-eyed, Shen Qiao tilted her chin slightly, biting her lip. At 9 that night, they lay entwined on the familiar bed, gazing at the wedding photo on the wall. I've never dared ask, were things okay in there? Zhang Fan nibbled her hair, a trace of bitterness finally surfacing. I won't lie, it wasn't easy, but Gao. Su Xian's uncle arranged reliable people. Remember Terminator? Schwarzenegger? Yeah, female Schwarzeneggers, 4 of them. I felt like I could conquer the universe with them. Shen Qiao playfully traced circles on his chest. You've lost weight. His hand brushed her back, still smooth, but less full than before. Doesn't that mean my figure's better? I worked out every day. She shifted to show off her toned midriff. You worked out. No skincare in there, so my face was a lost cause. I focused on training my body instead. Zhang Fan dipped his head, kissing her fiercely. She said it lightly, but it was prison. Heavy breathing filled the room again. Are you trying to prove you stayed chaste these years? Shen Qiao sprawled on the bed, panting. I just want you to know you're not the only one who's been working out. Zhang Fan grinned mischievously, sweat dripping from his brow. Then let me see the results. Biting her lip, she flipped over, straddling him again. Need a break? Zhang Fan fetched a thermos from the kitchen, took a sip, and handed it to her. Shen Qiao gulped it down, her eyes teasing as she looked up. I'm making up for all these lost years. With a mouthful of warm water, she leaned in. The night stretched long. Outside, crickets chirped tirelessly. The night breeze wove through the moonlight, and stars twinkled in strange constellations. Perhaps Taurus, the diligent ox. The next day, they slept until noon. Zhang Fan woke wearily, feeling the soft warmth in his arms, his heart a tangle of emotions. Shen Qiao seemed awake already. The moment he stirred, her lively eyes locked onto his. They gazed at each other, then shared another deep kiss. Again, Zhang Fan's scalp tingled as her hands wandered. Teasing you. Some fitness guru. Shen Qiao tossed her hair seductively, stretching lazily. It's been so long since I slept this soundly. Don't worry. From now on, every day will be peaceful. He hugged her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. What's the plan today? I'll show you the empire I built for you. By 3 that afternoon, Zhang Fan brought Shen Qiao to his company. After her imprisonment, he'd used what money he had left to start an operations firm. It had thrived over the years, amassing him considerable wealth. The company wasn't large, just a rented floor with fewer than 100 employees. In his private office, Shen Qiao stood by the wide window, overwhelmed with emotion. Only when the secretary set down tea and left did she turn slowly. Xiao Qin's been my secretary since last year. I'll replace her right away. Zhang Fan caught the subtle shift in her expression when she saw the young woman. Xiao Qin, hired by Su Junkai, was indeed striking, youthful, lovely, and charming. Shen Qiao's brow twitched, a faint smile curving her lips. I'm not confident in myself. You're a rich man now, and she's definitely younger than me. Zhang Fan opened his mouth to explain, but she continued. But Su Xian outshines her by miles. Leaning in, she took his hand. He understood instantly, kissing her forehead tenderly. How's she doing? We meet occasionally. I often go to the tea house, but she's abroad more. His gaze drifted out the window. The sun shone brightly, the sky a vivid blue, thick white clouds like cotton candy basking in the light. That evening passed quietly. After a simple dinner, they curled up together to watch a variety show, falling asleep in each other's arms. The next morning, Shen Qiao rose early to make breakfast, then playfully kissed Zhang Fan awake, just like years ago. Didn't I say you're not doing this anymore? He looked at the breakfast, gently rubbing the faint calluses on her fingers. He'd noticed they were more pronounced now. A housewife should act like one. She wrinkled her nose at him, ushering him to the bathroom. A cup of warm water waited, toothbrush ready with paste. Go to work obediently. I'm starting my life as a rich wife. Leaning on the door, she smirked. The card on the vanity is my spare. Password's your birthday. From now on, your job is to spend. Aren't you afraid I'll turn useless? If I don't spoil you, I'm the useless one. Spitting out the foam, he looked at her seriously through the mirror. Far across the Pacific, the sun dipped low, golden rays mingling with blue waves. Su Xian lounged on a beach chair, her fair legs swaying lazily. Xian, really not going back? Xiao Wan handed her an orange juice, eyes brimming with grievance. Paid vacation. People beg for this. Why do you keep wanting to go back? But she's out now. Xiao Wan seemed oblivious to the sarcasm. Knowing Zhang Fan, they'd remarry the moment she got out. You're really giving up? Didn't I tell you years ago? But if you truly let go, why these past years? Have I been unhappy? Su Xian snapped at her. But you? I just think you should fight for it. Fight for what? He was married when I met him. Su Xian lowered her head, taking the juice. Didn't they divorce? Love doesn't care about who came first. Love doesn't. But people have morals. Xian, marrying him, I'd be happy. But him marrying me? Not necessarily. But he clearly... The peak of liking is possession. The peak of love is letting go. She slid her sunglasses down over her eyes. Seeing the flower bloom is enough. Why care who it falls to? As they spoke, a blue-haired, blue-eyed man approached, offering a gentle smile. Ladies, may I buy you a drink? Sorry, I'm married. Before Xiao Wan could reply, Su Xian raised her left hand, flashing a sparkling ring. My apologies. The man left, uninterested. Su Xian's gaze lingered on the jade bracelet on her wrist. You're still my reason to refuse others. I'm not waiting for you, but I can't seem to like anyone else. Zhang Fan left for work. Shen Qiao sat on the sofa, staring blankly at the unlit TV, just as she had the day she was taken away years ago. Then she stood, starting to clean. But there was little to do. The house was spotless. Still, she tidied meticulously, mopping the already pristine floor. Touching each object stirred her emotions. On the balcony, she gazed at the familiar neighborhood. Then, expressionless, she opened her phone, adding a new contact on WeChat. It passed instantly. Staring at the verification for a moment, she took a deep breath and made a voice call. I thought it'd take you a few more days to reach out. A gruff voice came through. Thank you. Her tone was calm. No need. Just business. Then congrats to Boss Gao on joining Weisheng Realty. Haha. I never thought real estate would out-earn a casino. Sure you don't want shares? I'm not interested in shares. Shen Qiao turned, leaning against the railing, brushing her hair back to reveal her slender neck. Fine. I'll send the account soon. How you get the money back is up to you. You're the pro. We're square. Pleasure working with you. You really won't consider helping me? Gao Dehai couldn't resist asking before hanging up. Would you trust me if I did? I can't figure you out. What do you want? I just don't want to be a pawn anymore. Hanging up, She stared at her phone until a string of numbers popped up. She memorized them, then deleted the contact. Adding another, she repeated the process, dialing again. You've done well these years. A smile touched her face as the call connected. Thanks to a master's guidance. The voice on the other end was halting, strained. What are you doing? Shen Qiao frowned slightly. Pilates. Pause for a sec. Gao Dahai's money's in. I'll send the account. Run it through the process quick. Should we tell Oldie? The voice steadied, cool and clear, a woman's. No need. Just give him his cut after. Then what? Same as before. Same as before? All into that company? Please, your husband's not stupid. I've been on eggshells every step, terrified he'd notice. This isn't a small sum, is it? Just follow the process. I'll send you the plan. Shen Qiao bent down, picking up a hair from the balcony's crevice. She glanced at it, hers, then tossed it in the trash. Fine, you're the boss. Hanging up, the woman rolled her neck. Her bronzed, fit body gleamed under yoga wear, her long hair tied high in a neat ponytail. In a spacious office, Zhang Fan sat grim-faced at his desk, a Bluetooth earpiece in place. His fingers tapped the table lightly. As the voice fed through, his lips parted, revealing stark white teeth.